We are live at Colecco. I hear a whole lot of love in the background. No, that's Heartbreaker. Nice. We are testing an RLSS in the back right now. Hopefully y'all can hear it. It sounds wonderful. Sounds absolutely wonderful. Down, 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 down. Let's see, restream chat. There we go. Okay, folks. Oh man, I forgot to tell him about that. Bob Panozniak, Kevin. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So, song of the day. Well, they just had to unfortunately turn down Heartbreaker. We're testing a Led Zeppelin 2 in the back right now, and I actually just texted them. I didn't want to try to holler back there, and I was like, we might need to turn that down so we don't get a copyright strike, but at the same time, it pains me to turn down a Led Zeppelin 2. So, Craig, we were just listening to Heartbreaker by Led Zeppelin, so maybe you can give us some Heartbreaker. Are you going to be selling $100 CDs for $6.99 tonight? No, I'm not. I do quite often. I do sell $100 CDs for $7, actually pretty often. I got a whole box right here that's probably $100 CDs, but they're not going to be $6.99 tonight. But every once in a while, I do slip some in, and they are $6.99. I love Heartbreaker. I forget how good that is till I hear it on a RL2 pressing every time. It's been 10 years or maybe more. There they are. One thing I have to do them. Down, Heartbreaker. I think I gotta let April in at the door. And I'm live, and I'm having to let April in, and watch your language. We're live. Worse than a sailor. I have to be careful. Let her know that we're live on Facebook. Goodness gracious. Okay, everybody. So, I smell Chick-fil-A. And so we're live, and I am working on a few things right now. Are those picture discs? Yes. It's Monday, new piggy, bank cracked, ready to buy a new vinyl. I'm about to get in the jacuzzi. Wow, Joe Salamo is watching from the jacuzzi. I've had people tell me they've watched from the pool, the jacuzzi now, the toilet. They've bought records in all sorts of places. All righty, so got that done. Great week. My post request, I don't know if I've looked at it yet. Let me see what's going on there, Craig. Let me copy this link in a few places. Write it down. All right. Let's see. How many crates of new vinyl do we have? Somebody asked in the post. Three-ish. All right. And then over here, let's go here. All right, story. No low budget weeks here. We need high budget weeks from people. We did just get the numbers done. We had our best week in let me see if I can find out. We had our best week in sales in the last, oh man, it's probably been, let me see if I can look right quick. We had our best week for sales since, oh man, we had to go way back. Let's see. We had our best week in sales, and this doesn't include like what we sell in the store or Discogs. This is just strictly through these live streams. We've had our best week since March. We've hit a 3-month high, and that is just a little under what we did back on March 10th. So we had our best week we've had in 3 months. Best week we've had in 3 months. And selling 12 Metallica boxes, 100 Black Sabbaths, 100 Aussies, 100 this. I wish there was stuff like that coming out every week. I mean, there's lots of new releases, but there's not many like that every week that we sell 100 copies of something. That has to be a very big release. So, yeah, that was our best month since March. And that week back in March, I think that was almost one of the best ones since like January. So that this past week was top 3 or top 5 weeks in sales all year. So we got a large hurdle to jump this week to get back to beating that. And y'all can help out right now as I start going through this new vinyl. We're going to start getting stuff tagged and sold. But somebody has took my 3 crates. Maybe Jack's got some emptied back here. Jack does have some emptied. There's lots of empty crates. Thank you, Jack. This is the house that Jack built. That's an Aretha Franklin song. This is the house that Jack built, y'all. Da 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 da. Remember this house. That's a great song. And then we got Jill over here. Jill's here. We got Jack and Jill. Don't come around here no more. Great Tom Petty song. All right, our first auction of the week, and not counting what Paul sold yesterday, that actually started a new week. By the way, I do plan to make every effort to have a coin and knife sale this week. So I'll go ahead and start announcing that every week because we have a lot of new people that's been new buyers the last month, have probably no idea we sell coins and knives and other miscellaneous, sometimes sports cards and sports memorabilia. And I'm going to try my best to let everybody know we're going to be doing that on Sunday night. With that being said, let's get started here. And we're going to start off with an 80s classic. Let me fix this camera because it's not quite the way I look like it. I can tell Paul's done a sale. It's messed with my camera. There we go. All right, so we have Night Ranger, and this is Midnight, not Midnight Rambler, that's the Stones, Midnight Madness. This is a Japanese pressing. It is complete with the lyric insert and this book, the Night Ranger special issue, Motorin, Sister Christian, Shrink and Hype, beautiful copy, $35 start on Night Ranger, okay? Now, what do we have back here? So we got, I've had these for a while. I've moved them around 20 times. I just didn't want to sell them because I want to let everybody know that they're damaged, or they could be very low grade. These are just like wall art at this point. I think they're pretty low grade. Let's bundle a couple together. But this one here, like Michael Jackson, doesn't look too bad. I mean, I'm looking at it. There's no feelable scratches or anything. So, I mean, there he is. It's Michael Jackson, the Jackson 5's greatest hits. It may have a slight warp. No, I don't know. It just needs to be sleeved and cleaned, and you should be able to listen to it. Or if anything, you can display it. So that's going to go up. How about the Jackson 5, a $5 start? We also got National Lampoons. We got some Disney. Meatloaf is obviously damaged. Meatloaf was wall art for somebody. But I'll sort through these. I may bundle a few together. That was Care Bears, Jacksons. Here we go. Here's, we'll do this. Let's put 3 Jacksons together and just buyer beware on condition. And we'll say those are a $10 start, okay? Those are a $10 start. There's 3 Michael Jackson's picture disc. There's John. He looks like he's on a mission from God. Okay, Night Ranger has 2 $35 bids, Phil Toretto and Stephen Parton. Welcome, everybody. Let's go ahead and pull up the new vinyl flip crate from this morning, which I shot about 4 a.m. And since then, I left at 9, and I went home and essentially just took a nap, and I'm back here ready to start tonight. And the first thing I'm going to do is pull up the flip video that was posted this morning. Actually 11 hours ago, it says. And we're going to start pulling some stuff, just a few things. Shel Silverstein, Norman Green, Whiplash, Bullet Boys, Sacred Mushroom Offspring, and Godflesh. So a lot of this that I'm showing is going to be available. That's a lot that's available, okay? So let's start reading them off. We got Danzig 2, or I should say Glenn Danzig, Black Area 2 on Red Haze vinyl. That is $34.99. I've got Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, a 2 LP, remastered in the still of the night, 16 tracks, a compilation. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, $39.99. Night Ranger has hit $50 with Stephen Reeves, and the Jackson picture disc are at $20, and now $22, and now $25. So I think this one's probably in the best condition. That's the Michael Jackson 5 Greatest Hits. The Jackson's Victory picture disc looks pretty low grade, but probably still playable. And same thing for Thriller. It's pretty low grade, but it's probably still at least playable. So those 3 are being sold together. And I got some more over here we're going to run as warm-up auctions tonight. And then we've got System of a Down Toxicity, $29.99. System of a Down is $29.99. And this is available. So is Children of Bodom, the final show in Helsinki, 2019. That is $34.99. The Eyes Wide Shut soundtrack, 2 LP on minty green vinyl. Eyes Wide Shut is $39.99. And then Hinder's Extreme Behavior. That has the Lips of an Angel. Essentially, first time that was available on vinyl. Stephen Parton gets the SOD. Thank you, Stephen Parton. That is so to you. And then I have 1 copy left of Twisted Sisters, and this is Stay Hungry, a 40th anniversary edition. We're not going to take it. It also includes a full live concert. So it has bonus tracks, and then it has a full live concert, $44.99. So we've sold SOD. The Jackson picture disc are between Courtney and Donna right now, and now Night Ranger hammers up It's a final call. Night Ranger, $45. Stephen Parton also wants Type O negative, and that is something I hadn't even shown yet. Type O negative is right here. Slow, deep, and hard. Green and black marble vinyl, a 2 LP, $39.99 on Type O negative. Okay, and then Stephen, you bought from us last week, right? Let me make sure everything's good to go over here before I tag anything else, because all first-time buyers, I like to make sure everybody's good to go, just saying. And those are so to you, and those are so to you. So Type O negative, SOD, those are both sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you. And now we have one copy left of Life of Agony, Ugly, a limited edition, 1,500 on turquoise vinyl. That is $39.99. Life of Agony. And what is going on here? There we go. Go away. There we have it. And then Helmet is $34.99. That is Meantime Helmet. We have 3 of those left. And we have Slayer, Divine Intervention, $34.99. So always good to start buying on Monday. That gives you 6 nights unlimited shipping. If you started buying last night with CDs, that means you have 7 nights of unlimited shipping. Let's go ahead and sell this Night Ranger then. First Japanese of the auction. First Japanese auction of the night is sold to Stephen Reeves for $50. I may even have more of these come up later, but right now this one is sold. We're selling those 3 picture discs together, all Jackson related, Michael Jacksons and Jackson 5. Donna has them for $42 right now. Next thing I'm going to do is put up another Japanese pressing, and that is the Rolling Stone Still Life. Very nice looking copy here with Obi. The Rolling Stones is a $35 start. No condition notes, is near mint minus a pristine. Andy Warhol design jacket and package here. So you can tell from all the pop art, all the inner sleeve, just so very nicely designed. You can definitely tell Warhol designed that. $35 start on Still Life. And I'm going to move some stuff out of here. Let's see here. This is stuff I'm going to auction this week. I'm actually about to start putting it up right now, as soon as I can find somewhere to lay them. Let's put them all right here. Okay. Yeah, I'll put them right here on this table. I essentially have all the $20 and up leftovers from the flip crates. We're going to put them up for low start auctions. Thrasher on Slayer. Stones is a $35 start. Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. This is $38.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. And Sleater Kinney, Dig Me Out. Sleater Kinney is remastered Sub Pop, $28.99. And Bullet Boys Acid Monkey. And this was actually our last copy. It is sold to Randy Tabron, Randy Jr. Tabron. So thank you, Randy. That's sold to you. The 3 Jackson picture discs are at $46.47. No bid yet on the Stones. That's a final call. Let's go ahead and put up another auction here. I have a 10-inch release here of something Garbage. Nice. This is Garbage. The what? And Screaming Females. This is Garbage and Screaming Females Because the Night. A sealed 10-inch. Let's put that up for a $10 start. The Stones does have a bid for $35. Courtney's out on the Jacksons. Donna has those 3 picture discs at $50. We have the Whiplash soundtrack. We actually sold one of these. Stephen A. Young. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. That's so to you. Now there's one left. And if anybody else wants the Whiplash soundtrack, it is available. So is Johnny Blue Skies, also known as Sturgill Simpson. That's $33.99. I still have one of those. And the best of Lizzie Borden. Lizzie Borden, 80s metal there. Orange Gold Vinyl, $44.99, a 2 LP. So Sealed Garbage, a 10-inch, a $10 start on that as well. Final Call on Stones, and then these 3 Jacksons picture disc, $50. The Goonies soundtrack, which I think is about to see some kind of anniversary reissue. This one's in stock right now for $29.99. And Ed is walking over here to give an important announcement to me. No, he's not. He's just leaving. He just kept walking, too. And then over here, we have Collective Soul, hence no, this is their self-titled album. Collective Soul is $33.99. And we have Collective Soul, hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid. That is $33.99. Collective Soul, hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid. Also, we have Kicks. Somebody asked about this Thursday night when we auctioned off an original, and I was like, it's around here somewhere, and here it is, $39.99. That is on Gold Vinyl. The Sacred Mushroom, our last copy here, did get sold to Aaron Below. So thank you, Aaron Below. That's sold to you, the Sacred Mushroom. That's gone. See you later, Sacred Mushroom. And then over here, we've got Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying for 33. And we have Tenacious D, self-titled, for 38. Kelly Vladarchuk on the Goonies. That's sold to you. Let's go ahead and sell these 3 picture discs to Donna. What I'm going to do, whoever's watching, let's probably bag and board these individually here. So I'm going to put them together. I'm going to put them in a new sleeve. And then unless we think, I'm going to put a cardboard divider. And unless we think they need to be boarded individually, I'll leave that up to the shipping department or however they wrap these things up. But we're going to put them just like that for right now. It gives them a lot of stability. And John, if you're able to get through here with that, it'll be a miracle. So those are sold. And then Tony just missed the Jacksons. Vaughn asked, could I show the picture disc? And then Blaine wants CSSTUL, Collective Soul. And that was for self-titled, right, Blaine? CSSTLU, self-titled. If so, that's sold to you. Nobody bid on Garbage. Garbage is a $10 buy now. Nobody wants any Garbage, it looks like. And then over here, I got to make sure Blaine doesn't want to bid again on the Rolling Stones. Tommy Call has it for 36. Blaine, that's up to you if you want to bid. And Blaine, you also got Collective Soul self-titled. If that's not right, then let me know. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a Japanese pressing of something. Not the Beatles song. It is a Japanese pressing of Billy Joel's Glass Houses. It's in shrink. It has the obi. You may be right. I may be crazy. This is a $35 start. It has a Japanese insert with it, another Japanese insert, a cover with shrink and obi, and there's even a record in there. It's a $35 start over that. Stone's got a new bid for $37, now $38. Greg Herman got Garbage. That's sold to Greg Herman for $10. Stephen Parton also wants a Collective Soul self-titled. The Goonies is $29.99. And then Jim B was actually third on the Garbage. Third on the Garbage. He's trying to drive and buy Garbage. And John is steering in some new vinyl. Billy Joe already has a bid for $35. They're still bidding on the Rolling Stones. Let's put up more Garbage. Here's our next Garbage. Our next Garbage is Garbage with Brody Dale. And this is Girls Talk So Much, SHIT. And this is Time Will Destroy Everything. All right, and that's a $10 start on that. Now, let's see what else is going on in this crate. I think I pulled everything out in there that people maybe actually claimed. With that being said, let me jump up here, and what time do hot pictures start? In about an hour, probably in about an hour, about 1 hour approximately. In the meantime, we got all new Japanese stuff and singles and other miscellaneous. Okay, so quick read through here. We got Danzig for 34. We still got Whitesnake for 39. System of a Down for 29. Children of Bodom for 34. The Eyes Wide Shut soundtrack for 39. Hinders 39. So is a Twisted Sister. It's 44. Typo Negative 39. Life of Agony 39. Helmet is $34.99. Slayer 34. Ingve 38. Sleater-Kinney 28. Whiplash soundtrack, sold one left, 44. Johnny Blue Skies, we have Lizzie Borden, we got Collective Soul, we got Kicks, Iron Maiden, Tenacious D, and one Goonies left if you happen to want that. And yes, I've got some singles. I was going to try to go ahead and sell all these 10-inch releases first. So quick update, the Stones is at 40, Blaine's out, so final call on that. Billy Joel has now hit 37. Joe Salamo bid first, so Bill Samus, you're out. Rob K, you're out. And now Garbage has one bid for $10. All those are going once, going twice. A couple of them are going twice, going 3 times. Let's knock out another one here. And we have 4 more crates that John just brought up. That's pretty wild. Plus, I got those auctions. I got these auctions. What should we do next auction? Let's go ahead and grab this crate and read through some of these. I got 3 crates of new vinyl here to breeze through tonight, right quick. And Garbage was a Record Store Day title from 2014. Thank you, Craig. I think I have a lot of Record Store Day singles slipped in here and there. First, I'm on the wagon tonight, or off the wagon. whichever one it is. That was a Seinfeld episode. He's off the wagon, on the wagon. And that's because I'm drinking a Monster Rehab. I stopped at the gas station last night and got 3 of them. I chugged one on the way to work. I chugged another one when I got to work. And then I was up all night ordering stuff, listening to music, going through stuff, looking at stuff, examining records, ordering records, pricing records. Everclear. Everclear is Sparkle and Fade, $56.99. Intervention Records, $56.99. I hadn't had a Monster. I drink them on Sundays because I come in. I usually leave my house a lot later than normal to come here on Sundays unless I'm doing a stream. And I stopped by 7-Eleven. And the lady that's usually in there, she said, "You must like these. You buy them 3 at a time." And I'm like, "Lady, I used to have a problem." That's what I told her. She looked at me kind of funny. I said, "Lady, that's what Kramer told that guy when he had a gambling addiction." He called Bally's, and Jerry's dad was like, "You know that number?" He said, "I used to have a problem." But man, if you hadn't had one of these in a while, it will wake you up. All right, then I just popped a pill, and now I'm really ready. I just had a supplement, a caffeine supplement, Monsters. My heart is probably going to explode. But first, we got the Rolling Stones. This is sold for $40 to Tommy Call. Thank you, Tommy Call. That's sold to you. Thank you, Tommy. That is sold to you. That's done. Now Garbage has a new bid for 11 with Jim B. This is like a $190 record. Jim B has it for $11. It's a final call. And now over here is Billy Joel. And I didn't hear back from anybody else, so it is a final call to Joe Salamo for $37. Nobody else bid again. I'm about to sell it. And now Garbage is at 12 of Greg Herman. Now Patrick Fu has it for 13. Patrick Fu has Garbage for $13. Twisted Sister was an anniversary edition of one of their albums. All right, here's Everclear, $56.99. I was listening to a lot. As far as vinyl, I spun just a lot of my classics that I always listen to. I listened to Joe Cocker. I listened to a Jethro Tull album, Stand Up, some stuff that was in a flip video before I sell it. And then far as ordering new vinyl, I listened to Paradise Lost. I listened to Paradise Lost, like 2 whole albums. And I listened to some other 90s stuff. What was the other thing? Oh, I listened to Jim Sullivan again. But yeah, I was all over the place. Okay, so we got Everclear. That's $56.99. Here is Celtic Frost. This is Vanity Nemesis, $44.99 on that. $44.99. Garbage is now at $15. The Offspring is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. That's sold to you. Conspiracy of One, $33.99 on that. Also, we have Fate's Warning, live at the Dynamo. That's on red vinyl, $38.99 for Fate's Warning. And we have Star Wars Lo-Fi. This is $33.99. Billy Joel is a Japanese pressing of Glass Houses. Insert, complete, Obi, and the high bid on Billy Joel is Joe Salabo for $37. I was waiting to hear back from Rob K. and Bill Samus, but the hammer's up, and I am about to sell it. Now Garbage is at $15. Now Garbage is at $16. I still got Star Wars Lo-Fi for $33. Dolly Parton, Pure and Simple. A Vinyl Me Please, numbered, galaxy colored vinyl for $34.99. And over here, and this is Kiss, the Peter Criss 2014 remaster, $36.99 on Peter Criss, and Third Eye Blind, a collection. That's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Third Eye Blind. Sepultura, Chaos AD. Sepultura is $46.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. And Anthrax, Worship Music. Anthrax is $29.99. I still got a copy of that. And the Gene Simmons solo album for $36. Alanis Morissette is $33. Jagged Little Pill. Soundgarden, live in Boston, 1990 is $29.99. Papa Roach and Fest is $33. And the Beastie Boys, live in Kawasaki, Japan, that's $29.99. Susie and the Banshees, The Rapture, a 2 LP blue vinyl, $64.99. Nirvana's Nevermind is $36.99. Portishead is $39. Mastodon's $44. Emperor of Sand. Stone Temple Pilots is $33.99. White Zombie's $38.99. The Titanic soundtrack is $46. And more White Zombie, that one's $38. Stephen Parton wants Soundgarden. That was live in Boston. He always also wants Nirvana's Nevermind. That is also sold to him. And now Billy Joe, I feel like it's been up for a half hour. Very strange, I lost a couple people, but this is sold to Joe Salamo for $37. That is sold to Joe Salamo for $37. And guess what? They are still bidding on Garbage. Garbage is now at $18 with Blaine Zapnick. Garbage is now at $18 with Blaine Zapnick, okay? That is the high bid. And then over here, he put stop, but he meant STP. That's sold to Blaine Zapnick. And then I have Blind Melon self-titled for $38.99. Frank Sinatra collected for $49. And Bill Withers' greatest hits, MoFi, that's $44.99. Our next Japanese auction is going to be Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes. And Rainbow's a Japanese pressing with Obi. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It is going to go up for a $35 start. There's Obi, $35 start. Beastie Boys, $29.99 is sold to Todd Saw. That don't have a sticker on it. Please make sure that goes in for $29.99. That's sold to Todd Saw. We have Obituary, Slowly We Rot for $38. And then in the MoFi, we have Foreigner Head Games for $44, Foreigner Double Vision for $44, and Foreigner Self-Titled for $44. And those are all new MoFi pressings there. Yes, let's get back to the picture disc. I almost forgot about them. So our next auction is the Care Bears picture disc. I'm going to grade this as poor. Let's call it poor condition. The Care Bears picture disc, introducing the Care Bears. There's side one, $5 start, display piece. And then over here, let's add a fourth auction, and we're going to put up this one here, the Space Shuttle. How cool is that? Space Shuttle picture disc. That's also going to go up for, we'll call it NASA, whatever. $5 start on that one. There's two picture discs there. Those are now up for bid. Now up for bid, okay? So the last thing, Peter Criss is vinyl. Peter Criss and Gene Simmons are both vinyl. Rainbow 35, Rainbow 40, Garbage 20. Okay, so I think I pulled everything in here that sold. We still got Foreigner. We still got Obituary, Bill Withers, Frank Sinatra, Blind Melon, White Zombie, Titanic, White Zombie, Mastodon, Portishead, Susan the Banshees, Papa Roach, Alanis Morissette, Gene Simmons, Anthrax, Sepultura, Third Eye Blind, Peter Criss, Dolly, Star Wars, Fate's Warning. How about Offspring? How about Celtic Frost? How about Everclear? And if you saw or just heard something, you're like, whoa, 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 Chad, did you just say you have Foreigner's self-titled album as a Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab pressing? I'm going to be like, yes, I do. And then somebody's going to be like, holy moly, go ahead and give me every one you have. And I'm going to be like, okay, I will sell you every Foreigner MoFi pressing I have, which will be 3, and then I'll put you on a waiting list for 10 more extra backup copies. Because you know you want to listen to Feels Like the Very First Time. White Zombie, we have Devil Music Volume 1, La Sexta Risto, and we also have Astro Creep 2000. They're both $38.99. Here are the Space Shuttle picture disc. It doesn't look too bad. It's like, I mean, it don't have many marks on it, but there's that and there's that. Okay, so those are now available. Those are now up for auction, and Rainbow's at 40, and now Garbage is at 21. Care Bears 5, Care Bears 7, NASA 5, and then White Zombies are $38.99. White Zombies are $38.99. I got Astro Creep 2000 and Devil Music Volume 1, okay? So we have, this is a new week, $8 shipping restarted tonight. Actually, last night, yes. No combining invoices. If you buy something tonight, it starts a new $8 shipping. We have Soundgarden live from the Artist Den. Soundgarden is $59.99. That's a 4 LP box on splatter vinyl. Over here, we have U2's No Line on the Horizon. U2 is $29.99. Okay, and then we have Motown Collected. This is a 2 LP. Motown Collected, that's a 2 LP compilation, $49.99. The Soundgarden box is sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen Parton. That is sold to you. And then over here, we have Now That's What I Call Outlaw Country. That's a 2LP. That is on burgundy colored vinyl. That is $29.99. Now that's what I call outlaw country. And then over here we got Sarah Evans. And Sarah Evans is the first ever vinyl release of her 2003 album. That is $34.99 for Sarah Evans. And then Machiavelli, the Don Illuminati. That is Tupac, and that is $34.99. Also, we have The Cure Live, Aching Silence. That's Worcester, Belgium. 2LP yellow vinyl, $44.99. So here's a quick update. Garbage, the sealed 10-inch release, is at $23 with Blaine Zapnick. Rainbow was a final call for $40, and that was with Mark Overton about 3 minutes ago, and he has it for $40. He still has it for $40, and now I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Mark Overton for $40. Thank you, Mark. That is so due, and that is gone, everybody. See you later. Now we're down to 2 picture discs and some garbage. And the NASA Space Shuttle picture disc, the most recent high bid on this was $8 with Von Gillespie, Patty Anderson Williams, but $8. It actually don't look too bad. It may grade out to be VG or something, maybe VG plus. Over here is introducing the Care Bears. Now, it has quite a bit of visual marks, but it still displays really well, which I have a feeling that's what most of y'all are going to do with this. And the last bid was Susie Breedlove at $17. And now we're moving garbage to a final call. I have Blaine at $23. Moving on in here, Norman Greenbaum's going up to The Spirit in the Sky, a new all-analog remaster of this from Kraft, and that is sold to Clifford Umstead. I now have 3 copies left of Norman Greenbaum. I also have 2 copies left of Soulfly. That is Soulfly self-titled for $38.99. That's a Gatefold 2LP. I still got one Modest Mouse, but now that's been claimed by Sean Fairweather. Modest Mouse, The Moon and Antarctica. That is sold to him for $38.99. That's a Gatefold 2LP. NASA 10, NASA 10. NASA's still getting bids. We got Front 242. Front by Front, that's $29.99. And then Gene Loves Jezebel. Gene Loves Jezebel is called Heavenly Bodies. It's on purple splatter, $33.99 on that. Godflesh, this is also sold to Sean Fairweather. And let's put him on a waiting list for that Bill Evans Undercurrent. Bill Evans Undercurrent. Yeah, if it's turned like that, they're keyed in. Godflesh is sold to Sean, and let's put him on a waiting list for the Bill Evans MoFi. The Care Bears has a new bid for $20. Susie, we're not done on that. NASA has a new bid for $11. We're not done on that, but it looks like we are done on garbage. Blaine Zapnick gets that for $23. Next, I've got Skinny Puppy Rabies for $29.99, and Getz and Gilberto, the girl from Ipanema, that is $26.99, 180 gram gatefold jacket, very cool record. Cabaret Voltaire. Cabaret Voltaire is The Covenant, the Sword, and the Arm of the Lord. That's on white vinyl for $39.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It would not be a Japanese night unless we had some Asia. So let's do their album here, Alpha, and let's go ahead and have some fun with this one. Just a $1 start on Asia. The vinyl is very nice. Looks like, yeah, very nice vinyl. I'm going to make sure we have a note to clean that one. Sometimes around the edges, sometimes it might need a wipe down where everything else looks fine, just FYI. And then there is the insert, and then here is the shrink, the hype, and the Obi. Asia's now up for bid, and we already have a bid for $5. I got one all-analog David Bowie left for $33.99. Ziggy played guitar. Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. Fall Out Boy's $33. Kiss is $33. Peter Gabriel's $34. Shel Silverstein, this last copy was sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny. That's sold to you. Purple vinyl, Shel Silverstein. Thank you on that. Clan of Zymox is $36. Testament is $29. Would you believe Billy Nichols is $33.99? And we have Motley Crue for $33.99. So the Care Bears is sold to Susie Breedlove for $21. Let's put that right here in the crate. Let's make sure that goes in a sleeve and board and bag. Actually, I might can go ahead and do that right now. I think I have some extra boards and bags over here. Asia's at $10 with Chad Davis. Tony Kepler said he will take Bowie. And now NASA, it looks like Michael has it for $15, and that might be the final call, Michael Rudolph, on the NASA picture disc. I'll see what I have left over here I'll see what I have left over here in the picture disc department. Plus, the reason I started doing these, John brought me even more. I'm going to show these in just a second. They're really old ones. I do have more magazines. Yeah, I've got a few more miscellaneous type stuff like that to sell. And can you believe it took us just 2 nights and we sold 2 entire tubs of magazines. Poof, they're gone. Tony Kepler on David Bowie, that sold to Tony Kepler. And now the NASA picture disc is sold to Michael Rudolph. And April, do you have anything to say? She said no. Okay, good. And now over here is this and that and this and that. If anybody else here wants to come up and take over the mic for a second, it's all up to you. Paul, Laura, open mic invitation tonight. Anybody want to work out their new comedy bits? That's sold and sold. Asia's at $10 with Chad Davis. We need to get this up to about 30. Okay, let's try our best. Chad has it for 10. And then here is Motley Crue. It's Too Fast for Love, a remaster, $33.99. And speaking of, I think I got some really good magazines over here to try. Yeah, speaking of Motley Crue, first, let me see what else is in the stack. Oh, let's go ahead and do this one. I forgot about these. Here is this one right here. Hit Parader 1986 Metallica. Look at that. Hit Parader 1986 with Metallica on the cover. Cliff Burton cover, 1986, Ozzy, Judas Priest mentioned, David Lee Roth, Dio, Van Halen. That is going to go up for a $10 start, okay? That is Hit Parader magazine, $10 start on that. Now, a lot of people are saying hi, April, but I'm not going to let her know. And then Craig says always drama with April. And then Asia's at 15, Asia at 15. Everything they're saying is true. Okay, anybody else on anything in here? We got Motley Crue, Billy Nichols, Testament, Clan of Zymox, Peter Gabriel, Kiss, Fall Out Boy, Cabaret Voltaire, Getz, Gilberto, Skinny Puppy, Gene Loves Jezebel. We got Soulfly, Norman Greenbaum, The Cure, Machiavelli, Sarah Evans, Outlaw Country, Motown, U2. There's that and there's that. John just got home before we saw it and made an incredible show. I know. It's kind of like when I see a great concert, you know you've seen a great concert when after it's over, you start looking at where they're playing next. And you're like, okay, where can I go see them next? And, of course, they played really close to me again in Atlanta. I didn't go to that. And then I didn't go to AC/DC about a month ago. And so I'm highly considering looking at some of these other tour dates they have left, which there's not many. There's just Denver and California, and then they go overseas. I'm like, that'd be pretty cool, seeing Metallica like in London or something, but I don't see that in my future. You never know about me, though. I've been known to do some crazy stuff. And then Asia's at $18, and the Metallica magazine is a $10 start, going once, going twice over there. Going once, going twice over there. All right. I think from what's told me, their production is just so, the sound. Every time I've been going to these bigger and bigger concerts, they just get better and better sounding. These bands, especially Metallica, it's just like it's so crisp and clean. I don't know what they're running everything through. I'd like a behind the scenes tour of all the mixers and the speakers and what all with the ampage and all the stuff that's being blasted through to be that clean and that loud. It's just incredible. There's no telling what they're using to produce that kind of sound quality back in a stadium that loud. It's amazing. All righty. With that being said, I'm trying to find the flip crate. Where are you, flip crate? Because there's only a few left. And what's amazing, everybody, is we've been able to pretty much obliterate everything in these flip crates because I've made some more flip crates with the leftovers, and all those are gone too. So what have I done with it? Is it right here? Let's see. I'm going to have to move this. Let me move this out of the way. I'm just going to stack. Yeah, I'm going to have to move this. Give me 1 second. I'm essentially trapped right now. All right, let me take this off and this off. Is that the check condition stuff? Probably. Yeah, we're going to start going through some new stuff sooner than later, just FYI. All right, let me move all this. Push this right up in here. I spent most of the night trying just to clear off this table and go through stuff. And one little section, a shelf or a table, will take you a couple hours to go through. If you pick up everything, if you have a table full of records and miscellaneous stuff and you're like, okay, let's go through this table. You start picking up everything and tagging it and sorting it. 2 or 3 hours go by. And you're like, holy moly. All right, so first thing we have is Pink Floyd metal, nice. And then right here, largest stadium in Paris. Wow, that'd be a cool show, wouldn't it? All right, here we go. And Metallica, speaking of them, this magazine can be bought for a $10 buy it now. Asia is at $18 with Mike Bartlett, and that's going for a final call now. He outbid Blaine Zapnick. Blaine says he's out. So 18 on Asia, that's a final call. They usually won't be that cheap, but they are right now. Final call on that. And let's see what else we had over here for picture disc. We have a National Lampoon's picture disc. Let's run this one by itself. If you don't buy this record, we'll kill this dog. That is going to go up. National Lampoon's NL. That's a $5 start, just FYI. And then let's see what else I have left over here. I've got this. I've got Disney. We might sell that one by itself. Those are always popular. And then I don't have many more to run individually. That's probably it. The rest of these I'll just sell in one big lot. And then over here is this and this. And this is, it looks like a Disney Christmas. Yeah, it looks like a Disney Christmas picture disc. $5 start on that. Asia's now at 20. Melissa Bailey got the Metallica magazine. Thank you on that. And now all of a sudden we have 3 auctions. I'm about to add the 4th. Here's everything that sold in the flip video. Everything here you see me pulling out. What I did was everything that didn't sell the last 2 weeks, the video from Sunday morning and the video from Monday morning, is everything that didn't sell the last 2 weeks we've done the flip crates. I reduced them even further, all to just $6.99 and $9.99. And so everything you see me pulling out here sold for either $6.99 or $9.99. And now here's all that's left right there. And let me see if I can find maybe the leftovers in the other crate too. All right, now Disney has a bid for 10. National Lampoon's has a bid for 10 as well, right, Michael? I think he's also bid 10 on that. And so let's go through these. There's only 2 price points, $6.99 and $9.99. I wonder where the leftover stuff from Sunday's crate is. I wonder if Tanner's moved that somewhere. I'm not really for sure. I have no idea. We'll just show these right now. The other ones might pop up later. They're probably laying around here somewhere. But let's go through these. So there's only a few in the back that's $9.99. And the first was Steely Dan's Countdown to Ecstasy. If we go ahead and clear these out, that means essentially about, let's see, 14, 16, 18 flip crates have probably completely all sold out just from the videos in the group. So Steely Dan is $9.99. These are all price reductions, and so is Percy Mayfield. Sings Percy Mayfield. I think this is, I thought that was a great buy. Originally a sticker price. I think I've seen it reduced 2 or 3 times now. Now it's just $9.99. Percy Mayfield, beautiful copy of a promo stamp. The last bid that came in on Asia was Mike Bartlett at $21, which means that somebody got outbid. That means that Chad Davis got outbid, and then the Disney picture disc got bids for 10, and then 20, then 21, and National Lampoon's has 1 bid for 10. So this has a bid for 30 with Susie, the National Lampoon's 10, and the Asia is now at $21. Condition on this, it is playable. I'm kind of running my hand over it. I don't feel many feelable marks. It's a playable picture disc. Some of these have really bad gashes. I would grade that VG. It's playable. It's playable if you plan on playing it. And then the National Lampoon's. This is, of course, like a comedy record. It's also playable too. It's VG. Just buyer beware on these. We really hadn't graded them. John accumulates these. There's a nail that hangs out of the wall back there, and just when we run across them, a lot of original owner collections we get, you'll find picture discs just loose where kids handled them. They lost the sleeves. They would throw them around on the floor. They got slipped in another jacket, and that's how we find them. So we accumulate them, and here's this so far, this accumulation. Now, here's what's left for $6.99. Elton John's Breaking Hearts. We also have James Taylor's Greatest Hits. That's a great buy. VG Plus condition, $6.99 on James Taylor. Also, we had Sinatra. This is Sinatra. That is $6.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary, Late Again. That's $6.99. And Waylon Jennings, an early one here on RCA, orange label. That's just $6.99. And then Rick Derringer's Guitars and Women. That is $6.99. So that's all that's left from that flip video. And essentially, unless I can find that other crate, that's all that I have left except for the high-end stuff the last couple weeks. That's amazing. So thanks everybody on that. Let's go ahead and put up another magazine. This one's really cool here. Hit Parader 1987. Vince Neil on the cover, Motley Crue. Very nice condition. The centerfold is Poison. There they are. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. So the first claim out of here was William Howe on James Taylor. Make sure that goes in for $6.99. Thank you, William Howe. That's so due. And actually, my crate's pretty full. Let me put that back and let's just start a new crate because that one's already filled up from the flip video. So once again, thanks everybody on that. Here's tonight's agenda. I think there is a few crates of new vinyl priced and ready to go. We have new arrivals. We have CDs to show later tonight. I've got a few miscellaneous magazines and other things to show. I actually have a small little stack here of CDs that I call I Can't Believe These Didn't Sell. And these I'm calling I Can't Believe These Didn't Sell are going to go up for $6.99. I'm going to show those in 1 second. First, let me go ahead and tag this stuff here that sold. And back to what I was saying. Thank you, Jack. And William Howe got James Taylor for $6.99. Mary Miles was second. And then Michael Rudolph got Peter, Paul, and Mary for $6.99. Dan Moran was third on James Taylor. Dennis Sides got Steely Dan for $9.99. Lampoon, 15. Dennis Sides also got Waylon for $6.99. Chad Davis, second. Hit Parader has a bid for $10. And Any Circus magazines. Of course, we sold dozens last week. I had a lot. Yeah, we sold a bunch of them last week. I don't know if you were watching, John, but we've went through almost an entire magazine collection. I hope we're done on Asia. Whoever the last bidder is going to get it. At this point, we've went back and forth, but Mike Bartlett had it for $21, and I think that's who I'm going to sell it to. Mike Bartlett, that's sold to you for $21. Thank you, Mike. That is gone and that is sold. That's been up for a while. Started at $1. We ended it at $21. I'll take it. That's sold. Bill Samus got Rick Derringer for $6.99. And now the Disney picture disc. The last bid was Susie at $40. Final call. Hit Parader magazine has one bid for $10. That's a final call. And now it's at $11. And National Lampoons is at $15 with Michael Rudolph. And that means Ryan Eaton, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. There's only a few records left. Percy Mayfield, $9.99, Elton John, $6.99, and Frank Sinatra, $6.99. If anybody wants those, just let me know. If not, I'm going to put them over here in another crate, and you'll probably see them at another time because those are pretty good titles there. Sinatra, Elton John, Percy Mayfield. Or if anybody wants the last three for $15, I'll do that too. I'll say those last three for $15 if anybody wants to do that. First, I'll sell Michael Rudolph Sinatra for $6.99. And then we'll go ahead and sell Bill Samus Elton John for $6.99. Does anybody want Percy Mayfield for $6.99? He has been floating around since December. Look at that, December 24th. John marked that on Christmas Eve. He was here marking records. We've had him for 6 months now. It was originally $29.99. That's what I can't believe. It's originally $29.99. I've got it all the way down to $6.99. I think y'all know how we operate here. We mark a record what we think we can get for it. If it doesn't sell, we keep marking it down until it does sell. It could start at $50. It may end up in the dollar bin. But at some point, somebody's going to buy it. At some point, if we're taking time to price it. Denise said she'll take Percy for $6.99. There we go. Now, Hit Parader has bids for $11 and $12. National Lampoons is out. So let's sell that to Michael Rudolph for $15. Thank you, Michael Rudolph. Let's get that in a sleeve. But if y'all don't know by now, that's how we price records. We mark stuff what we think we can get for it. Whether it's Elton John, John Denver, or Percy Mayfield, or whatever else we just sell. And then I'll look at the date, how long it's been out on the floor. I keep marking it down if it don't sell originally until it does sell. It could have been marked originally $50, what we thought maybe we could get for it, and then we mark it down till it sells. Unfortunately, this isn't a record museum. I wish I did have that. I could just have walls and shelves and charge people to come in here and just look at them. But I'm here to sell them. Hit Paraders at 13. Stacy, you're out. And now let's go ahead and sell this right here. And this is sold, and this is sold to Susie Breedlove for $40. Thank you, Susie, on that. That is sold for $40. And now let's also get that in a sleeve. We've done very well so far tonight with these picture discs. And I think, wait, I have more. No, we're going to sell these last 2 or 3 here in just one big lot. And just go ahead. And then I've got these older ones, which I think are 78 RPMs. I think these are 78 RPMs that are coming up. So here's this and here's this. Hit Paraders at $15. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and run through something. I think I'm going to go ahead and put up right now a new arrivals bin of check condition stuff. Sticker price. We got new arrivals tonight from John. I think I've got over here several, including check condition. And then we're going to go through the night's new vinyl, etc., etc. So let's go through this crate. And I think you're all going to like what you see in here. These are usually great titles at great prices. Let me take a peek at them right quick. See what's coming up in here. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, okay. That looks good. Okay, yes, yes. Nice, okay. Looks good. Yes, let's keep going through these. Yep. Yes, okay. Good to go. Yep, let's go through this one. All right, so let's go through these ones. Let's go through these ones. And now the Hit Parader magazine's at $18. And then over here, we have, where are the really old ones? I'm about to show you those as soon as we sell this lot. Here's this lot here. So let's sell the rest of these together. I think it's the Brothers Johnson. Yeah, that's the Brothers Johnson. I've got 2 Brothers Johnson. I've got good old Liberace there. There's Liberace. And then we've got Conway Twitty. And then unfortunately, we got a damaged meatloaf. Someone's took a chunk out of the meatloaf already, and it looks like it was glued to a wall or something. So that is definitely unplayable. Conway Twitty is pretty beat up. Liberace, it's probably better than most. And then the Brothers Johnsons didn't look too bad. So there's that and there's that. Do you have a Motley Crue Shout at the Devil in stock? I do not. But I think I just ordered some Dr. Feelgoods. And those should be here tomorrow or the next day. All right, so Hit Parader is sold to Stacy for $18. Thank you, Stacy. That's sold to you. Let's go ahead and put up another magazine. And I think Stacy's going to like these. But first, I've got Motley Crue coming up. But let's mix it around and let's do a striper one. And this is Hit Parader Striper, Heaven Can Wait. It also has a Poison centerfold. There's also an ad on the back. So on the back was Slayer, South of Heaven. And on the front was Striper. And in the center, there was a Poison centerfold, it looks like. There's Bon Jovi. There's Zakk Wylde, Aussie Speed King. Look at him. Zakk Wylde, Aussie Speed King. That's going to go up for a $10 start. All those picture discs, a $10 start. I don't guess I ever said, did I? So the last 4 picture discs, or 5, the last 5 picture discs, a $10 start on those. Okay, let's go through new arrival sticker price, and I'm going to start putting up other new auctions. We're off to a great start. David Bowie Space Oddity, original inner sleeve, orange label, VG Plus, $34.99. Basic Miles. Miles Davis is in EX condition, $24.99 for Miles Davis. Michael Rudolph has the picture disc at $10. There's Miles Davis. Also have Jimmy Reed at Carnegie Hall. Jimmy Reed is in VG Plus condition, $34.99 for Jimmy Reed at Carnegie Hall. And the Rolling Stones, Out of Our Heads, VG Blue London stereo label, $14.99. The picture disc have bids for $10 and $10. The Hit Parader magazine with Striper on the cover is a $10 start. Very quickly, here's a stack of, I think, really good CDs. And this is $6.99. We've got Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti. We've got The Police, Every Breath You Take. Neil Young, Harvest. These are all $6.99, including My Generation, The Very Best of The Who, and The Very Best of Enya. There's The Very Best of Enya. We also have a sealed Violent Films, Rock, Here's Hammerfall, Crimson Thunder, Blind Melon Soup, Blues Traveler 4, Blue Oyster Cult Mirrors, and Eric Clapton Unplugged. Those CDs are all $6.99. Now, Michael Rudolph, you have the picture disc at $10. You bid $10, Vaughn bid $10. You still have it. Unless Vaughn bid, I can't see it. And then over here is we have Hit Parader at $10, and Darren Chrisman wants the Who CD here for $6.99. Thank you on that to Darren Chrisman. Okay, next thing I have is Sticks, Pieces of 8. That's EX Edition, $17.99. David Smith wants the Sealed Violent Film CD. That's sold to him for $6.99. And then Carol on YouTube, I Can See You. And then Mary Miles put BT, and that's for Blues Traveler. That is sold to Mary Miles. Margaret was second. Mike Bartlett wants the Eric Clapton CD. Mary Miles also wants Neil Young. And if y'all can stay up late, these are the kind of CDs that I show one after another in about a 2-hour blitz, sometimes an hour, sometimes 2 hours. But that's the kind of CDs that were left behind. Those are the ones that were left behind. The Police, Extreme, Blue Oyster Cult, Blind Melon, Hammerfall, and the very best of Enya, Orinoco Flow. Those are all still available. First claim out of here was Samuel Kopich on Miles Davis. Darren Chrisman also wants the BOC Mirrors. That's sold to him for $6.99. Thank you on that. The Hit Parader magazine has bids for $10 and now $11. Now the picture discs are at $11, so I'm assuming that's why Michael Rudolph said out. So those 5 picture discs are at $11. Final call. Glenn Fry, the All-Nighter. VG Plus, $14.99. Lonnie Mack, the Wham, that Memphis Man. OG Lonnie Mack album here, always really cool. VG Plus, $39.99. And we have Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute. Doobie Brothers is VG Plus, $9.99. And Cruising People, Village. It was the state of the YMCA. EX, $12.99. The Beatles, second album. A Los Angeles pressing. It is VG Plus, $29.99. The Beatles, second album. You really got a hold on me. Please, Mr. Postman. Now, the Hit Parader's at 11. Stacy, you've been outbid. Final call on those picture discs. Next thing is the best of ZZ Top. EX Edition, $32.99. Great stuff in here so far. ZZ Top, Beatles, Village People, the Doobie Brothers is sold to Mary Miles. Still got Lonnie Mack, Glenn Fry, Styx, the Stones, Jimmy Reed, and David Bowie Space Oddity, one unclaimed. I can tell everybody's still waking up. Also, we have Foreigner Head Games, VG Condition, $9.99. Blaine Zapnick put BY, but he meant BT. And we're going to figure out what that is. And then Dennis Sides put Rogue Brothers. Now, I'm not for sure what either one of those claims means, but we'll keep going. Here's Marshall Tucker Band, A New Life. That is EX Edition, $12.99. And Alice Cooper, Pretties for You, a 1969 pressing, EX Edition, $74.99. That is on the OG first label, Alice Cooper, $74.99. Jeff Halsworth gets Foreigner Head Games. Blaine, you're going to have to let me know maybe exactly what you were after there for BT, unless that was for the Beatles. And then Dennis put Rogue Brothers. You'll have to let me know on that too, Dennis. Not for sure. Let's go ahead and sell these picture discs for $11 to Vaughn Gillespie. Vaughn, those are sold to you. Let's try to get those sleeved and boarded for him over here. Thank you, Vaughn. Those are sold to you, and I think they'll be fine just like this with a cardboard divider behind them. Blaine did want the Beatles. All right, so that's done. And Chad Davis wants Marshall Tucker Band, which I just got done showing. So those are gone. And now let's take a look at those older picture discs. But first, the Hit Parader's at 15. Blaine did want the Beatles. Chad Davis over here on Marshall Tucker. And now the next thing we have is Cosmos Factory CCR. That's in VG condition, $14.99. Roy Buchanan, when a guitar plays the blues, that is EX $17.99, Blues Traveler. Okay, he might be a few minutes behind then on the feed. So here are these other picture discs. John's put them all in sleeves. These are some of the oldest picture discs that were ever manufactured. Most of these are from the 40s, I believe. Vogue, the picture record. Yeah, some of these are pretty cool. I think a lot of them are maybe from the 40s era. George Gershon, Rhapsody in Blue, Part 1. So there's one. It's a lot of, female vocalists, stuff like that. This one's really colorful. This is Eric Mangiria and his orchestra, So It Goes. That's a really colorful one back here. The Minute Samba. Very cool. These are very some of the first picture discs that were manufactured. Here is another one, Desert Fantasy. Desert Fantasy, that's pretty cool. Sonny Dunham and his orchestra. Here's another one, Save Me a Dream, another one by Sonny Dunham. Over here we have two more, and this one is Eric Magria and his orchestra, and Vin Vim, another one, same artist, and this one looks pretty cool here. Look at that. Cuban Yodeling Man. Cuban Yodeling Man, a man, a moon, and a maid. So these are all going to be sold. We have 1, 2, 3 people's already asked how much are these. They're about to go up for auction. There's 5 of them. There's 5, and they're going to go up for a $20 start. Picture disc, $20 start. Next comment over here is Alice OG. This is an OG pressing of Alice Cooper's Pretty Few. It's on that original first label, straight. And that is EX condition, $74.99. Dennis Sides wants CCR. And now the Hit Parader magazine, Stacy's out. This is sold to Calvin Ward for $15. The picture disc already have a bid for $20. That's with Edwin Blom. And now there's that. There's that. Going once, going twice. Bid has been placed. Next thing I have over here is another Hit Parader magazine. And this is Motley Crue. And let's actually go ahead and take these last 3. I think they're all Motley Crue. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do the last 3 together. Hit Parader 85, Motley Crue, Rock Magazine, Motley Crue, and Hit Parader. That's a cool one there. Motley Crue with a Bon Jovi centerfold. So there is 3 Motley Crue Hit Parader magazines. Instead of putting them up for $10 a piece and then bringing somewhere between 15 and 20, let's just go ahead and put all 3 together and say Motley Crue Lot Magazine, $25 start. 3 there together, $25 start. Now, up at the top, we have Picture Disc 20, Picture Disc 25. We have Picture Disc 30, Picture Disc 26. Have you already covered George Strait, Straight Country? Roy Buchanan, If in Crate, that's sold to Jetstream. Picture Disc 31, Picture Disc 35, Picture Disc 36. Now, I think there was one more question. Have you sold NAS? We have not sold any advertised auctions yet. We have not put up a single one, I don't even think they're all up here yet. Laura's still working on some. None of the advertised stuff has been sold at all. That's going to get rolling in about 15 minutes. That's going to get rolling in just about 15 minutes, everybody, just FYI. Those hadn't even been put up yet. Chad Davis on Alice Cooper. We've been selling picture disc and Japanese pressings and magazines. We're still doing miscellaneous stuff that was just completely unadvertised. And now, next thing I have over here is Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits. That's EX edition, $12.99. The picture discs are now at $40. Styx, The Grand Illusion, Come Sail Away. Come Sail Away with Me. This is in VG condition, $9.99. And the Rolling Stones Some Girls, this is VG Plus, $24.99. Miss You. Beast of Burden, VG Plus, $24.99. Picture disc 40, picture disc 40, picture disc 41. And those 3 magazines has a bid for $25 with Stacy. And let's go ahead and see over here. The Alice Cooper was sold over here to, Jim Davis. This right here was sold to Jim Davis. You might have misheard, Chad. Jim Davis got the Alice Cooper. Jim Davis got the Alice Cooper. Jim Davis. Next is Boston, Don't Look Back. VG Plus, $19.99. David Bowie's Young Americans. VG Plus, $24.99. What are the picture discs? What are the magazines? What are the picture discs? We have Stephen Parton on the Rolling Stones Some Girls. Dennis Sides on Styx. Stephen Lawson was second. All right, so let's show the magazines first. This is a final call. It has at $25. We're selling 3 magazines together. Hit Parader, June 1985. Motley Crue, Rock Magazine, 1987. Motley Crue, Hit Parader, 1987. Motley Crue. All 3 of those are being sold together. It has one bid at $25. We're about to sell them. Here are some vintage, or I should almost say at this point, antique picture disc. It is a lot of 5. Most of these are from the 40s. Some of the first picture disc ever manufactured. It's a lot of, like, I'm not for sure. I don't know what genre to even put these in, but they're all picture discs from the 40s. There's a lot of 5 very cool, very awesome display pieces. The high bid on these right now is $49 with Edwin Blom. Now the magazines are at $26. We sold Rolling Stones. We sold Styx. Now Kelly Volodchek wants David Bowie. Now there's new bids on everything. And now here's Foghat Energized, and that's in EX edition, $12.99. Joan Jett, Bad Reputation. VG VG condition. Joan Jett, just $14.99. Now the picture discs are at $50. Now Motley Crue is at $30. And now we have what coming up next? The next thing I have coming up next is the following. I got a sealed copy of Hank Williams Jr.'s Montana Cafe. This is a sealed original pressing. No saw marks, no cut holes, no punch holes. Hank Williams Jr. sealed. $20 start on that. Next thing I have over here is Chad Davis on FH. Foghat sold. Jim Davis on HH. Jim Davis on HH. I bet he meant Foghat. No, he meant JJ for Joan Jett. And then Chad Davis second on Joan Jett. Picture disc 52. And now we have Danny next on Joan Jett. Hank Williams Jr. 20. Motley Crue, Rick Hall's out. These are sold to Stacy Brown for $30. Sealed Hank Williams Jr. No saw marks, no cut holes. $20. These picture discs play at a 78 RPM. These play at a 78 RPM. These were being manufactured and released before really 45s and were even being made. So yeah, these are 78 RPMs. These are being played at 78 RPM. Picture disc is at 56, now 57. Head east, flat as a pancake, never been any reason. VG $12.99. And Savoy Brown looking in. Savoy Brown is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Oh, man, look at all this stuff here. I was going to think about breaking some of this up, but I might wait or see what's going on and later with that. But here's a few more random tchotchkes here. And let's see what I can put up. I think these are random centerfolds. Okay, so here is a random centerfold that was loose that goes in possibly or went in a magazine at some point. There's a poster of Vince Neil, and then on the back is a poster of Kiss. So that's Gene and Paul there. So that was from a Hit Parader magazine. And then this is a Zigzag magazine, which inside a Quiet Right 22 full color poster. I think this folds out into a poster. So yeah. So this whole magazine is essentially a poster. It also features articles of Hall & Oates. So a Quiet Right poster and then a Motley Crue poster. So a centerfold poster from a magazine with Vince Neil and Kiss, a Zigzag magazine, Quiet Right, and then this Guitar World magazine. And these are all going to go up Motley Crue for a $10 start on those, okay? $10 start on those. Now, the last thing we had was the picture disc at 60, 61. Dennis Sides on Head East. And then over here we have Ray Charles, the second album. Ray Charles is VG Plus $14.99. Mike wants to put back the Eric Clapton Unplugged CD. If anybody wants that, it's $6.99. Eric Clapton Unplugged. Next is ZZ Top Fandango, VG $14.99. We got Fleetwood Mac, Heroes Are Hard to Find, VG Plus $14.99. Rick Springfield, Wait for Night. Rick Springfield is EX $12.99. And Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, Sugar and Spice, EX $27.99. The picture disc are at $61 with Edwin Blom. $61 is the high bid with Edwin Blom. He is the high bidder. These three magazines, a $10 start. Mary Miles said she'll take the Eric Clapton CD, so change that from Mike to Mary. And now the picture disc are at $63. And now this is a no bid. It's a $20 buy it now. A sealed original pressing of Hank Williams Jr.'s Montana Cafe. That's a pretty crazy price, since I think that's what we sell open copies for. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's a Japanese pressing of Michael Schenker Group, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Michael Schenker Group is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. It has the original on her sleeve. Michael Schenker Group is a $35 start. Tony put the letter H, and I'm assuming that means he's buying this for $20. So that's sold to him for $20. Stacy has these three magazines for $10, final call. Edwin has the picture disc at $63. Tony, you've been outbid. Michael Schenker's a $35 start. We have the Dillards, Back Porch Bluegrass. That's the same Dillards that was on the Andy Griffin show as the Darlings, I think. VG Plus $24.99. So now he's out. So the picture disc or a final call to Edwin Blom for $63. Next thing I have is the Sticks, the Grand Illusion. Here's another one, and this one includes the poster. It's in VG Plus condition, $19.99. George Samberez has Michael Schenker for $35, and Queen Live Killers. Queen is in VG Plus condition, $29.99 for Queen Live Killers, and Robin Trower Live, VG Plus $14.99, and we have Love In Charles Lloyd Quartet. Charles Lloyd is a 67 CTH pressing, VG condition $39.99. All right, so Stacy Brown, I am going to sell you these 3 magazines for $10. Thank you. And now all these picture discs here are sold. These are sold to Edwin Blom for $63. I'm going to slide these in the crate. I actually don't know the best way to do this. I don't know how they're going to tag these. They'll probably put them in something else. So there's that and there's that. Okay, now Michael Schenker has a new bid for $37. Next thing I have is the following. We got a Stray Guitar World magazine from that last lot. If anybody wants it for, we'll say $5. I guess this is Mick Mars from Motley Crue. Is that right? That is Guitar World, and that's going to go up for a $5 start on that one. $5 start on that one. Let me move my phone here. Thank you, Laura. April's needing to know prices on CDs. They're $6.99. She's probably not listening to me. Okay, and then over here we have Michael Schenker at $37. Dennis Sides on Queen, and Queen is sold to Dennis, and Kristen said, I don't know. And then Michael Schenker $40, and Melissa says she'll take this for $5, okay? There's that and there's that. And now Schenker's at $40. Let's get some new auctions, and it's actually great timing. Laura's delivering the list of the auctions right now. It's 6:56. So let's go ahead and put these up right now. And I'll start with one of the first $15 start auctions, which is going to be this right here. Grateful Dead from the Mars Hotel. Grateful Dead is a 1974 USOG Santa Maria embossed cover, VG condition, a $15 start on that one. Michael Schenker Group is called Michael Schenker Group. It's self-titled. High bid on that right now is $40. Let's see what else I have over here. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need this. I don't need this. Aha. So here is Bruce Springsteen, World Acoustic Tour, an original tour book from Bruce Springsteen, 1995 to 1996. Bruce is going to go up for a $15 start. Bruce is a $15 start. $15 start. Grateful Dead's at $15. We're going through new check condition stuff here, and let's keep the show rolling with Crush Groove soundtrack. That's cool. VG $12.99. Beastie Boys, Curtis Blow, the Fat Boys. That's pretty wild to see in there. Wow. 1958 Mono Elvis with the blue lettering, the OG for this record. VG Plus $34.99. Grateful Dead $15.15 now $20. Foreigner self-titled VG Plus $14.99. The Charles Lloyd right here, Donna, that was in VG condition. $39.99. The Charles Lloyd Quartet, VG $39.99. Crush Groove is sold to Donna. That is sold. I think we're done on Michael Schenker, right? Who was the other bidder? I hadn't heard back from Mark Overton. So George Samberez has it for $40. Final call. Now, if you're done bidding, make sure you say out. But if you want to keep bidding, don't say out, but keep bidding. But if you are done, just let me know and we could expedite and say poof, gone, sold, bing, bam, boom, and we'll move on to a different new auction. First thing is I am going to scan this book right here before I put it up for auction and figure out what I can price it for so I'm not too far up or down. And let me, how do you pull this up? There we go. Sometimes the Amazon app can be more complicated than I want it to be. Let me double check on that. Okay, good deal. So next thing I have over here is Bruce Springsteen 15, Donna second on Crush Groove, Chad Davis. Let's see over here. We have Chad Davis on Foreigner. That is sold to Chad Davis, and he's out on Michael Schenker. So Michael Schenker is sold to George Samberez for $40. $40. Michael Schenker is sold for $40, and that's sold to George Samberez. Thank you, George. That is sold to you. That is so due for $40. Sounds like some people have some new equipment on the way. I was actually looking at turntables last night. I got to renew our form with Audio Technica so I can get prices, but I can't order new Audio Technica stuff. Sounds like some people have some equipment on the way. George Samberez, Denise Ofdahl, everybody have some new audio equipment on the way. That sounds fun. And then over here is Bruce Springsteen. This is sold to 78 Trans Am for $15. And then over here we have Grateful Dead moving to a final call. This is at $20 with George Burleson, going twice, going 3 times. First is Elvis info. This is the OG pressing for this album. Elvis Golden Records went on to be a series of multiple different volumes, etc., etc. But right here, we got Elvis Golden Records. It's in this baby blue pink font. It's a 1958 mono in VG Plus condition. A great sounding record. VG Plus $34.99. The Charles Lloyd Quartet is called Love In, recorded live at the Fillmore. Very psychedelic cover, 1967. Of course, it was the summer of love. Everything looked like this. It's in VG condition, $39.99. The Grateful Dead is our last remaining auction. I'm about to add more, though. A 74 U.S. Santa Maria original with the embossed cover, VG condition, and the new high bid's $21, now $25. And now Tim Graham said sold on Elvis. George Samberez was second. Let's go ahead and add some more auctions. The next auctions I have, first from the Japanese bin, is Michael Schenker Group, and this one's called Assault Attack. Michael Schenker Group is going to go up for a $35 start. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Beautiful. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. It also comes with a Michael Schenker poster calendar. Part of an original item that came with it. How cool is that? 1983, the year of the assault attack. There's that. There's the cover. There's the obi. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. Grateful Dead still getting bids. There's that. There's that. The next single I have over here, or I should say 10-inch, is from St. Vincent. Who is this? Sparrow? St. Vincent, I believe. Yeah. St. Vincent. This is sealed. It's a 10-inch. It's 2 songs, Pita and Sparrow. It's got a die cut embossed cover, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Next, we're going through a great new arrival bin, check condition stuff. First press, third version, VG Plus, $34.99. I don't know if y'all realize this, but the first Jefferson Airplane album has several different variations. This is VG Plus. It is a 1967 first press, third version. Whichever that means, $34.99. I hadn't looked up one of those in a long time. Here is Procol Harum. Looks like some kind of vintage reissue of a wider shade of pale. That's VG Plus $29.99. MSG has a bid for $40. And then over here is Grateful Dead. It's at $25 with George Burleson. Over here is Genesis Foxtrot. Somebody had to do some math right quick. They had to subtract 39 from 207, and they figured it would be a good thing to use their Genesis record for. That's in VG condition, $9.99. Could y'all imagine sitting down and doing math on a Genesis record nowadays? I would be like, excuse me, sir or ma'am, is there a reason you don't have a scrap piece of paper and you got to write all over your Genesis record? What is going on? Our next auction is going to be this Rush book. This is called Rush, album by Martin Popoff. It's from the same collection we got all the magazines. And yes, I already have this. I bought it new from distribution. This is yet a Rush. It's a great book. It's called Album by Album. One of those is very well done books, Martin Popoff. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. Grateful Dead is an OG record. Grateful Dead from the Mars Hotel. This is a 74 USOG VG, and it's been a final call. Hammers up. It is with George Burleson at $25. Final call St. Vincent. Michael Schenker has one bid for $40. Savoy Brown, Hellbound Train. Savoy Brown is in VG condition, $9.99. How Hard It Is, Big Brother and the Holding Company. That's VG Plus $14.99. The Beach Boys, Summer Days. That's in VG condition, $9.99. There they are. Somebody wrote ski on the cover. That's VG for $9.99. Rush has bids for $15. Rush has bids for $15. Rush has bids for $15. And then over here is the Righteous Brothers' greatest hits, Unchained Melody, You've Lost, That Love and Feeling, EX $9.99 on the Righteous Brothers. Asia self-titled, VG plus $14.99. Foghat Night Shift was VG plus $9.99. And ZZ Top Afterburner was VG $12.99. VG $12.99. St. Vincent is a no bid. It's a buy it now for $10. She's a buy it now for $10. Dennis on SB. And SB was for Savoy Brown. Then Von Gillespie was next. Then Stephen Parton on the Righteous Brothers. Rush still has three $15 bids. Rob bid first, Mike Pierce, and Dennis Daly. You tied him. Nobody else bid on Grateful Dead, so let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead. And the Grateful Dead is sold to George Burleson for $25. Nobody else bid on Michael Schenker Group, so that's sold to Mark Overton for $40. Thank you, Mark. That is sold to you. Appreciate that. All right, so Rush still got a three-way tie. We'll see who's going to break that. Over here is ZZ Top, sold to Todd Saw. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. And unless you were watching last night, which I hope you were, when Paul went through some CDs, and I guess it's mostly CDs last night. It looked like he did sell a record or two. Somebody bought a Kiss album from over here. Somebody finally bought the end cap. It even worked for Paul. Let's move some stuff around. Let me move something new over there. Let's put this over there. See if we can get a live. Surely somebody needs that. As big a demand there is for live albums, as in the band live, I can't believe we still have that. $34.99. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions, though. So Grateful Dead is gone. See you later. How about we go ahead and put this up right here? David Allan Coe's Greatest Hits. And this is a 78 Terre Haute OG. It does have a little bit of cover wear and some writing right here, but that is an OG David Allan Coe's Greatest Hits, a $15 start. Now Rush has a new bid for $16 with Mike Pierce. So that's it. I haven't heard back from Dennis Daly yet, and now the first bidder at $15, you're also out. And then Best of ZZ, that was EX $32.99. Next thing I have here is David Bowie's Space Oddity, Ground Control to Major Tom. It has the original insert, the original inner sleeve, the original label, VG plus $34.99. Blaine Zatnick on live, that's sold to Blaine Zatnick. We have David Allan Coe 15, David Allan Coe 15, and Rush 17. Head cap. The head cap, Fool's Paradise, is right here. This is on white vinyl. It's a 2011 pressing. That does have Lemmy Kilmister on it. Lemmy Kilmeister. That is $49.99. Rush and David Allan Coe's get new bids. And now Kelly Vlodarchek on David Bowie. Ground Control to Major Tom. We did sell a live mental jewelry, so let's put another one over there. Blaine got that one. How about we do this one right there? There's that one. Chad, can we put up 69 eyes soon? Let me find that. Let me see the details on that, and then I'll make a decision if I want to do that one right now. I'll go ahead and do it right now. A 2019 German original, limited edition, numbered. It is numbered right here, 478 of 500. It is numbered 69 eyes, West End, a 2019 German original, a $35 start on that one. Now David Allan Coe 20, now David Allan Coe 25. And then this is a Rush book. It's called Album by Album. Very nice. Rush is a book, yes. Very, very nice. Detailed pictures, information, etc., etc., etc. And the last bid that came in on this was Rush, and that was 17 with Rob Shaw. 17 with Rob Shaw. David Allan Coe 25, now 26. 69 eyes is a $35 start. Here we go. First, Jimmy Reed at Carnegie Hall. This is VG Plus $34.99. VG Plus $34.99. VJ Stereophonic Gatefold 2 LP. 69 eyes has a bid for $40. And then Todd Saw maybe wanted that ZZ Top. He does. When I get to it, it'll be sold to you, okay? It's coming up in just a second. But there's Jimmy Reed. And then next is Out of Our Heads, the Rolling Stones. That's in VG condition, $14.99. Sticks, Pieces of 8. EX $17.99. This has Renegade on it and Blue Collar Man. Radio Hit Classics. EX $17.99. It's a gatefold and it has the original lyric insert. There's the Stones. There's Jimmy Reed. And then here's Glenn Frey, the all-nighter. Glenn Frey from the Eagles. VG Plus $14.99. We've got Lonnie Mack. He owns one of those original Flying V guitars. He was known for that. Great guitarist. VG Plus $39.99. Patrick Fu first on the Rolling Stone. 69 eyes are now at 45, now 50. The Rush book looks like it's going to sell for a new bid. Never mind. Stacy has the Rush book at $20. And now we have the Cruising. We have Cruising People. How about Cruising by the Village People? They could be cruising people. They look like they're on automobiles there, the bulldozer, the motorcycles. That is EX 1299, State of the YMCA. There's Best of ZZ Top. That is sold to Todd Saw. New been on the Rush book at 21, now 22. Cat Stevens Greatest Hits, EX 1299, Peace Train. I'm then bound to ride on the peace train. That is Paul's specialty. He's going to come up here and sing that for us, actually. Next auction I have going up right now is this single. What do I have here? I don't know. I got a Bob Dylan single. Let me see what I have here. I think it is something new here. We still got this whole box of new singles, indie singles, stuff like that I'm working on selling off tonight. We're going to start trying to keep those going one or two at a time. Here is Bob Dylan. We have Bob. We have Dylan. What is this actually going on here? Mark Robinson. Dylan. Most likely you can go your way and I'll go mine. Reversion. Mark Robinson. Dylan. I don't know really what's written and performed by Bob Dylan. Okay. So, Mark Ronson, I'm not really for sure, but it's a $5 start. Now, Rush is at, let's see here. So, we sold the Rolling Stones. We have 69 Eyes at 55, Rush 21, Rush 22, and then Rush 25, and then 69 Eyes 51, now 60. The David Allen Co., the last bid that came in on David Allen Co. was Chad Davis at $26. $26, which is an OG Greatest Hits VG condition. Next, I have Boston, Don't Look Back. That's in VG Plus condition, $19.99. Savoy Brown, Looking In, always a cool cover there. Savoy Brown, VG Plus, $14.99. Savoy Brown, Ray Charles, the second album. It says VG Plus, $14.99. I don't know if that's actually truly a second album, but that is a young picture. It's on a bizarre kind of offbeat label there, Palace. VG Plus $14.99. The Rush book's now at 25 with Stacy. It's in like new condition. Stacy has it for 25. And now we have ZZ Top Fandango. It's in VG condition, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac was VG Plus $14.99. Also, we have Rick Springfield, Wait for Night. EX $12.99 on Rick Springfield. Sugar and Spice, Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, that's EX $27.99. The Dillards, like I said, I think they were on the Andy Griffin Show as the Darlings. Back Porch Bluegrass, a bluegrass band on that original Electra label, VG Plus $24.99. And Styx, the Grand Illusion, that does have the poster with it, VG Plus $19.99. Chad's going to take a drink of Monster right quick. All right. Now, David Allen Co. Now, Todd went out, so it looks like that's a final call for 26. Let's make this Dylan single a buy it now for $5. Also, we have Robin Trower Live. This is VG Plus $14.99. Also, the Charles Lloyd Quartet. VG $39.99. Jefferson Airplane, VG Plus $34.99. That is a 67 press. Procol Harum, a wider shade of pale, VG Plus $29.99. Tony Clem wants both sticks. He's going to get that sticks, and he's going to get this stick. Sticks and sticks. That's what we call double sticks, and that's so to Tony Clem. Stacy, you do get the Rush book for $25. Thank you, Stacy, on that. 69 Eyes is now at $80. We got Genesis Foxtrot, VG $9.99. We got Big Brother, VG Plus $14.99. The Beach Boys was VG $9.99. Asia, there it is, a U.S. edition, $14.99. And Foghat, VG Plus $9.99. Now, we've went through that crate in detail. We went through that crate thoroughly 2 times back to back there. So that was the second read through. And now we have David Allen Co. sold to Chad Davis for $26. Jefferson Airplane was a 67 first press, 3rd edition, VG Plus $34.99. Our next auction is going to go up from the Japanese bin, and it's a Beatles Japanese pressing. This is a collection of Beatles oldies. It is a great compilation. It is a $35 starting bid. This one may need a light cleaning. It has a few smudges on the vinyl. Just FYI, we can take care of that for you if I remind it when I sell it. There's the Beatles. It's going to go up for a $35 start. What is the live album? The end cap strikes again. Live is Mental Jewelry. New and sealed. There's only 2 live albums in print. This one and Throwing Copper. That's the only 2 in print. And there's Mental Jewelry, $34.99. Dennis wants Foghat. That's so to you. Does Big Brother have Janis Joplin? No. Yes. I don't know if she's on this one or not. Let's see. That looks like could be her silhouette there, but I don't know if she's on this one or not. We're at 71. Well, yeah, I think she passed away by then. Yeah, I think that might be the first one. It's kind of like the Doors album. The Doors put out Other Voices, and I think Big Brother put out that one. They both tried to put out albums after Janis Joplin died and then after Jim Morrison died. Or actually, she put out a solo album, technically. She put out that Pearl album about the time she died, or they put it out right after she died, that Janis Joplin Pearl album. I think she technically left Big Brother. She put out Pearl, and then she died, and then they put out this album without her. So, yeah, she's not on that album. I think that's how that worked. And then the Doors put out that album, Other Voices, in 71 when Jim Morrison died, too. So, a couple of those bands tried to put out music after, you know, their lead singer died, and I just don't think they were commercially too successful. So, yeah. But I think technically she left Big Brother and the Holding Company, and she put out that solo album called Pearl. If you ever see that album, Pearl, I think they actually put that out on the shelf right after she died. She was working on that album, or maybe it was out right when she died. Maybe somebody can confirm that for him, but I think that's how all that went down. The Beatles is a final call for 35. Yes, and Big Brother's still alive, or still, they are. They still tour. That one guy, Dale, Pittsburgh Collection, he met them a lot. But yeah, they still play, obviously, without Janis, so they still tour. I'm sure they obviously wish she was still around. So there's that. But all righty. Chad's stretching, and let's figure out what's going on. Oh, me. I think it's kind of like John Lennon, Milk and Honey. I think they were recording that album, Milk and Honey, and then John Lennon died, and then they put that out, and I think that's why 1 billion copies sold, because everybody knew it was going to be the last thing they thought he was going to put out. And then, of course, there's been demos and unreleased tracks and everything since then. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through a crate of new stuff. Music history lessons over before I start misquoting stuff. I'm sharp on some things, or I'll have to just make sure there's enough people watching with Google, they can help me out and confirm some of that. But I knew she was recording Pearl, and then she died, so I don't know how that actually all went down. I was negative 50 years old at the time, so who just walked past me? It's Paul. He's right here behind me. Hey, speaking of somebody else that died in 1970, what a crazy year. I remember CNN ran that special called The 60s, and they did episode by episode, and it's one of my favorite series I've ever watched. And when that episode comes on, I think it's the 70s. See, they did the 60s, they did the 70s, but that series they did, the 70s, episode one of the 70s of CNN, it starts with that reporter from the BBC, and he's like, today will be a significant day in modern history. It may go down as the decline of the British Empire. The Beatles are breaking up. And then it starts talking about how as soon as 70 started, you know, everybody, all those tragic deaths, Hendrix, Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin, just crazy times to start the 70s. And then there were some great bands forming as well. Okay, so let's go back to the top. Are we still bidding on 69 Eyes? We are. It's still at 100. The Beatles is a no bid, and this is a buy it now for $35. The Beatles is a buy it now for $35. That's a collection of Beatles oldies. That is a buy it now for $35. A $35 buy it now. That was a great first check condition bin. I've got some new stuff here to go through. This is a 35. Yeah, Mama Cass, Brian Jones. Yeah, you can just keep naming them. A lot of tragic deaths right in that time due to a lot of different things. Think about the next year, Dwayne Allman, and we could probably name people for a long time. Okay, so 69 Eyes. Here is what's going on with this. It is called West End. It's a 2019 German original. It's limited edition, numbered on red vinyl. It's limited edition red vinyl. It's numbered 478 of 500. And the last bid on this was Rick Peabody at $100. All right, let's get new auctions going. The next thing I have is going to be Monk, as in Thelonious Monk. And Thelonious Monk is OG. Unfortunately, though, it's in G+. It is OG, but it's in G+ condition. So that's why we're going to start it for just $5. An OG Monk album there, $5. Todd Saw gets the Beatles for $35. Nice pickup there. Let's make a note to give that one a light wipe down, please. And thank you. Speaking of tragic deaths of the early 70s, Jimi Hendrix. The Jimi Hendrix Experience. Paul, is there a reason that was funny? That was nothing to be laughing about. We have Jimi Hendrix Experience, $189.99. $189.99. Paul was like, why do you gotta make this show so depressing? We have Jimi Hendrix Experience, $189.99. Arguably one of the greatest guitars of all time. This is a box set, an 8 LP box, 56 unreleased recordings or previously unavailable. This is pretty dang cool. 8 LP box set, 56 previously unreleased recordings with a 40-page book. They're all pressed at QRP. It is $189.99, the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Very, very cool. The cover also has that like refractor look to it. $189.99. Look at that. How cool was that? 56 unreleased recordings. They're still putting out unreleased recordings from Jimi Hendrix. Isn't that amazing? Are we done on 69 Eyes? I think it's up to Hiram. Rick Peabody has it for 100. It's a final call. And Kendra Stoltz on the Dillards. Kendra Stoltz wants the Dillards. Kendra, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer on that. That didn't sound good. This is the Dillards, and it is sold to Kendra Stoltz. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. That was the ghost of Jimi Hendrix, Paul, coming after you. We have Pink Floyd, live 3 LP. Here in a minute, we're going to hear a Marshall amplifier fire up in the back. Pink Floyd, The Delicate Sound of Thunder, $79.99. Those Rolling Stones binders? Oh, metal. Okay, cool. I'll take those too. We have Pink Floyd. This is a 3 LP box of The Delicate Sound of Thunder, $79.99. I rediscovered all those Rolling Stone magazines in the back. I'm talking about the band. We got all those scrapbooks and stuff like that. It's some really cool stuff. All metal Edge magazines. Wow, we'll be selling those in bundles in just a second. And then we have Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, $33.99. Booze My Hoot said Paul dropped his wallet, $33.99. $33.99. 2 LP, 180 gram. That is available. Kendra's purchased before. Welcome back. Rick Peabody, you get 69 Eyes for $100. And Monk has one bid for, excuse me, $5. Monk has one bid for $5, and we're moving that to a final call. So far, 3 things I hadn't stocked in a while. We got Jimi Hendrix for $189, we got Pink Floyd for $79, and we got Metallica, a 2 LP, $33.99. So a G+ record means it does have, for something to go G+, it's got probably a fillable mark or just multiple. Yeah, it has a fillable mark right there. So that's what makes it G+. That is one bid. Actually, it was supposed to be a $10, my bad, a $10 start, but I've already said $5. So Donna has it for $5, and we're about to sell it. I'm not going to leave something up with a $5 bid very much longer. So if you want a bid, now's the time. Otherwise, she's going to get it for $5. I meant to say 10. Our next auction is a 1973 U.S. Los Angeles repress. So this album came out in 73. This is a 73 pressing, but it's a repress. It is VG, a $15 start. There is some writing on the rainbow on the back. Westercraft Field wrote his name on the back. What a name. And that is OG, and that's a $15 start on that. So the next thing I have is more Pink Floyd. This is a restock of Wish You Were Here, How I Wish. This has also got Welcome to the Machine, Have a Cigar, and of course, Epic, Shining You Crazy Diamond, parts 1 through 5, and then 6 through 9. $36.99 on Pink Floyd. And I got a restock of the Metallica Black Album. There we have it, $34.99. I'm going to go ahead and get my laptop opened. I don't think there was waiting list on any of these. I think everything I'm showing right now is just other restocks. And this is going to go up for $34.99, and that is the Metallica Black Album. Paul just brought a whole binder of metal edge magazines over here. And the amount of miscellaneous stuff we have in this building, I know we talk about how many records and CDs, but just the amount of magazines and posters and tchotchkes we have laying around here is truly unbelievable. I mean, we could say we could have sales on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We could just go live for 2 weeks selling all of the miscellaneous stuff in the store, but then we'd be very far behind on vinyl. So that's why we try to mix it in when we can. Let me go ahead and pull up my master spreadsheet over here. Don't save that draft email I was working on. I'm not going to send that anyway. And now let me make sure I don't have any waiting list here. There was a waiting list on the Black album. Yeah, it is sold to Chad Sauls. So thank you, Chad Sauls. He was on a waiting list for the Black album. I thought so. That's why I pulled the laptop out. And now we have somebody on the Black album, and now we have somebody on Hardwired. Let's go through. I'm about to show you what's in this crate. So these are both sold and sold. Brandon Jones wants a Black album and Hardwired to self-destruct. Thank you, Brandon Jones. So let's go back to the top here. And then somebody said, can I see the Pink Floyd again? Give me 1 second. We're actually almost done with the crate. Todd Saul wants the Delicate Sound of Thunder. Todd, that's actually going to be sold to you for $79.99. Not $85. I'm going to sell it to you less. $79.99. That's sold to Todd Saw. And then over here, first we got Thelonious Monk. It is at $11 with Donna Turner. This is a 65 USOG in G plus condition. A 65 OG. Holy moly. Wow, Paul just flashed a whole stack of Slayer OG albums over here. He just randomly found. Can you believe it? This is a 65 OG G plus condition. Monk is at 11 with Donna Turner. That means, Kristen, you're out. And then Dark Side of the Moon is a 73 repress. Breathe in the Air. VG vinyl, VG or VG minus cover. And those are right there. Final call. Now, RJ66 wants the Black album, Holier Than Thou. Great stuff. That is sold to RJ66. Now, we're sold out of the Black album if anybody else wants to go on a waiting list. And now we got, finally, back in stock, Johnny Cash, American 4. $44.99. We've had that entire series for the last 2 weeks. This is the one that always sells out. If I can't get it, I have to back order it. Here they are. And everybody wants this one. Most people say this is the best version of that whole series. Plus, it has that amazing song, Hurt, on it. Just unbelievable. Johnny Cash covers of Hurt. Just unbelievable. And that is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. Rick Rubin produced. Amazing. Monk is still getting bids. Dark Side of the Moon still getting bids. And now, the next thing I have going up right now is another Japanese pressing. And that Japanese pressing is going to be for the California Jam 2. California Jam 2 here. So let's take a look at that. This is always cool. Both discs are really nice. There is the insert that came with it. And check this out. It has the sticker insert. It has the sticker insert. It's got stickers from Aerosmith, Heart, Ted Nugent, Dave Mason, Mahogany Rush, and Santana. And that's some of the artists that have played on this. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, complete with sticker insert and book, a $35 start on that. And then over here is Paul Conway on Cash. That is sold to Paul Conway. Yeah, I knew those were back there. Yeah, those are good. I was going to bring those up this week. Paul has discovered the box of VHS and DVDs. Yep. That was back there in that corner, right? Yep. That's why I want to dig all that out. And those trays of CDs are what I've been working on this week. So please don't bury those. Those like trays of CDs. Yeah. Just that's what I'm working on this week. Yeah. That's what I'm going to be selling all week till they're all gone. And the white jazz boxes. Cash, 44. I still got those. And Angel. I didn't know this was in print. It is a 40th anniversary edition of that self-titled album. It's on blue and black splatter, $38.99, and more Metallica, Garage Inc., $59.99. And Brandon said that was my first records besides the box set. Brandon, welcome to the vinyl community. If that's your first records, it won't be the last. You just got to get a really good system now. And when you sit down and put on vinyl and you crank up some of this stuff here, you're going to be like, holy moly, Chad, I need more. I need more. Send me more. I need more vinyl. Brandon, I'll be able to get a lot more vinyl for you than I can currency. I'm not having too much luck currency. I've been watching videos all weekend about coins and currency and how everybody's saying it's so hard to buy collections right now. Everybody's buying up silver and gold and coins, and nobody's wanting to sell. I'm like, I know. We hadn't got a lead on a coin collection in months. Of course, we're not really trying. I'm not running ads or anything, but if I was just doing coin and knife auctions exclusively, I'd have to be traveling trying to find more stuff. Of course, it just don't fall in your lap. Look what we have to do to get these records. Paul goes all over the country, and we have people sometimes drive to us sometimes for all over the country. So finding some of the stuff, it just doesn't fall in your lap. If you want a regular stock of records like this, I mean, we have to hit the road. And same thing for coins and stuff like that, jewelry and stuff. I was talking to my coin dealer up in Murfreesboro, and another guy I know in Nashville. They're just like, yeah, everybody's wanting to buy. So there's that. Here we go. So Cal Jam has a bid for 35. Pink Floyd. The last bid was Monk. Monk is at 17. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. Dark Side just got one bid for 15, and that's sold to Scully Mack. Man, you can pick up OG and 73 copies of Dark Side now. I remember that when about any version of this, we used to sell for $40 and $50 in any condition. I have a feeling by now most people have a copy, but that is always going to be a desirable record on that. All right, so the first thing I have here is this amazing Jimi Hendrix box. Y'all might want to consider this. It's $189 for 8 LPs. 56 unreleased recordings, pressed at QRP, a 40-page book. That is $189.99. The Cal Jam with the sticker insert is a final call. Patrick C. Smith for $35, and Monk is about to sell. Also, we have Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, $33.99. $33.99. Moth into Flame. They play that one quite often live because of all the pyro. Fire shoots up from the stage. Here Comes the Revenge is a great one, too. Metallica, Hardwired. That's a good one, I think. $33.99. About the only album I have never really got into and listened a lot is Death Magnetic. I've wore that one out. Of course, all the old original stuff. I love the new album. I've probably listened to it, no telling how many times, just on vinyl, and we have it playing here all the time in the store. But I haven't really listened to much Death Magnetic, but this one's, I think, pretty good, too. Over here, we have Wish You Were Here for $36.99. Cash, American Recordings, Volume 4, $44.99. I have those in stock. So also is Angel, and so is Metallica's Garage Inc. That's a triple LP. That has the B-sides like Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg. It has some of their covers. Like Whiskey in the Jar and the Garage Inc. Or the Garage Days Revisited. That's $59.99. Okay? Now, I think I lost, unfortunately, Kristen Driscoll on the Monk. So let's sell this to Donna for $17. And I got to listen to more Death Magnetic. Yeah, that's the one I really hadn't got into. Like, I hadn't played or listened to a lot of it. And then Matthew Sherritt, California Jam 2 is now at $45. It's going once, going twice. It's up to Tim Graham on that one. And Brandon Jones wants Garage Inc. Yeah, so this is all the stuff up until that point that hadn't been put on an LP, essentially. It has the 598 EP. It has the B-sides. You know, Metallica is one of those bands that put out singles, and the B-side wasn't on the album. A lot of groups did that. The Beatles were one of the first groups to do it. They put out a lot of singles and never did put them on albums. You just had to buy the single. And then that's kind of a compilation of all that. So Metallica has Garage Inc. The Beatles has Past Masters. So when I'm selling like Past Masters by the Beatles, that's kind of the same thing for Metallica's Garage Inc. It's stuff that they hadn't released yet on their LPs, essentially. All right. Chad Casson, QRP, describes the Hendrix box as Rolls Royce. Oh, yeah. I have this myself. It's amazing. I mean, they pressed it. You know it's going to be good. $189 for 8 LPs. 8 LPs for $189. Consider it. All right. Now Cal Jam's at 50. Now we need more new auctions. Let's see what else we've got tagged over here. Laura's got some great stuff ready for tonight. Paul's been digging out stuff for this week. Wait till y'all see. Here, let me go ahead and show them to you right now. There's going to be a post. There's going to be a post tomorrow that's going to look like we just bought a new collection, because we did, right, Paul? It's going to be an ad, and it's going to be, what is this here? 5-volume Waylon Jennings. Wow, that's going to be good. But let me show you what I got sent pictures of today. These are records from the new collection that we just got. Iron Maiden, Jet Boy, Badlands. Over here, we've got Iron Maiden, Guns N' Roses, Great White, The Four Horsemen. We have Iron Maiden. Over here, we have Iron Maiden, Kicks, Kiss, Pretty Boy Floyd. All these are OG records. We have Warrant, Lynch Mob, Soundgarden, Pantera Power Metal, Pantera Projects in the Jungle. Over here, we have Megadeth and the Silent Majority, Dangerous Toys, XYZ. Over here, we've got LA Guns, Little Caesar, Lord Tracy, Megadeth. This is all stuff we just bought, like Wasp and Kingdom Come and LA Guns. And over here, we have Kiss My AWS and Corrosion and Conformity and Vinnie Vincent and Warrant and Wasp. And then over here, we got Ozzy, and we have Poison and Queensryche and Metallica. These are all OG records. And we also have Kill 'Em All and Motorhead and TNT. And then over here, we got Tor and Tesla and Skid Row and Rat. And then over here, we have Rat and Van Halen and Temple the Dog and Alice in Chains and Badlands Voodoo Highway. Wow. And then over here, we got Chris Cornell's Songbook and Junkyard and Suicidal Tendencies and Junkyard and Contraband and Britney Fox. And over here, we've got Enough's Enough and Extreme and Faster Pussycat and Faster Pussycat. And then over here, we got Ugly Kid Joe. And then we have Cinderella and Bullet Boys and Britney Fox and Iron Maiden. And those are all going to be going up for bid this week. Almost everything you've seen there were OG copies. Those are not reissues. About everything you've seen there was an OG copy. There it is. Next thing we have, and those are going to be mostly we're going to sell some of those as soon as this Thursday. Cal Jams at 50, final call. And Glenn Kesey wants Metallica. He wants Hardwired. That's sold to Glenn Kesey. That is sold. And we have over here, we're good to go. Okay, so Dr. Zebo, or excuse me, where are we on Cal Jam? We're about to sell that 10 grand for 50. Let's go through another one. And then, yeah, and then Paul just found some OG Slay. But that's just part of that collection, you know. I mean, there was other stuff, but that's the stuff we're going to pull out and say, hey, look what we just bought. And everybody needs to be following Collectco and watching when we're selling all this stuff live. That's going to be that's going to be one of those nights where I'm going to have to like have 4 or 5 monsters. I'm going to have to take deep breaths every few seconds. There's going to be exclamation marks on everything. Holy moly, that was pretty wild. Wait till all that hits wait till word gets out, we've got all that stuff. When that hits the world, when the world finds out about that, they're going to be like, oh my gosh, have y'all seen what Collectco's bought? Holy moly. And what I understand is we're about to buy some more collections, right, Paul? He's about to go buy some more stuff. He's about to go all over and start buying more stuff. We just bought a comic book collection too. I can't wait to get word out on that. We got, part of that was magazines and toys some toys. What am I thinking about? Games and comics and all kinds of stuff. Wow. What a time to be alive. Most of that will be sold on Thursday Metal Night. That is prime time stuff for Thursday Metal Night. All right. Now, here we go. I got new vintage arrivals here that have never been shown before, and we've got a bazillion auctions to put up. So the first thing I have is Keel, which could possibly have been sold on a Thursday Metal Night, but here it is with a very questionable cover, lawsuit cover. Lay down the law. 1984 USOG EX Plus condition. Keel is a $35 start. Don't try that in public or you may get arrested and go to prison. $35 start on Keel. Lay down the law. That is now up for bid. And the next thing, don't forget, we got an RL. So Laura took a picture of an RL. And then she got here today to do the research, or she took a picture of a Led Zeppelin 2, and she said, this is actually an RL pressing. Do you want to run it tonight? And I said, let's do it. So yes, we do have a Led Zeppelin 2 RL we're running tonight in about 20 minutes. In about 20 minutes. Here's a 1960s repress in mono of the Rolling Stones' December's Children. That is going to go up for a $15 start. December's Children, $15 start on the Rolling Stones. Are y'all ready for this crate? It's new pre-owned stuff. Let's get started. I have more new vinyl to show, but first, here's George Harrison, Somewhere in England. George Harrison's $24.99. Lenny Bruce, Thank You Masked Man. Lenny Bruce, $14.99 comedy album. Country Joe is in Shrink. He's $19.99. And what about Dinah Ross and Supremes? A triple LP compilation there, $29.99. And we'll pause right here with a great one. Queen 2, an OG, no condition notes, just a little bit of wear on the cover, $39.99 for Queen 2. The next thing I have right here is some sort of singles box set. Let me try to do a comp on it right quick because I'm probably going to start it either way for 10 or 7 or 5. But before I do anything, let me go ahead and see what it is so I can tell y'all more about it. Most of these singles I would put up and be like, yeah, this is just such and such, and it's a whatever. But this one looks interesting. It's called BDI, the 7-inch box set. It is a 2011. It was originally a $40 box set, and it looks like that's still what it sells for. We'll put it up right now for a $25 start. 3 7-inch singles. It has a poster, and they only made 2,000. That's a $25 start. And yeah, I'll start working on some of those other magazines in just 1 second. But here's where we started off. Keel 35, Keel 35, Keel 36, Keel 35, Stones 15, Keel 40, Stones 15, Keel 45, Stones 16, Keel 50, Stones 20, and Nashville Tiger got Queen. All right, Nashville Tiger got Queen. Next is Stereo Tommy. That is the Alan Parsons Project in that original blue bag. Now, out of all the Alan Parsons albums, I haven't seen that one in a while. $24.99. The Stones is now at 20, Keels at 52. BDI's is a $25 start. Earl Scruggs live at Kansas State. Earl Scruggs is $19.99. Puff Daddy featuring Mace or Macy. Can't Nobody Hold Me Down. Word of mouth. They put out good records promo. 96 UK Puff Daddy. $19.99. How about the Beatles Decca tapes? These are the original Beatles audition, New Year's Day, 1962 Decca, $39.99, and that is a 1979 UK compilation of the Beatles. How about Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band, Blue Jeans and Moonbeams? A little bit of cover wear. The top of the cover does have chipping. No condition notes on the vinyl, $49.99. And here is Lee Hazelwood, Trouble is a Lonesome Town. Wow, don't see that one very often. Lee Hazelwood is $39.99. Blaine wants the Alan Parsons Project. Keel's now at $57. The Rolling Stones is at $21 with Patrick Fu. Final call to get a bid on the BDI's box. It's a $25 start if anybody wants that. Next is Ruben and the Jets. This is $24.99, and this one's called Consafios. $24.99. That's Zappa related. And Tom Robinson, Hope and Glory. $14.99 if I can get some oxygen in my system. $14.99. So let's see what's going on with these Metal Edge magazines. We've got a whole binder here. It looks like they're sleeved. Let me open up this binder. Let's do them in lots of, let's do lots of 4 for a $10 start. Metal Edge magazine. I haven't had any of these yet. These have all kinds of different people on the cover. Metal Edge magazine. These are probably, what, 90s here? 1994, yeah. Metal Edge. So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3 Metal Edge, there's 4 Metal Edge. And, I mean, it's got everybody on the covers. So 4 Metal Edge magazines. We'll try those at a $10 start. Very cool. I might do 2 for 10 later. I might do 3 for 10. We'll start these 4 for a $10 start. Next thing over here is Undercover, God Rules. That is $19.99. Undercover, God Rules. And Elvis, nice. 68 Hollywood and Shrink, $74.99. Mono, orange label. That is actually pretty dang cool. That is the NBC Comeback Special record. Haven't seen one of those in a while, especially that nice. Over here is the Beach Boys. 2 albums in one, Friends and Smiley Smile. 74 Santa Maria, $36.99. All right, so the first auction just got a bid. BDI's box set, a 7-inch box. and it is at 25 and now 26 with shakedown. Back here in the back is Keel, Lay Down the Law. Keel is an 86 USOG, nice copy, EX Plus. The last bid on Keel is with Rick Peabody at $57. And then back here in the back is the Rolling Stones December's Children, which is a mono 60s repress. It is a mono VG condition. It's at $21 and it's a final call. We got 4 Metal Edge magazines: Metallica, Slaughter, Warrant, Lita Ford, Motley Crue, Nikki Sixx, Michael Anthony, Tom Hamilton, all kinds, Kirk Hammett. I'm seeing Eddie Van Halen there on that one. Those have bids, all 4 of them being sold together, 10 and now 15. And now we have George Sambarez. Nice grab there on the Elvis. Thank you, George Sambarez. That's so to you. My crate's almost full, but I'm going to show 2 more records. Robert Palmer Clues is $19.99. We have Manfred Mann's Earth Band Chance, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment. Top loader, should be on a red Mercury label. Very nice copy, $24.99. And the Organ Grinder Swing, the incredible Jimmy Smith, $24.99 on that. Okay, Metal Edge is now at 16. Now it's at 20. Beady Eyes is at 29. Thomas Baumhart Wants the Beach Boys, which was 2 albums in one here. There's that and that. What is the one with the Slaughter? Where did I even see that at? Right here. It says Slaughter, a recording studio exclusive. Metal Edge magazine. It says recording studio exclusive with Slaughter. And each cover, if I read off the bands on every one of these, what does it have featured on the front? 15 bands on each one probably. But yeah, that one says recording studio exclusive on that one. Now the magazines are still getting bids. First is Susie. Let's pull the Rod Stewart for Susie. And now I'm going to swap out crates. That one has filled up. Thanks everybody on that. Let's put that one away and let's grab a new empty crate over here. New empty crate. New empty crate. New empty crate. Let's start filling up more. We have a lot to sell. First thing I have is Beady Eyes. Brett Thies is out. Let's go ahead and sell that to Shakedown for $29. Thank you, Shakedown. That's so to you. Keel got a new bid for $60 with Fred. Rick says he's out. So the magazines are with Stacy at $20. Tim Graham, you're out. And now I'm going to go ahead and sell the Stones for $21. And that was sold to Patrick Fu for $21. Next in the crate here is Rebel Rockabilly Rock Volume 3, $19.99. And Rebel Rockabilly Volume 4 for $19.99. Looks like some interesting rockabilly comps here. Looks like compilations of rare singles. We just found one today. Paul showed me a record. He said, look what I just found. It was stashed away in the back in a random box. It was a rockabilly single. And the last one sold on Discogs about 3 years ago for $900. And I was like, that's the kind of stuff I like to find. Here is another great set. Anybody like Waylon Jennings? These are amazing compilations. They're Bear Family recordings from Germany. If y'all know the Bear Family label, they do extensive, high quality stuff here. This is volumes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the Waylon Jennings files from Bear Family. 5 volumes there, a $35 start. 5 Waylon Jennings volumes from Bear Family, a $35 start. Robert Warner on Rockabilly. A lot of these singles you find on these comps, if you try to track them down, you may be searching for years and you'll have to spend thousands of dollars sometimes, just like the one we found today. You know, a random record everybody's looking for, and when it comes up, it's like $1,000. Metal Edge is still getting bids. We're about to sell Keel, though. Mystic Number, National Bank. That's from 1969, $29.99. It has that die-cut cover with the bank vault door that opens. Very cool. $29.99. And the Paladins, $12.99 on the Paladins, R&R, $12.99 on that. The Waylon Jennings lot, a $35 start. The Metal Edge magazines are now at $26, and Keel is sold to Fred Cardinale for $60. Thank you, Fred. That's so to you. Our next auction is the Red Hot Chili Peppers Stadium Arcadium box set. So the way that Stadium Arcadium is released is essentially just as a box set. It's 2 gatefold jackets. This has Danny California on it, and this is a 4LP, a 2020. Let's go ahead and start it for $45. This is the Red Hot Chili Peppers Stadium Arcadium, $45 start on that. Angela, looks like you may be getting those metal magazines for $26. Stephen Steele's Manassas is a Gatefold 2 LP. Manassas is $29.99. And we have Real Rockin' Now. That's an interesting deal here. An 85 Holland, that's $19.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers is at $50. Joe and the Jaguars, boy, we got some unusual stuff here. An 88 Spain pressing, that's $24.99. And the Rockin' Silver Serpent and his File Boys, Rock, Rhythm, and Boogie. Looks like we got into some more of that like New Orleans stuff we used to have. $14.99 on that. This is Minnesota Mars and the Vanguards, an 83 Holland, $19.99. And David Bowie, I know that one, Let's Dance. Looks like an OG copy with the original on her sleeve, $34.99. Metal Edge magazines are still getting bids. Now they're at $28 with Danny. Angela, you're out. The Waylon lot does have a bid with Patrick for $35. We're talking 5 Waylon Jennings Bear Family compilations, and right now they're just at $35. Red Hot Chili Peppers 60. Red Hot Chili Peppers 75. Metal Edge is out. Angela is done, and now we had something else here, price and grade on Jimmy Smith. That was the organ grinder switch, and that's or the organ grinder swing with Jimmy Smith. No condition notes on the vinyl. Looks very clean, $24.99. The iceberg looks significantly more melted, so I bet John did find more NOLA. Okay, yeah. And I think that's the same area that Paul's back there digging in right now. So, yeah, you just never know. We call it warehouse finds. You just never know what's going to come up when we're digging. That's where I found all these magazines and all the singles we've been auctioning. It's an endless thing. Plus, we're trying to bring in room because we just bought a bunch of stuff. Holy moly. So Tommy Call said sold on Jimmy Smith. All the Waylons are about to sell, and the Metal Edge. They're still bidding on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Kelly does have it for $75. Little Richard's Grooviest 17 original hits. Little Richard's on specialty, $29.99. Waylon has a new bid for $38. How about the Holler guy, Joe Gargiola? What a cover. Wow. A 59 mono. I've never seen this before. Mantle's on there. Yogi Berra. $26.99. I've never seen that record. I thought I've seen every baseball record with Mickey Mantle. April, your AirPods just connected to my phone. $26.99. Wow. Stan Musial, too. Yeah, Stan Musial also on there. Wow, very cool. $26.99. If no one buys that, I'm going to keep it. The owner of this item is able to see your location. April, blah, 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 blah. What have you done? You've hacked into my phone. April's already trying to spy on us. Unbelievable. Back here causing problems. Spilt water all over my laptop. Goodness gracious. Strike 2, 3, and you are out. Next thing we have over here is Red Hot Chili Peppers 75. Tommy Call got that. Waylon Jennings 38. Waylon Jennings 40. Fred wants to know the Paladins info. Paladins. Paladins is $12.99. The name of the album is R&R, Fred. It's available. Waylon Jennings 45. Samuel gets the Mantle record. Now, I'm a collector of Mickey Mantle stuff. I don't have many cards. I'm very peculiar. I want like near mint, pristine stuff, which now costs a fortune. Hopefully one day I can own a 52 Tops. Since I've been a kid dealing in baseball cards, I've seen nothing but these go up and up and up and up. I remember when I was talking to my dad, I was like, man, a Mickey Mantle rookie card in near mint's 30 grand. And I was like, that just crazy cards are selling for that much. And now look, that same card sells for like 1 million plus. I love Mickey Mantle autograph stuff. I love Mickey Mantle memorabilia. I like 60s advertisements with Mickey Mantle. To me, it represents the 50s of America. I'm just like, wow, a Mickey Mantle record I've never seen before. Samuel, you got pretty lucky there. That's so do you. And then over here, we have Fred Carnell sold on the Paladins, exactly, and then Metal Edge. But if you want some investment advice, go snatch up near mint Mickey Mantle cards. They're high now. They seemed high 20 years ago. 20 more years from now, they're going to be even higher. There's no way. That stuff is just gonna. It's just like buying gold on that. So right, Paul? Mickey Mantle, just up. I mean, I've just watched it my whole life.
Not making any more.
Yeah, they're not making any more. That's right. He's not signing anymore either. He died in 95, I think. So he died the year I was born. So, yeah, Mickey Mantle, man, I love it. Near mint cards are just, yeah, thank you. My favorite set is 64 tops and a 64 tops mantle. I remember a PSA 9 used to be like $1,000 or less, and now they're like $8,000 and $9,000 for like a PSA 8. I think a 9 gets really expensive. So, yeah, just crazy. All right, card market's crazy. We've talked about that. Collectibles, everybody wants collectibles right now. Everybody right now, collectibles, vinyl, cards, autographs, comic books, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, sports cards, trading cards. Everybody wants collectibles. Everybody's collecting stuff again. All price points. It's amazing. Red Hot Chili Peppers is sold for $75. It's a good time for me to be a collectibles dealer, and it's a fun time for people to be collecting stuff. Kelly Vlodarchek is at $75, and that's sold to her. The Waylon Jennings lot is at $50. The Waylon Jennings lot is at $50. There's that. And now, the next thing I have is the best of the Beach Boys. $19.99, the best of the Beach Boys. Flip Wilson Cowboy. This is called Cowboys and Colored People. Flip Wilson is $12.99. Also, we have Elvis. Check this out. It's a bootleg. Rocking with Elvis on New Year's Eve in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. $59.99. The Metal Edge magazine sold to Danny Thomason. I may have been yakking and never officially said that. The Metal Edge magazines, that first 4 lot, was sold to Danny Thomason for $28. Danny Thomason for $28, if I didn't say officially. And now, over here, we have Darren Chrisman on the Beach Boys and Stephen Freyu on Driving and Crying. And I think that is still in here. If so, we need to give that to Stephen Freyu. Is that still in here? Driving and Crying. Elvis, what happened to that? David Bowie, what happened to that? Is that something still in here? Driving and Crying. Undercover, Ruben and the Jets. Where did you see that at? And now those are available, and now let's put up a new auction, okay? Now, the first thing I have here is the following. We got Randy Travis, no holding back. This is a sealed 89 OG Randy Travis, and this is going to go up is a $35 start. Sealed Randy Travis, a $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Driving is a bid vinyl. Driving is a bid, was an, oh, that's an auction request. Okay. Coming up right now, we have Waylon Jennings sold to Danny for $50. Thank you on that, Danny. Randy Travis is a sealed 89 OG, a $35 start on that. It's now up for bid. Let's keep going here with early radio, Whitey and Hogan, Roy Grant and Arville Hogan and the Briar Hoppers. That was $9.99. Lots of interesting stuff in here, like Fleetwood Mac's Tango in the Night. This is $34.99, a beautiful copy of Tango in the Night. Also, BG's Horizontal. BG's is $19.99. And REO Speedwagon High Infidelity, a clean copy, $19.99. The Waylon lot is sold to Danny for $50. Thank you on that. Sealed Randy Travis. This album's not in print, and it's never been reissued. It does have a saw mark in the tear and the shrink. It does have the hype sticker. That is an 89 original. $35 start on that. Let's see if I can find that auction request. If not, I may go ahead. I said at 8 o'clock we was going to run Led Zeppelin, so let's go ahead and do this right now. When I got here, they were playing this. Now, this is a copy we just recently discovered, okay? So this one has never been up for sale, and I didn't know about it. So when I got here, they were play testing it. This may be your chance at the most affordable RL we've ever had. Let me read you everything that Laura has wrote here. This is always a serious record, so let's go over this one in detail. It is a 69 US Presswell original. It has RL on side A and RLSS on side B. So it's a very, very early pressing. Technically OG. There are 2 skips and Whole Lot of Love. The rest of the album has surface noise, but no skips. The skips on A1 are not repeating skips. So when I walked in, they were playing the Lemon song, and it sounded amazing. So we're going to start this at just $65. If you can get past the couple skips on Whole Lot of Love, the rest of it is a nice copy. Just a little bit of surface noise. And, or let me rephrase that. The rest of it's going to have some surface noise. I wouldn't throw nice copy on it. I would call this the rest of it playing in VG or less. We have to grade it fair because of the skip. So you're buying a fair condition copy. Just buyer beware on the condition. It's in F condition. F as in fair. That's less than G minus. So it is a low grade RL, but it is an RL, and that's the stats. It skips on Whole Lot of Love, and the rest of it has no skips, but does have surface noise. When I walked in, it sounded pretty good. They were listening to the Lemon song, and if you remember when the show started, they were test playing side one, and Heartbreaker was cranking in the back, and it sounded pretty dang good. So as y'all know, I've never sold any of these in any condition, even in this condition, for less than $250. I don't think I've ever sold any of them for less than $250. I've also sold them for as much as $3,500, and I think we sold one for $3,700. I think y'all know the deal on this record. Very rare and collectible. I wouldn't throw the word rare out there. It's not rare. It's a extremely desirable record. The RL press, Led Zeppelin, an important album in rock history, and it is an RLSS, and it is a press well. So there it is. Amazing. Here's your chance to finally own one. This is now up for bid. So up here we have Randy Travis, one bid, $35. Final call on that, and now we're moving on to Let's Play Fats Domino. This is $24.99. Fats Domino Let's Play, that's $24.99. We have Heart, Bad Animals. Heart is $19.99. Heart, Bad Animals. This is $19.99. $19.99. Heart, Bad Animals. Also, MTV High Priority. This is a compilation with Aretha Franklin, Stevie Nicks, Grace Jones, Bananarama, Pat Benatar, and this is an 87 MTV deal, $34.99. Jeremy Rourke first on Heart. Randy Travis, one bid. Led Zeppelin's at $69. And RL, it's in fair condition. Hope everybody knows what's being bid on right now before it's too late. We got one bid for $65 and one bid for $69. Let me grab my phone charger right quick. It's right here next to me. I'm trying to figure out how I have it wrapped. I got it wrapped around some magazines or something. What's going on here? There it is. All right. So a 69 Presswell original. Now it's at 70. And like I said, I don't think I've sold any copy in any condition, but this one is a check condition. It does skip on Whole Lot of Love. Probably because people played it over and over and over and over and over and over. Next thing I have over here is Electric. Ooh, this is a 68 German press of Electric Ladyland. Check this out, $99.99. No condition notes, a 68 German press of Electric Ladyland. It's a gatefold, and the front looks like the back, and the back looks like the front. Check that out. What a nice copy of that Electric Ladyland. So that's usually the front, but it loads from the left over here. So I think they actually consider that the front. Electric Ladyland, Jimi Hendrix Experience. Boy, how cool is that? That is really cool. Holy moly. Now we have a final call on Randy Travis. How about we try some more Metal Edge magazines? Excuse my sniffles. I only start having allergy problems when I get here and start sneezing and coughing. Most of it's April's fault, but we won't talk about that. But I've got 4 more Metal Edge magazines going up right now. We did a lot of 4 earlier. They just sold for 28. So let's do another lot of 40, another lot of 4 and start these at 20. So we got Metal Edge magazine, Ozzy, Marilyn Manson, Aerosmith, Alice Cooper, Hagar. Here's another one, Ozzy. There's Lars, Kiss. We got Anthrax, Steven Tyler, Metal Edge, Motley Crue, Alice Cooper, Sammy Hagar, Corrosion Conformity, Bret Michaels, and Metal Edge 1997 year in review. There is Metallica, Aerosmith, Kiss, Ozzy, Motley Crue, Metal Edge, $20 start. Metal Edge, $20 start on that. Let's get back up the top And I left off by selling Jeremy Rourke Hart. Zeppelin got bids for 70, 75, 74, 75, 76, 73. Nice pickup there, Brent, on Electric Ladyland. 75, 77, Nashville Tiger, second on Hendrix. Details on MTV. High Priority is $34.99. It's a 1987. It's a compilation with Aretha, Eurythmics, Bangles, Stevie Nicks, Whitney Houston, Cyndi Lauper, Patti LaBelle, Benatar Hart, Belinda Carlisle, Grace Jones, and Bananarama. $34.99. And then Zeppelin's at 80, and then Samuel was third on Hendrix. Randy Travis, just one B at $35, and that is sold to David Tate. David, that's sold to you. One B at Seal, just $35 on that. Nice pickup. Let's see if I can find Driving and Crying for Stephen Freyu. Oh my gosh, it's absolutely pouring rain outside. I just heard like a big howl of wind, and then rain is pouring down. We'll also blame that on April. We got Driving and Crying, Scared but Smarter. Driving and Crying is an 86 U.S. specialty repress. It does have a saw cut on the jacket. Driving and Crying is a $20 start on that. $20 start. Yeah, this is RL on both sides. One side has RL, one side has RLSS. I'm going to look at it really close. Sometimes that SS is really hard to find, Laura. But no, she's right. It just has RL, and the other side also has RLSS. And I think that's sometimes how they were done at Presswell. I think Presswell is the variation known for having RL and then RLSS. Now, this does skip on Whole Lotta Love. It is RL. It is technically a true OG. It does skip twice in Whole Lotta Love on our setup. Now, if you have a little bit heavier weighted arm, it may not skip. But also a heavier weighted arm sometimes isn't the best for playback, just FYI. So right now, we have 3 people on Hendrix. It did go to Brent. Stacy got MTV. 2 other people asked about it, Brett and I think Craig. 2 other, Brett and Craig. Yeah, if y'all don't want it, I'm going to go ahead and tag it with Stacy. Sandra says, can you show Fats Domino? Fats Domino is called Let's Play Fats Domino. It's $24.99. Led Zeppelin's now at $90. Brent, Driving and Crying's a $20 start, and he is bid. Led Zeppelin, $85. And we have Resurrection Band. This is $19.99. Resurrection Band colors. Cruisin' Joe of New Orleans, $29.99 for Cousin Joe of New Orleans, $29.99 on that. Diesel, What's in the Tank? Diesel is $14.99. Also, we have Count Basie, more hits of the 50s and 60s, $19.99. Lonnie Mack, Second Sight. Lonnie Mack is $19.99. And Garcia, as in Jerry Garcia, that's the name of the album. It is clean, $39.99. All right, so let's go over everything again. Bids, updates, everything is happening right now. So the first thing I have is somebody asked about Live. We've already sold one. Let's sell something else out of the end cap. There's only 2 albums in print from Live. Throwing Copper and Mental Jewelry. Mental Jewelry's new and sealed, $34.99. Sandra Martin does get the Fats Domino. Thank you, Sandra. That's so to you. Now, Driving and Crying is called Scared but Smarter. It's a direct metal mastering OG pressing from '86. It is a repress, EX Plus. So very nice vinyl. We started it at 20. Now it's at 26. These Metal Edge magazines are a $20 start. No bid, 4 Metal Edge. The last 4 brought 28. These 4 are a $20 start. Metal Edge magazines on those. Now, Zeppelin is a lengthy one, but I'll do it briefly and I'll show it again before I drop the hammer. This is OG, the Bob Lowood Hot Mix. If you're not familiar, when Bob Lowood mastered this album, it was cut so loud and so hard. It was essentially so loud and so hot, I should say. I guess it went hard too. It was almost recalled. They had to recut it. It was so loud, it was knocking essentially the arms off of the record. It's a extremely desirable pressing. What a great album to have a master hot mix of. Led Zeppelin 2. Super collectible because of that reason. And plus, it's Led Zeppelin 2. This one, unfortunately, is a very low-grade copy. It's in fair condition. I've never sold any, I don't think, for less than $250. We started this one, the cheapest I've ever started one. I've also sold high-grade copies for over $3,500 before. It's a big one. It's on a lot of people's checklist. There it is. It's up for bid. Now, the next claim was we pulled Fats Domino. George Burleson got Garcia. Driving and Crying 30. 2 people have bid 100 on Led Zeppelin. Carol was first, then Randy. Stephen bid 30 on Driving and Crying. Led Zeppelin at 105. RJ66 wants Diesel. What's in the Tank? Ryan Ennels gets Live. That's our second copy sold tonight. Does anybody else want one? I have 3 copies of Live left. If anybody else wants one, I'm going to put another one. The end cap's hot tonight. We've already sold 3 records out of there. Metal Edge magazines did not get a bid. These are a buy it now for $20 if anybody wants them. Metal Edge, a buy it now for $20. Now, I'm not going to go back through this crate in detail, but I am going to read the titles. And if you're like, hold up, wait a minute, Chad, what was that? I will show it to you. George Harrison, Somewhere in England. Lenny Bruce, Country Joe, Dinah Ross and Supremes, a 3LP comp. Earl Scruggs at Kansas City, Puff Daddy, The Beatles Decatapes, Captain Beefheart, Lee Hazelwood, Reuben and the Jets, Tom Robinson, Undercover, God Rules, Manfred Mann, Robert Palmer, Mystic Number, National Bank. It has the pop-open cover with the bank vault, $29.99 on that. The Metal Edge magazines, these 4 are sold to Stacy for $20. That is these 4 right here. Thank you, Stacy. Those are sold to you. Matthew Sherrick was next. We got Madonna and Kentucky Headhunters on deck. Zeppelin still getting bids. Next in here was Stephen Stills Manassas, Real Rockin' Now. That was, who was this? I guess it's just some sort of compilation. Yeah, that's just some sort of rockabilly comp. And then Joe and the Jaguars, The Rockin' Civil Servant, Minnesota Mars, David Bowie, OG Let's Dance. That was $34.99. Don't forget, Stevie Ray Vaughan on lead guitar. Little Richard. We have Flip Wilson. We got an Elvis bootleg live in Pittsburgh, New Year's Eve, $59.99. Can't believe that hadn't got grabbed. Whitey and Hogan. Fleetwood Mac was $34. The Bee Gees REO was $19. The Resurrection Band, Cousin Joe, Count Basie, and Lonnie Mac. All right, new auction. Actually, what I might do, we might flash just these random Metal Edge and sometimes just make them a buy it now. I kind of have an idea, I think, of what I... Well, you know what? Now we're getting to some that actually have people featured on the cover. So these might make for better auctions here. Wow, yeah, some of these are pretty cool coming up. So yeah, let's keep auctioning them. But first, I'm going to take a break on Metal Edge, and I'm going to do some Iron Maiden stuff. So out of all the miscellaneous stuff we were selling the other night, I still got a few random Iron Maiden magazines to put up. We had some of that fan club stuff, and I have more in here. Some of this has got the original. Let me make sure this don't have this guy's name written on it anywhere. I don't want to send out any addresses. There's that and there's that. We bought these from the original owner. He was in the Iron Maiden fan club. And what is this? This is some kind of stickers. Not Iron Maiden stickers, though. And I think I've got 3, 4 items here. All right. Here we go. Yeah. Awesome. Nice. And this picture. And we're good to go. Okay, so here's an Iron Maiden lot. Let's try to figure out what's all in here. First thing we have is this. We have, there is some pictures and magazines. So picture, Iron Maiden magazine number 114. We have Iron Maiden magazine number 119. This is a poster. I think they either came with posters or pictures when you got an issue. There's a poster. Here is issue number 112. Here is some kind of random Legacy of the Beast insert advertising the video game. And then here's number 117. So all that Iron Maiden stuff, $15 start. $15 start on the Iron Maiden lot. All that right there. I'm going to go ahead and take this first stack into the operations room of sold stuff. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. We are rolling for Monday night. A great week is ahead of us. We have new collections that have come in. We've basically rediscovered old stuff in the back room. That always happens. Driving and Crying and Led Zeppelin are still getting bids. I hadn't done an update in a hot minute. I will in 1 second. But first, I think we got a whole crate of Jim Sullivan's to tag. The UFO guy that I've been selling the last couple weeks. a recent discovery from my end. Let me see what else is over here. I know there's at least a whole crate of Jim Sullivan and maybe one other miscellaneous crate. There's a new pre-order in too. Okay, let's go ahead and do this pre-order because I know a bunch of y'all are want to know that this is in, and hopefully we can sell even extra copies. And then we'll tag the Jim Sullivans and see who still needs one, etc. Boy, y'all got me out of breath. Where's my phone at? Because we got a pre-order in over here on this. First thing we have, let me pull this up. Deep breaths, Chad. All right, so I'll tell you about some pre-orders too in just a second. 3 Doors. Okay, so this is a new release that comes out Friday. 3 Doors Down, The Better Life. Ooh, I didn't know that was going to be in green. That's unusual. It's in green. 3 Doors Down, The Better Life. It comes out Friday. It's a new reissue of their very popular album. This is a 7-time platinum release that came out in the year 2000. So it sounds like it's time for a 25th anniversary release. And these are $33.99. We got one for Chevy Bailey. We got one for Delane Sevilla and Stacy Brown. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, Stacy. How about Tawana Bennett and Ryan Eaton? Tawana Bennett and Ryan Eaton and Ben Digert and Scott Smith. Let me pause there. And let me first tell y'all about Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin has a high bid of 150 with Randy Klein, going once, going twice. Before Randy, there was a bid with Carol for 150. So Carol has it for 150. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. Randy Klein, you're out. Now Kristen has it for 166. Now 166, Kristen Driscoll. 166, Kristen Driscoll. The Iron Maiden lot is at 18 with Steve McGee. Now 19 with Matthew Sherrick. And Driving and Crying, Brett Thies has it for $40. Everybody else is out. Brent, you're out. Steven, you're out. That's at $40. Now, the next pre-order for this was Scott Smith. We've already pulled one. Now, Rebecca Howitt. Now, Clifford Umstead. So, Rebecca Howitt, Clifford Umstead, Tanya Jackson and Glenn Kesey. Tanya Jackson and Glenn Kesey. Also, Paul Brothers and Fred Cardinale. Paul Brothers and Fred Cardinale. Paul Conway and Scott Beebe. Paul Conway and Scott Beebe. Robert Matthews and Vince Lano, Robert Matthews and Vince Lano, Darren Wallace and Kevin Weaver, Devin Wallace and Kevin Weaver. So if anybody wants a 3 Doors Down, this is available. The first song is Kryptonite, by the way. There it is, and that's how many extras I have left extra to sell tonight. The pre-order was Chevy Bailey, Dwayne Sevilla, Stacy Brown, Tawana Bennett, Ryan Eaton, Ben Digert, Scott Smith, Rebecca Howitt, Clifford Umstead, Tanya Jackson, Glenn Kesey, Paul Brothers, Fred Cardinale, Paul Conway, Scott Beebe, Robert Matthews, Vince Lano, Darren Wallace, and Kevin Weaver. And those are all sold, and that's how many extras I have there, okay? Now, quick update. The last thing I had was Iron Maiden at 19 with Matthew Sherrick. Adam Ross wants a 3 Doors Down. Just curious, I didn't get charged for pre-order my invoice. We do not charge for pre-orders unless they come in. So, for example, some people pre-ordered this 3 and 4 weeks ago. They were not charged they will not be charged until Monday when invoices go out. Pre-orders are not charged until they come in. My policy always is, I don't know if I'm ever going to get something. You know, some of these pre-orders, I couldn't imagine some of these pre-orders that we didn't get all the allocation, all the refunds I would have had to send and have to keep up with all that. So I basically say if you want one, no guarantee because you're not going to be charged until they come in. Adam, I'm going to give you one right now. Thank you. And then we got one for Susie Breedlove. Thank you. And then we got one for Stephen Freeyu. Thank you. And now the last bid that came in on Iron Maiden was $19. And I'm making sure Steve McGee and everybody else is out. That's done. Stephen Parton wants a 3 Doors Down. Now there's only 2 left. And before I show the next record, let me see who has Zeppelin. The last bid on Zeppelin was Matthew Sherrick at 170. Now Randy Klein, you tied him again. If one of y'all just want to go ahead and bid 250, that will probably go ahead and wrap it up. We'll see. It might bring more than 250, but if one of y'all want to go ahead and bid 250, I guarantee it will probably go ahead and get there. And then Chris Bryan is at 20 on the Iron Maiden stuff, and now Driving and Crying. Brett Thies have went out. Brent has bid 45, going twice, going 3 times now. Stephen Reeves wants a 3 doors down. Now there's only one left. And now what's next? Ooh, I haven't had this in a while. Another Metallica release, and this is S&M. The first S&M. This is $69.99. Metallica S&M. Let's do some more Metal Edge. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3. Let's do 4 more Metal Edge magazines. 4 more Metal Edge magazines. Let's go ahead and do these right now. Metallica's another triple LP. We got Metal Edge. I'm just going to tell you who's on the cover, like the main feature. Limp Bizkit, Stone Temple Pilots, Aerosmith, and Van Halen. How cool is that? Some cool ads on the back, too. There's always cool ads on the back of these. Power Man 5000. I saw, yeah, there's Soulfly advertisement for that. There's chamber music on the back. So those 4 for a $20 start. Those 4 for a $20 start. Next is Adam Ross of Metallica S&M. Now Led Zeppelin's at $175. And what is this? Ooh, I got a restock of Monster Magnet. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list. This is Monster Magnet Spine of God, $33.99. Monster Magnet. So let's take a look over here for Monster Magnet. Monster Magnet. Ivan R. was on a waiting list for Spine of God. And this is typically something that's out of stock. That's an old waiting list. So Monster Magnet is sold to Ivan R. I've got 3 extra copies of that. And I've got 2 new copies back in of Evanescence Fallen. And this is that new 2 LP edition with that really cool foil cover. Bring Me to Life, Evanescence, $39.99. Stephen Free said, you pulled a 3 doors for me, but I'm pretty sure I didn't request one. I pulled a 3 doors down for Stephen Reeves. Stephen Reeves got a 3 doors down. The 3 doors down that had been claimed live here were Adam Ross, Susie Breedlove, Stephen Parton, Stephen Reeves. We don't need to give one to Stephen Freyu. Bob Riger on a Monster Magnet. Now, the Iron Maiden magazines were a final call to Chris Bryant for $20. Nobody else has bid. Now Led Zeppelin's at $176. Driving and Crying is sold to Brent Ribley for $45. Thank you, Brent. That's sold to you. And now the Metal Edge magazines are at $20. Final call. Kelly Vladicek on Evanescence. Here is a special request for Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. Your Thorns album is in. That is, she already bought one. She wanted to buy another one, I think she said. So there's one, I think, for her son, I believe she said. So there's one sold to Rebecca. This was also a special request for Rebecca. This is Rage War Stigma. Now, I've never ordered any of these. If anybody else wants one, Rebecca said, can you order this? Fred said, yes, I can. And guess what? Ed ordered it, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. We've already had Thorns in stock before, so I think she bought the only one we had and then wanted another one, and then this was a request, and evidently I can get these. I would have never ordered this unless she probably would have asked us to, so that is sold to Rebecca. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I was just talking about this album, Metallica Death Magnetic. Metallica is $44.99. Death Magnetic. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for this. Maybe I just ordered it because I hadn't had a copy in a while. I have a waiting list for Metallica Ride the Lightning box, the Load box, a Hammersmith bootleg, and we've already pulled the Black Album. So Death Magnetic is available. Now, guess what? The Iron Maiden magazines have new bids. We are going to sell these Metal Edge for $20 to Stacy Brown. Thank you on that. David V got an Evanescence, Adam Ross, a Metallica Death Magnetic, and now the Led Zeppelin's at $180. Matthew Sherrick, you're out. Everybody else is out. Led Zeppelin's at $180. Now Susie wants that last Death Magnetic. I was just talking about that. And Fred Carnell, Monster Magnet. Fred Carnell is called Spine of God. It's a single LP gatefold, $33.99. Wow, we've almost sold everything in there. Let's go back over here to the auction crate and pull out something else. The Mavericks is going up for bid right now. All right, I'm going to go get my purple juice mixed up in just a second. We have the Mavericks, music for all occasions. This is a 95 US OG copy with the original inner sleeve. It does have a saw cut on the jacket. The corner's been clipped. An OG copy, just a $25 start on that. Mark Stanley and Fred Carnell gets the last monster magnets. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Now there's only 2 records left in here. One new copy of the Three Doors Down that comes out on Friday, $33.99, and one Metallica S&M left, $69.99. It's a 3 LP is what I was going to say. 3 LP on that. All right, the Iron Maiden magazines. Those have been at $22 for 3 minutes now with Matthew Sherrick. Those are sold for $22. Matthew Sherrick, thank you. Now, Led Zeppelin. Matthew's out on Led Zeppelin. Randy Klein. Let's go over this one more time. This is a Bob Ludwig and Robert Ludwig, Robert Ludwig, RL Hot Mix 69 USOG Presswell copy. RL on side A, RLSS on side B. There's 2 skips on Whole Lotta Love. The rest of the album has surface noise but no skips. So buy it as if you're buying a fair condition copy because it does skip during Whole Lotta Love. It is OG, but it is low grade. Now, what y'all got to understand is I have about a dozen more of these right now, and they're all in the same condition. We don't have, I don't think, any more higher grade copies unless we do find another. Like Laura just found this one in the back. We got stacks of Led Zeppelin albums in the back. There's no telling when another one could pop up. The ones that I have stashed behind the counter, they're all in this kind of condition. If you find one better, it's a low probability. They're always beat to death like this. They're always destroyed. It's just an album that got wore out. Final call, fair condition, not a bad price. It'll be the cheapest I've ever sold one in any condition. Randy Klein has it for $180. I'm about to sell it. The Mavericks has a bid for $25. Let's try to slip in some more magazines. More Metal Edge with Megadeth on the cover, with James Hetfield, Kid Rock, Metallica again, and Marilyn Manson. Here are some more Metal Edge magazines from the 90s. We're going to do another lot of 4 for a $20 start. A throwback, a time vault. There's Megadeth, there's James, there's Kid Rock, there's Metallica, and there's Marilyn Manson. And those are going to go up for a $20 start. I could have swore I just heard somebody walk behind me. It was either Sneaky Laura or Sneaky April. Those are going to go up for a $20 start. Okay. Anybody else? Those are available. Hammers up. Everybody's being very quiet all of a sudden. I got one more crate of like new stuff to do, which is that crate of Jim Sullivan. But before I do that, I think I'm going to go ahead and knock out this other new arrivals crate right here. I see another nice Alice Cooper. We've already sold one. There's no telling what else John has put in here. So let's do it. Chad's going to have to go up front here in a second and mix this purple juice, which won't take but a minute. I've already chugged my Monster. It's gone. Test 1, 2. Is everybody out there? Matthew Sherrick says he'll take S&M. Great. That means there's only one record left from the previous crate, and that was Three Doors Down right there. That was a great crate. Metallica sold. If anybody wants on a waiting list for Metallica, Monster Magnet, Thorns, Evanescence, Death Magnetic, we almost sold everything in there. The Mavericks has one bid for $25. And Led Zeppelin is with Randy at $180. Okay? Now, what's the Metallica in the window? That was S&M. Triple LP S&M, where Metallica recorded with the San Francisco Symphony. All right off the bat, we've already sold one OG Alice Cooper. Here's another one. Easy Action. $64.99. Green Warner Brothers. Nice. Now, this one may have been on the straight label, too. It is a 72 Green Warner Brothers straight. It says straight and Warner Brothers, just FYI. Graham Parker Heat Treatment was $9.99. Cat Stevens Back to Earth, $14.99. Merle Haggard, Songs I'll Always Sing, a 2 LP Merle Haggard comp, $24.99. And Randy Travis, Always and Forever, nice, $24.99 on Randy. Randy Travis, Always and Forever. There it is. All right, Led Zeppelin, nice, Randy. Congratulations. That's so due for $180. I may start selling off my other low-grade copies. I think I may have one that goes VG Plus all the way around. Now, if I do, that should be a $1,000 record. I might run that this week. No promises. Susie bid $20 on the magazines. Sold to Susie for $20. And the Mavericks is sold to Michael Salazar for $25. Oh, April's coming here to fill my cup full of blue juice and water and stuff and ice. And Stephen Parton on the Evanescence list. All right. Thank you, Stephen Parton. Here, I'll hand you this. And actually, no, it needs to be cleaned out. And he'll be okay. You can just throw it out. And then I usually just like throw it out in the parking lot. Okay, thank you, April. You're doing such a great job. Welcome to the Collectco staff. If you put ice in it, I'll come up there and grab everything else I need in just 1 second, okay? You're doing a great job. Thank you. Welcome to Collectco, okay? You're doing a great job. Don't let anybody tell you different, okay? Here we go. We need new auctions, everybody. Everybody is ready to bid on something, including me. I'm going to even bid on this. Joe Satriani, Surfing with the Alien. That's an 87 US OG with the original inner sleeve. Joe Satriani is OG with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus condition. A $25 start on Joe Satriani. $25 start, Joe Satriani. Next thing is Sticks Cornerstone, $19.99. I can't believe no one's bought Randy Travis. I'm in shock. Danny just asked about it. It's OG Randy Travis, Always and Forever, $24.99. Either our country buyers already have it or everybody's fell asleep. How about Sammy Hagar, $24.99 all night long? More Randy Travis, old 8x10, also $24.99. How crazy? Next over here is Foreigner Double Vision. Foreigner Double Vision is $19.99, and Jackson Browne, The Pretender. What a nice copy. What a great album. What a great original inner sleeve. What great condition. $14.99. Joe Satriani, $25.25. Next thing I have over here is this next auction. And what is this going to be? It is going to be a copy of the Kentucky Headhunters Picking on Nashville. The Kentucky Headhunters is an 89 U.S. specialty original pressing. The Kentucky Headhunters is an OG near mint, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Sammy Hagar is sold. Both are OG full-length Randy Travis albums. Yeah. John just asked me the other day what those should be marked, and I think I actually told him to mark them for more. And so now you're getting them for less. Holy moly, look at all these CDs we've sold over here. Oh my gosh, it looks pretty incredible. I think this is 2 nights worth of CDs. I need to snap a picture of this so I can show it to y'all on my phone. Unbelievable how many CDs. I think this is a night or 2 nights worth of CDs that they've tagged. This is what it looks like. That's what it looks like back there in our operations table. That's about a night or 2 nights of CDs probably. That's about how many we sell in about an hour here on Facebook, about 11:30, 1:30 a.m. every night. Look at that. Unbelievable. And I know there's more around the corner. That's pretty crazy. All right, so there's Sammy Hagar. That was sold to somebody. First thing is Randy Travis, Joe 25. Joe 25. Stacy got Sammy Hagar. Joe 27. Kentucky Headhunters 35. Kentucky 35. George next on Sammy. And then Danny Thomason wants Always and Forever. And then we have, that one has Always, Forever and Ever I Am. And then this one has Our Love is Deeper Than the Holler. Now that is a great song. $24.99, Randy Travis. Our Love is Deeper Than the Holler. That is a good one there. Old 8x10. Kentucky Headhunters 40, 40, 40. And then Joe Satriani's at 30. Next is Nuggets, Volume 6 Punk. Nuggets is $29.99. $29.99 on Nuggets compilation Punk. Let's introduce our next magazines. More Metal Edge. Metallica, Marilyn Manson, Pantera, Judas Priest. There's 4 more for a $20 start. We're going to go through these quick. Metal Edge magazine. This one has Ozzy and Metallica posters. Metallica's featured on the cover. We have Marilyn Manson. Also, John Bon Jovi. James Hetfield. There's Pantera with Kiss. Marilyn Manson. John Corabi. And then there's Judas Priest. Those 4 Metal Edge magazines. $20 star. Wow, we're in a great crate too. I've got to step up front and get this drink though. Otherwise, Chad's going to be parched and low energy, and we don't want low energy Chad. Y'all should be able to hear me. I'm going to keep walking and talking. I am still connected. April's up here watching Paul's Sunday show, I hope. She's supposed to be doing something. She is up here.
Not working because it's on.
Is there enough ice in here? Oh no. Oh no, here, we'll turn it off and we'll turn it back on. All right, we got enough to make things happen there for a second. Let me grab this and let me grab that. You know, I'm already all hopped up on stuff. I've already had a Monster and one of these tablets and an apple. Apple gives me lots of energy. Peanut butter. I've ate this entire thing of peanut butter already. Here's this. I'm going to grab a bottle of water and I'm going to head back to the back. Okay, April? Thank you. You're doing a great job. Keep watching that sale. Fantastic. Tagging CDs. Stuff's being keyed in. Stuff's being tagged. Stuff's being sorted. Chad's getting a bottle of water. Not much ice. I guess I have to live with that. Did you throw away my straw? Okay, that's not good. I saw a bunch of paper towels in the back. I wonder if Paul knocked over my cup yesterday. I bet he did. There was a bunch of paper towels. I need to ask Paul, did he have a spill during the sale? Because my straw is missing, and there was a lot less in this cup than there normally is. So I bet that's what happened. I bet he spilled this. So let's walk to the back and see what's going on. Everybody's doing such a great job. We've got great customers. We've got great people. Chad, I need to grab one more thing. I need you to get some paper towels. Might have to do some nasal adjustments here later. Doing okay over here, April? Yeah. Okay, good job. Let me I'm going to have to get a paper towel here. Let me grab this right quick. Whoa, almost spilt all that. That wouldn't have been good. Hey, there's my bucket of popcorn from Tom Cruise. There's crab chips. There's Little Debbie's Sun Chips, Metallica box sets, CDs, cassettes, albums, 8-tracks, reel-to-reels. There's a Star Wars helmet. There's a Mickey Mouse phone. There's a Tyler Childers poster. There's a bobblehead. There is a Michael Jordan rookie card. There's more magazines. There is a Dokken VHS tape, a Def Leppard VHS tape. Whew, wow, we got a lot of stuff. All right. There's my cup. There's this. There's that. Let's pour this in here. Not much ice. Hopefully that thing makes more. I'll tell April I need a ice refill just a second. Then she'll probably get mad and yell at me. All right. Might have to start sending Laura to get more blue juice before the sales. I've had a craving for one here lately. Sorry for the timeout, everybody. I had a Monster when the sale started, and now I didn't fix my drink like I normally do, so I got to have this. If I'm going to be talking for the next 6 hours straight, I've got to have something here. Plus, I went ahead and grabbed a bottle of water, and sometimes Laura will bring even more. Shout out to Laura. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Speaking of Laura, she just dropped off a crate. Chad's popping peels over here. I'm going to do some Claritin. We're going to do some... What else is this? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on, folks. Holy moly, just look at all this over here. I got this whole tub of Beetle stuff, Dokken. There's so much Dokken stuff in this store. I don't know how we ended up with so much Dokken stuff. Okay, I'm back. Whew, I can breathe. And now I'm going to take a Claritin. That's the only thing I didn't do. It worked last time. It kicked in. Took about an hour, maybe 40 minutes. Oh, just dropped one. Don't want to drop these. Probably need to go buy some more new ones. Oh, Walgreens, 2 a.m. run like usual. All right, sorry for the timeout. That shouldn't happen anymore for the rest of the night, at least for several hours, at least till I go get something to eat about 11. So, all right. So, when I walked away, I introduced 3 auctions, and we sold Sammy Hagar, to Stacy Brown. Joe Satriani was at 27, and then the Kentucky Headhunters. The Kentucky Headhunters was a $35 start, and we had bids for $35. Joe was at 30. Jorge, you were second on Sammy. We got Randy Travis sold to Danny Thomason. Kentucky 35, Kentucky 40, Kentucky 40, Kentucky 40, Kentucky 50, Kentucky 50. Susie got the other Randy Travis. Kentucky 60, Joe 30, Kentucky 65, Kentucky 70. Kristen Driscoll second on Sammy. We've already sold Red Hot Chili Peppers. Metal Edge is at 20. Julie said that's why I need a new ice maker. My mom sent me an ice maker today. She wants me to buy a new ice maker that does cubed ice. Cubed ice, everybody, cubed. And then over here, we got Kentucky 71, 74, and then Magazines 21, Kentucky 75, Kentucky 90. Donna Handshoemaker wants Foreigner and Sammy. Sammy's already sold Donna Handshoemaker, but I will give you Foreigner. Kentucky, Gin and Juice, Metal Edge 22, 23, Metal Edge out. These 4 Metal Edge magazines are with Susie Breedlove at $23. Going once, going twice. The last bid on Joe Satriani is going once, going twice. Joe Satch. The last bid was Craig Rutherford at 30. Craig Weatherford at 30. Now, Craig, you tied Michael Rudolph. Michael already had it for 30. Now, Craig just bid 31. And then we have an 89 OG specialty pressing of the Kentucky Headhunters. And the last bid was James Hicks at $75. But he said out. That's after Cody bid 90. $90 final call. The last record I showed was Nuggets, Volume 6, Part 2 of Punk, $29.99. Welcome, everybody. New vintage arrivals priced as marked. Another Nuggets, Volume 3, Pop, $26.99. These are incredible compilations. Nuggets Volume 1, the hits. If you want to start with Volume 1, that's a great way to start. $26.99. Nuggets Volume 2, Punk, $29.99. Also, Nuggets Volume 5, Pop, Part 3, $26.99. Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine, $14.99. Kentucky's a final call for $90. Susie has the metal magazines for $23. Sold to Susie Breedlove. Joe's at $37. Fred, you got dibs on a bunch of nuggets, and they're not chicken McNuggets. They're nuggets with great psych and rock pop on there. Your pick on the nuggets, Fred. Or if you want them all, that will simplify it. Just say, Fred, I'll take them all. That will be best. Chicago and Shrink and Hype. Chicago 17 is $14.99. And Elvis Moody Blue, his last studio album, it is on blue vinyl, $34.99 on Elvis. This is David Bowie's Stage, a 2 LP. Bowie is $44.99, and Graham Parker is $9.99. Chad Davis on Elvis, I bet he wants His Hand in Mine. That's so to Chad. And Poco, Ghost Town, Poco's $9.99. Nice, Fred. He gets nuggets. Chicken McNuggets. We might have to send April to go get everybody here McNuggets from McDonald's. Me, Laura, and April, all getting chicken McNuggets. Kentucky Headhunters is sold for $90, and this is sold for $90 to Cody Wright. Thank you on that. Stacy Brown on Chicago. Thank you, Stacy. You get Chicago, and now we're ready for more auctions. We're ready for more everything. The next auction I have going up right now is for those about the rock. Fire. We salute you. An 81 U.S. Allied Original embossed cover. EX, a $35 start. This is OG AC/DC, $35 start. Joe Satriani's at $37. Now, those Nuggets comps, for anybody wondering, when those pop up again, you might want to consider it. Like Fred said, those are really good. I mean, they have stuff on there. Every time I listen to one I've never heard, I find something I've never heard, and I'm in love. There's always some kind of rare 60s track on there that I'm like, wow, where's this been my whole life? The next lot of Metal Edge, we got 3 more here, and it's the last 3 in the binder that Paul brought, and guess what? We got Motley Crue. I wonder if Stacy's went to bed. We got Metal Edge, The Return of Rock, and we got Metal Edge, Marilyn Manson. Those three are going to go up for a $15 start. Metal Edge magazine, lot of 3. Those are now up for bid. AC/DC 35, and now Joe Satriani. The last bid was with Craig at 37, final call. Marshall Tucker, Carolina Dreams. Marshall Tucker has some writing on the cover. $24.99. A little bit of damage right up here. Heard It in a Love Song. AC/DC 35. And Wichita Taco Bell have the Nuggets. Nuggets. And then we have I Hope I'm Not Getting Bullied by Chad. Some amazing tracks, absolutely. And AC/DC has another $35 bid. You were not being bullied. We were just saying that we all need chicken McNuggets. We have Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. That is $34.99. We have The Hunter by Ike and Tina Turner. The Hunter is a 69 Terre Haute press. That's one I don't see as often, $59.99. AC/DC's tied. We got 2 bids on the Metal Edge magazine lot. Joe Satriani is sold to Craig Weatherford for $37. Thank you, Craig, on that. The next thing I have over here is going to go up right now, and it is a Japanese pressing of Elvis Presley, Rock and Roll Again, which is a great Elvis Presley compilation. It's a 2 LP. It's going to go up for a $35 start on Elvis Rock and Roll album. It is a great Elvis rock and roll compilation, 2 LP, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have Hall & Oates H2O. Hall & Oates is $19.99. And Greg Allman Band, I'm No Angel. Greg Allman is $24.99. Metal Edge has bids for $15, $15, $16, now $20. We have Melanie. Melanie is $9.99, and Waylon Jennings live, and this is $14.99. Waylon Jennings live, just $14.99 on Mr. Waylon. The Moody Blues is $14.99, and Chicago's Greatest Hits, question 67 and 68, $19.99. Does anybody really know what time it is? Does anybody really care? Now, Wayne Davis, I'm assuming you did not want to bid again on AC/DC. Because Josh had it for $35 and you tied him, and there hadn't been another bid on AC/DC in almost 3 minutes. So Josh is about to get it for $35. Now Metal Edge is at $20. Now Metal Edge is at $20. Now Fred Cardinale wants Greg Allman. Now Metal Edge is at $22. And now we have, yes, Fragile. Oh boy, one of my favorites. Long Distance Runaround. It is about a mid-70s pressing. However, a gatefold, very little ring wear on the cover. If you don't have that at all, there's a great start right there. South Side of the Sky. Amazing. Yes, that is $19.99. Sorry, I'm having to mute my mic every few seconds. Wishbone Ash, Number of the Brave. Wishbone Ash is $19.99. And the Moody Blues Caught Live plus 5, $19.99. The Moody Blues that's in here is Long Distance Voyager. We have Ricky Van Shelton for $14.99 and Linda Ronstadt's $9.99. Danny, I'm assuming you're done on Metal Edge. Final call to you, or final call to Stacy for $22. AC/DC, just one bid with Josh Brown, $35. That is sold. Elvis is a no bid. Someone's about to get a great buy on a great 2 LP compilation. This is $35. This is Rock and Roll Again. Wayne just commented. He may take it. I'm out on AC/DC. Okay. I'm glad you were out because I just sold it. Elvis is a buy now for $35. And then Blaine Zapnick wants Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager. So this is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Blaine buying up a lot of Moody Blues. Can't go wrong there. Metal Edge is at $22. Next is Kim Wilde. Catch As, what does that say? Catch As Catch Can. That's $17.99. New bid on Metal Edge for $23. Alonzo gets the Elvis for a $35 buy now. Stacy, we're still bidding on Metal Edge. Next thing I have over here going up for bid is George Strait, Straight Country. Oh boy. Here is an 81 gold stamp promo. We had a bidding war for one of these the other night. This is an OG VG, and this one happens to be a gold stamp promo, a radio station copy. WSMN Radio 65. Think about that. Somebody at a radio station probably got this in as a promo, and they was wondering, who is this young feller? I wonder if he'll ever have a successful career. His name's George Strait, Straight Country. His debut album from 1981 It does have the original MCA inner sleeve. It is in VG condition. Let's start it for $45. No barcode. It also has a little bit of a seam split up here on the top. So we'll call it a VG cover, VG vinyl, radio station sticker, gold stamp promo, a $45 start. Metal edge is now at $25. New arrivals crate here. We have Elvis Presley, He Touched Me. That's $14.99 for Elvis. David Essex, All the Fun of the Fair. David Essex is $14.99. Elvis Sings Inspirational Favorites, that is $9.99. And Sammy Hagar Live 1980, $24.99. George Strait's at $45. Poco, Cowboys and Englishmen, $9.99. The Moody Blues 7th Sojourn, I'm Just a Singer in a Rock and Roll Band, $14.99. Don Nicole on Elvis Presley. I'm going to give you Sings Inspirational Favorites. Danny, do you want backing on the Metal Edge magazines? By the way, Laura dropped off a Laura crate after we tagged the Jim Sullivans. We're going to be going through a new arrivals crate that Laura's brought up. And I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 8 new John crates I could go through at any given time. Plus, we're going to be doing buy now, best offer. And I got more miscellaneous stuff to put up as well. Speaking of more miscellaneous, we need more LPs up for auction right now. And what better one to do than Bill Evans at Town Hall? Bill Evans is a 67 US mono with the original Verve company inner sleeve. It's in VG condition. Bill Evans is just a $15 start. Danny's out on Metal Edge. These 3 are sold to Stacy for $25. Thank you, Stacy. Those are sold. Next is George Strait 48, now 55. Nicholas on KW. And Nicholas was for Kim Wilde. There is still a Sammy Hagar over here. I have that one. She would like He Touched Me. Okay, so no on that one from Dawn. She wanted this one right here. We'll do a quick switcheroo. That is sold. Sammy Hagar was $24.99. Bill Evans, $15. Dan Fogelberg, Exiles. Dan is $9.99. Here is a little bit of a random item. I don't know if these actually was supposed to go together or what exactly is happening here. But I have 2 items from Testament. They were down in the tub of all these magazines and Kiss stuff we've been selling. This is some sort of advertisement for Low. It's like a little promotional book. It's almost like a comic for Low Testament, and I have a promotional photo. So we'll say 2 Testament promo items. We're going to put those together. We'll say a $7 start. Testament, $7 start. We've already sold Red Hot Chili Peppers. Bill Evans is at $15. George Strait, $58. Kristen Driscoll does want Sammy Hagar. That is sold to Kristen Driscoll. Mary Miles on Dan Fogelberg. George Samberes, second on Sammy Hagar. Foghat Live, there is cover damage over here on the right. It does have some cover damage. $19.99. Chad had to sneeze. I'm having allergy problems tonight. It only happens when I start talking here live. Focus live at the Rainbow. Whew, sorry. Focus is $19.99. Jimi Hendrix is in shrink wrap. If y'all would have heard that, those were 2 very loud sneezes. Here comes 3 in a row. Okay, let's hope there's not 4th. That almost blew my brains out. And then we have Elvis, the Sun Session. This is the original Elvis recordings in mono on that first label, $39.99. So here's what's going on. There's currently 3 auctions live right now. There's 3 live auctions right now. And here are the 3 live auctions. The first one is George Strait, an OG gold stamp promo. The high bid is $58 of Eddie Gut. The Bill Evans is a final call to Donna, just $15, one bid. The Testament items jumped up to $15. The very first bid was $15 with Hiram, and then $10, and then $7. On my feed, the bids went down. It was $15, $10, and $7, so they've went down on the Testament items. Fred Carnell wants Elvis Presley's son. Now the Testament items are at $20. And this was a new arrivals crate. Let's read through these one more time. There's some stuff in here I can't believe didn't sell, but we're about to show those one more time. I'm just going to read the titles. And if you're like, whoa, 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 Chad, what was that? I'll show it to you and I'll sell it to you, okay? Just ask the price. Some of these I'm going to pause and show again, like Alice Cooper. This is a 1972 pressing of Easy Action, one of his first albums. I think technically his second album from 1972. That is $64.99. The Testament items are now at $25. And we have George Strait. I was going to make sure Brent was done. Eddie Gutt has it for $58. Next over here is Graham Parker. We also had Cat Stevens, Back to Earth. Merle Haggard, Songs I'll Always Sing. Styx, Cornerstone. Jackson Browne, The Pretenders. Elvis, Moody Blue. David Bowie, Stage is still available. A 2 LP, no condition notes, $44.99 on David Bowie. I also had Graham Parker again. We still got Poco, Ghost Town, Marshall Tucker, Carolina Dreams, Neil Young, Stars and Bars, Ike and Tina, The Hunter, Hall & Oates, H2O, Melanie, Waylon Jennings Live, Chicago's Greatest Hits, Yes, Fragile, Wishbone Ash, The Moody Blues, Caught Live +5, Ricky Van Shelton, Linda Ronstadt, David Essex, more Poco, more Moody Blues, Elvis Sings Inspirational Hits, Foghat Live, Focus at the Rainbow, and Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge, and Shrink. Wow, one bid on Bill Evans. That sold to Donna for $15. Some of the jazz people may be snoozing over there, Donna. The Testament items are at $25 with Hiram Aponte. Final Call to Hiram for $25. George Strait is sold to Eddie Gutt for $58. Eddie Gutt, that's sold to you. Nice pickup there on George Strait's debut OG. Mary Miles wants both Pocos, and I think that was back here for this Poco, and there was another one too, this one here. Those are both sold to Mary and Chris Sheridan on the Hall and Oates, right? H&O usually means Hall and Oates, and then Stacy was second. That's always a popular title. Now we have a request from Madonna. You got it. Let's find it right in here. Madonna. Oh man, we got some cool stuff coming up. I didn't know we had. I'm just kind of now looking at the auctions. I know everybody's like, what? You're just now looking at the auctions? But sometimes it's true. I just get the pictures, I post them, and here's Madonna. And this is called True Blue. Madonna is an 86 US specialty OG. It's an RCA Music Club service with poster. It does have the poster. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG minus condition. We're going to start it for just $5. And then James Goggin on Waylon. James Goggin on Waylon. That was a surprise, Cody, on George Strait. You know why? Because 3 other people were bidding, and I never did hear back from them. They either lost connection, got off, something happened, because I thought George Strait would bring well over 100. And I lost 3 bidders. They just all disappeared. That's why it was up for so long. I don't know what happened. And then Heath Norman on Ricky Van Shelton. Heath Norton got Ricky Van Shelton, and then the Cat Stevens back here, Back to Earth, is $14.99. $14.99. All righty. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty. Madonna is a $5 start. This is an 86 US OG club with poster. The vinyl's in VG minus condition. Let's take a look at it. It does have the inner sleeve. The cover and inner sleeve's fine. It does have the Madonna poster, and that is now a $5 start, and we have a bid for $10. The 2 Testament items are also sold to Hiram for $25. I lost a couple people on that one too. I lost at least 3 different bidders on that never did set out. But Hiram, those are sold to you for $25. Donna wants to know the price on Styx in Chicago. Styx in Chicago. The Chicago Greatest Hits was $19.99. And then Styx back here, Cornerstone, same price. Now Madonna's at $20. Now Madonna's at $22. Either some people have dropped connection or something, but I lost several bidders on the last couple auctions. So Those are all done now. And let me stack some empty crates over here. And let's tag Mr. Jim Sullivan. I think that's what's in the next crate. Always an interesting deal with this record. If you've never seen it before, I'll show you and tell you about it. And here's Madonna. Let me swap out crates right quick. Lower crate on deck, by the way. Should be some cool stuff. Everybody was here today. John priced a lot. There was already a lot priced. Paul was doing a lot of logistical work, and he's dug out some stuff, etc., 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 etc. But first, y'all need to hear about Jim Sullivan again. Usually the story sells this record, but I can finally vouch and say, yes, I've actually listened to, oh my gosh, I forgot about the mini guitars. Oh, wow. Yeah, tonight is going to be a mini guitar night, too. I forgot about those. Everybody buckle up and step right this way for the mini guitars. All the mini guitar buyers here, I forgot about those. There's 3 boxes of mini guitars. Holy moly on the mini guitars. But yeah, I've got a lot of restocks and new stuff I haven't had in a while. So I got to bring those over. We'll start showing those in between crates here. But here is the Jim Sullivan record. I'm finally going to set one aside for myself. I'm finally keeping one for myself right now. That's my copy. So there it is. Before they get sold out again, that is done. So the mini guitars are in. So the Jim Sullivan record is a reissue of a very rare record, as in like none have ever sold before. It's a kind of a one-time private pressing of this folk guy, Jim Sullivan. He went missing. No one ever knew what happened to him. Some speculate he was abducted by aliens because he was fascinated with extraterrestrial. Body never was found. Light in the Attic resurfaced these recordings, and they reissued this album. Now, I started listening to it, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. And we had 2 people on a waiting list, J.K. and Blaine Zapnick. So J.K. and Blaine Zapnick, those are sold and sold. Blaine Zapnick and J.K., and I think that's J.K. from YouTube. I think that's J.K. from YouTube. And then since then, there's been some more people comment on the actual pre-order when these came in. This is a Vinyl Me Please exclusive. I've already sold about 40 copies. I went ahead and bought all the rest of them they had from this particular place. Maybe I can get more, but this is all I've got with Jim Sullivan. He's being backed by the Wrecking Crew. It's a really great album. Very folky, very folk rocky. And I still got some people that wanted one. Jason Short from the pre-order. Brad Waits wanted one. And then Alvo Dabney wanted 2. And these are kind of when they're gone type deal. George Jones wants one. I finally set one off to the side for myself. And now I have it on my lifetime wish list to try to find an original. They pretty much don't exist. Janet Gray, it's like folk rock, I would say. Singer-songwriter folk rock. But that's the 4 copies I have left. I may can get this Vinyl Me Please stuff from one more place. And that would be one other distributor. So if these happen to be gone, I can try one more place. But Janet gets one, Michael Rudolph gets one, Tim Graham gets one, and Mary Miles gets one. So those are all gone. Very interesting story on this guy. He disappeared, never to be found again. If that album was, I bet if that album was to surface at the right auction, it would probably bring 10,000 plus. So we can start another waiting list. I'll try to get more. Now, I can promise you this, there is a Light in the Attic pressing that's the same thing. It's just a different color, or it's a different cover. I think the cover is white and black instead of this pink and white or pink and black. So, Michael, Amanda, anybody else, if y'all want to go on a waiting list, I will try to get this version. And if y'all want the other version, that's the one that Paul ordered. When Paul found out we could get this, the one he got was the Light in the Attic, and I went ahead and ordered the Vinyl Me Please. So if anybody else wants on a waiting list, these are sold out again. I think that makes 60 copies we've sold now, which is pretty incredible. And what a cool record. So those are gone. If anybody else wants one, we'll put them 2 people on a waiting list. If y'all don't want on there, let me know. I can order those Light in the Attic edition. If you're okay with just getting a copy, The Light in the Attic's really cool too. It's also a gatefold jacket, has all kinds of information about the story, etc., etc. All right, let's update our auction. Stephen Parton has Madonna at $48, and that's a final call. Stephen Parton has that at $48. That's now going once, going twice. The next thing I have over here, our next auction, is going to be the Clash London Calling, and this is a 2004 U.S. reissue. This is a $25 start. The Clash London Calling, $25 start. And Michael says either. Jim Sullivan will be $29.99. Not a bad price. When you would have ordered this through Vinyl Me Please, it would have been $45. $29.99. Yeah, how unusual. The guy comes up missing. The album's called UFO, and look how trippy the cover is. The cover looks like he's looking up like he's getting abducted by a UFO. How trippy is that, April? She says, very bizarre was her answer. Very bizarre. Jim Sullivan. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. I think that's one of the most interesting stories on a record I've ever heard. So I got 2 people on a waiting list, Michael Hamburger and Amanda Darby. If anybody else wants one, just say waiting list, okay? And your iPod's just connected again. Your whatever, AirPods. Sorry, I'm not into this technology. I'm an analog guy. I am analog for life. We got Madonna. This is sold then to Mr. Stephen Parton for $48. All right, that's done. Let's add Sandy Villa for a Jim Sullivan. I will get y'all some sort of copy of that album, either the original Light in the Attic issue or the Vinyl Me Please, because that one was still in stock as well. I'll try first, obviously, with Vinyl Me Please. But we had a discussion last time. The mastering's the same. The mastering's the same for them. I just went with that because y'all been used to ordering a lot of VMP from me lately. White Line. We have a waiting list going for greatest hits. There's a waiting list going for the greatest hits, and I have 3 albums in stock. I've got Pride in stock. I've got Main Attraction in stock, and I've got another one. So if anybody else wants one of those, let me know. Now, everybody on the pre-order has got one since then. So there's a lot of people on the pre-order. RJ Myers, Alvo. This was last week. RJ Myers, Aaron Below, Tom Sullivan, Patrick Lear, Scott Smith, Paul Conway, Georgia Lyle, Gary Samuels, Jerry Stone, Amy Hutchins, R.K. Tucker, Cecil Groffkoff, Debbie Blair. That's everybody last week. Plus, we had a waiting list for last week, and I just tagged this waiting list. So that's what's going on. That's what's going on with Jim Sullivan. Very, very cool. Let's go through this lower crate. The white lines I mentioned are all music on vinyl pressings. They're all music on vinyl pressings. I've got Pride, Main Attraction, and Big Game. I've got 3 in stock. Main Attraction, Pride, and Big Game. They're all black vinyl, music on vinyl, $38.99. We have a waiting list going for greatest hits. I hope I can get more. I hope I can get more white line greatest hits. I'm supposed to. The waiting list hadn't even been submitted, though, or the order for the waiting list hadn't even been submitted. Fred Cardinale wants a Jim Sullivan. All right, we'll do it. Steven wants to bid on Bush. I'll do it. But right now, the Clash is at 30 with David V. Let's sell one more, and then I'll put up Bush. Don't forget about all the Japanese stuff I have over here. This is a Japanese pressing of the Beach Boys Party. This does have the photo insert with it. It's going to go up for a $15 start. The vinyl is very nice. It's near mint minus and pristine. It does have the insert and the photo insert with it. And the Beach Boys is going to go up for a $15 start. That's now up for bid. There's Beach Boys Party. The Clash is at 30 with David V. All righty, so you know what we're going to do now? I have a really... What am I going to do? Where is that tub? Some people, I have teased some VHS, so I'm not going to tease anymore, but I will put up the ones that I said I had earlier. How about this? Oh my gosh, this could be a really good item. It's a sealed, unopened Def Leppard VHS, Def Leppard In the Round. It's called In the Round, In Your Face. It's a sealed, Or is it in shrink wrap? No, it's in shrink. Okay. They kept it in shrink. It is opened. How nice. Def Leppard. That was originally $17 at Best Buy, which had been like spending $80 on it probably. That is a $10 start. And the Clash was a 2004 VG Plus. The new high bid's 32. Beach Boys is at 15. Adam Ross wants on the waiting list for White Line's greatest hits. Wow. Nice Laura crate sticker. How cool is that? We have a brand new crate of new arrivals here from Laura. Y'all know the rules. I'm going to show 3 records here. They are first come, first serve. They are first come, first serve. And we have 3 records, no putbacks. 3 records, no putbacks. First one to get one gets the Laura crate sticker. Next, Base Kicking wants a White Line main attraction. Let's make a note of that because I'm going to have to go hunting for them. I'm going to have to go hunting the White Lines. They actually might be right here. Nope. Yeah, they're going to be somewhere around here. By the way, speaking of Vinyl Me Please, has everybody got a copy of Jailbreak? Has everybody got a copy of Jailbreak? Vinyl Me Please, orange vinyl. I think y'all have seen that about 100 times, but I'm down to 3 copies over here again before I try to order more. Linda Banks does one on the waiting list for Jim Sullivan. All right, let's make a note to find White Line. I might can run across it tonight. Whew. Chad's going to do some stretching. Oh, wow. All right. Let's see who gets the Laura crate sticker. Y'all know the rules. This is Bear in Heaven, Beast Rest, Fourth Mouth. Band is Bear in Heaven. It's a shoegaze drone record, $22.99. Also, Pearl Jam Backspacer. Pearl Jam's a 2009 U.S. original, $39.99. And Little Feat Electric Lanthrope, exactly, a 2021 Record Store Day exclusive, $37.99 on Little Feat. All right. So let's go up to the top and figure out what happened. The Clash, I remember saying, was at 30. Fred Carnell on Jim Sullivan waiting list. Bush is on deck. Beach Boys at 15. Clash at 32, Clash at 32, Clash at 35 with David V. Def Leppard 10, Def Leppard 10. Also, we have Clash at 38. We got to find a White Line for Base Kicking. Make a note unless I find it tonight. Def Leppard 15. Clash 40. Linda Banks on Jim Sullivan. Clash out. How much is Jailbreak? $34.99. Craig Thomas on Bear. This is sold to Craig Thomas. He also gets the Laura Crate Hop sticker, the rare, highly desirable, and now iconic Laura Crate Hop sticker. That is sold to Craig Thomas. Susie Breedlove got Pearl Jam. Susie Breedlove got Pearl Jam. Janet was second. Javi Soto third. Fred Carnell fourth. And Adam Ross does want a Thin Lizzy Jailbreak, which is right back here. Yes, what can I do for you?
Am I putting CDs in as this? Or what?
CDs or media. Make sure you're on live and not the store tab. Okay. You almost caused us a financial meltdown. So we have Adam Ross on Thin Lizzy Jailbreak. I got more if anybody else wants one. Hello, Sean. Does the Little Feat have Llewellyn George on it? It does not say. I can't get to the gatefold. Maybe here with the classic lineup of Llewellyn George. Yes, it does. George Burleson, it does. If so, sold. That's sold to George Burleson. First 3 records are sold. The Def Leppard VHS in the round, in your face live. Final call to Patty for $15. Darren Chrisman also wants a Thin Lizzy. Let's sell one of those to Darren Chrisman. Darren, I've got you taken care of. Thank you. That's sold to Darren. Patrick Johnson wants a Thin Lizzy. Sold, $34.99. Janet, are you sure you don't want a Thin Lizzy? There's one left now. Thin Lizzies are selling like hotcakes again. The Beach Boys still just had one bid, and that sold for $15. And that $15 bid was way up here. And that seems like it was an hour ago at this point. $15. Who had this? What a great price with the photo insert. Tom Kelly gets that for $15. $15 on that. Nice. And I think we're done on Clash. Let's get some new auctions going. We have a request for Bush. And then Janet says flag. Okay, she said sold jailbreak. That's not actually a flag, but I will get you one right now. She's like, wait a minute. Okay, so this is sold to Janet. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Now they're gone. That was the last copy. Pearl Jam was $39.99. So if anybody else wants a Thin Lizzy, let me know. Let's make a note. Order more Thin Lizzy vinyl, me please. Boy, I don't know how many we've sold now. Def Leppard sold to Patty for $15. Now, what about London Calling? The last bid that I'm seeing is David V at $40, a 2004. Okay? Def Leppard just got a bid for $20 of Bob Riger, and I just sold it. Bob, I just sold it for $20. Now Patty's already bid $21. They were going to take that to the next level. Sorry, I thought we were done. Next thing I have is Bush, and this is 16 stone, a 2013 U.S. 180 grams, still in shrink. Some of these sealed have sold for as much as $300. Bush is a $65 start. All right, let's keep going through this lore crate. Folks, we've only shown 3 records out of here. And then for some reason, I started selling Thin Lizzies. I Am Easy to Find, The National. The National is a 3 LP, red, yellow, and gray colored vinyl, $29.99. The Clash is a 2004, and the high bid is at $40. I'm about to sell it. Bush is at $65 with Stephen Parton. Next is Spoon, Lucifer on the Sofa. Spoon is $27.99. We have Jarvis Cocker, or it could be Jarvis Cocker, like Joe Cocker. It's the second Jarvis Cocker album, $19.99. Bush is at $65. And the next thing I have is what? I did promise I would put this up. The only other one I teased over here, Dockin. I only teased one more. If I start reading off the rest of these VHS and DVD, y'all would lose your mind. So I'm only going to say one more, and that's Dockin. One Live Night, Dockin. And this was originally just recently put on vinyl, I think for the first time, or reissued. There's Dockin, One Night Live, VHS. That is a $10 start, okay? Fred Carnell wants Spoon. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Spoon is sold to Fred Carnell. Over here, we got the Stooges, Till the End of the Night. 2021. Where's Rebecca at? The Stooges is $34.99. And here is My Morning Jacket, Jim James. Uniform Clarity on white vinyl, $17.99. Dockin already has a bid for $20. Bush's has one bid for $65. Now it has a bid for $70. And the Clash is sold for $40. And that was sold to David V for $40. Wow, he had that for 7 minutes. He's probably like any minute now, Chad. Now Bush 75, now Bush 75. 70, now 75. Next auction is going to be Rocky. I feel like somebody asked for this about 2 hours ago. Rocky is a 1976 OG Terre Haute pressing in VG condition. Rocky is a $15 start. $15 start on that. The Jim James album, Kristen, is $17.99. Jim James is $17.99. $17.99. Dockin has got bids for $21.21. Next is Tom Petty. Tom Petty, Finding Wildflowers, alternate versions. This is on Go Vinyl sealed, $24.99 on Tom Petty. And the Black Keys, Chullahoma. The Black Keys is a picture disc, $29.99. Dawkins at $25. Jim James is sold to Kristen Barnett. That is sold. Also, we have the Italia. This is Glass Candy, Ghetto Boys, $14.99, Ghetto Boys. Next is Fred Carnell needs to put back Spoon. That is a $35,000 restocking fee, but Fred said no problem, charge my account. Bush is at $85. Charlie Marks wants the Stooges. That is so to Charlie Marks. And then Craig Ruth wants Tom Petty. And now my crate is really full. And let me swap out crates right quick on this. And let me do this right here. Who are the stooges you speak of? Jerry, that's the coma episode. The coma episode. The jacket. I think it's technically called the jacket. Yeah. The jacket episode. All right. Now, I'm going to stretch. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm man down. All right, I'm standing back up in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Now, hope everybody's paying attention. I'm going to do final call on these auctions, and we're about to do a speed run on this crate. Now, first thing we have is Rocky has a new bid for $18 with Tim Graham. The Doc and VHS is a final call. It's at $25 of Michael Ruttman. The Bush record just got a new bid for $95. Chris Kirkley on the Black Keys. Very cool. Very nice. Let's go ahead and keep rolling through here. We got King Tough. This is $14.99. Third Man Records, King Tough. What about Lilacs and Champagne? Midnight features Volume 2. Made Flesh, $17.99. We also have this. It's Margot Price, Midwest Farmer's Daughter. Margot Price is $14.99. David Comes to Life. It's by the album. The artist is F'd Up, Fucked. This is John Lee Hooker Alone. It is sealed, $19.99. Right here, we have John Spencer Blues Explosion, Plastic Fang, 2002 OG limited edition with CD, $32.99. This here is Of Montreal. Of Montreal is $24.99. It is called Skeletal. It is called Skeletal Lamping, $24.99 on that. Next is Black Pumas, Capital Cut, $17.99. Also, The City, Carole King. Carole King is $22.99. Also, we have for $22.99, Here Comes the Cowboy, Mac DeMarco. Also, The Black Keys is $34.99, sealed with promo CD. Or with sealed promo CD, I should say. The CD is sealed. Also, we have Matt Pond, PA, Last Light, an indie rock album. Matt Pond, PA is $22.99. Also, we have some 10-inch here, it looks like. 4 Abstractions, Advanced Bass, $39.99. A 2015 U.S. original, limited to 50 numbered copies on clear vinyl. This is number 10 of 50. It's a lo-fi drone album for $39.99. We also have Liars, There's Always Room on the Broom, Noise Experimental, that's $14.99, and then Miles Davis is $17.99. All right, so let's go back to the top. The last thing I had was Bush, $95, Bush, $100, Rocky, $19, Craig Thomas on John, Jon. John was Jon. That was for, now probably the biggest problem is I've read so many records that I'm completely unfamiliar with. Trying to figure out what's been claimed now is going to be the biggest challenge of my life. John Smitzer is sold to Craig Thomas. Alice Smith on BP. I'm assuming that's for the Black Pumas. This is going to be a challenge here. That's BP. That's sold to Alan Smith. Chris Kirkley was second. Ivan R. on JSP. JSP was for John Spencer's Blues, I bet. Yep. And then Jim B put MD. Now, MD was either for Miles Davis or Matt DeMarco. I bet it's for Matt DeMarco, Jim B. If not, let me know. Then Ryan Annals on John Lee Hooker. And then Chadwick Smith wants Room on a Broom. And then Fred Cardinal wants the Lo-Fi record. I think that was this one right here. That was 4 Abstracts. That is sold to Fred Cardinal. Rocky's at 20. Jennifer Corbin on the Black Keys, and William APM on Miles Davis. All right, so that means that we're done on Bush. The last bid that came in during all that, George Jones was at 100. Stephen went out, and that's a final call to George Jones for 100. The Doc and VHS is sold to Michael Ruttman for 25. Miles Davis is already sold. Now Rocky's at $21. Let's read through this crate one more time. I have I Am Easy to Find, the National, a triple LP LP colored vinyl. The Nationals, $29.99. Also, Jarvis Coker, $19.99. Rockies at $22. This is Glass Candy for $14.99. Spoon is $27.99. King Tough is $14.99. Lilac and Champagnes is $17.99. Also, Margot Price, Midwest Farmer's Daughter, $14.99. David Comes to Life. The name of the artist is Effed Up, $19.99. Also, over here is Of Montreal for $24.99. And then Carole King, The City, $22.99. Matt Pond, PA, $22.99. Bush is sold to George Jones for $100. Rockies at $22. That's sold to Tim Graham for $22. Now, the next thing I have is right here, and it is Pink Floyd, the soundtrack for More, a 1988 U.S. specialty reissue on a purple capital pressing. One I don't see as often. Pink Floyd is a $25 start. That's now up for bid. The next thing I have is Milt Jackson, a jazz album, a 1955 USOG mono VG condition. That is a $20 start on that. Ryan, I have already sold the Rocky. I thought it was just down to 2 people. I didn't know there was anybody else bidding. When it got down to those 2, I've went ahead and sold it. Sorry, sometimes I do that, and I probably shouldn't. I've already sold that. And then there's Milt Jackson, there's Pink Floyd. Anybody else on that crate? If not, I'm about to go right into another one. Hope everybody is paying close attention of what's about to happen here. So we just flashed the Thin Lizzy Vinyl Me Please. We sold out of it. The only other Vinyl Me Please I have over here is this right here. Townes Van Zandt, For the Sake of the Song. Townes Van Zandt is $34.99. This is a Vinyl Me Please edition. It's on blue vinyl. Townes Van Zandt, I have that for $34.99. I got some Fred Goodwin autographs here. I have some Fred Goodwin autographs, and are these all what I thought they were? Yeah. All right, so let's see what I have here. Let's see here. Floyd Tillman, Floyd Tillman, Floyd Tillman, Floyd Tillman, Floyd Tillman, Floyd Tillman, and then we'll do him later. Okay, these are all country albums signed by Floyd Tillman. They're all from Fred Goodwin's collection, and Floyd Tillman signed every one of these. They're not JSA authenticated, but I will guarantee them. Best Wishes, Floyd Tillman, Floyd Tillman and Friends, Floyd Tillman, I'll Keep on Loving You, Floyd Tillman's Best. They're all signed by Floyd Tillman, Floyd Tillman's Greatest Hits, and Floyd Tillman, I'll Still Be Loving You. That is a lot of 6 autographed Floyd Tillman albums. Floyd Tillman albums. That's hard to say fast. $15 star. What guitars? What are the many guitars I have? Any more Townes Van Zandt? That's the only one I have. Pink Floyd has bids for $25 and $25, and Milt Jackson has a bid for $20. Let's bring over a new crate, and when I bring over the new crate, I'm also going to bring over the mini guitars. Somebody asked earlier, can you read off everybody you have? If I did that, it would be absolute chaos because people would be trying to buy them before I could show them. And then I don't know how many I have. I don't know who was on a waiting list, but I'm about to start showing them right now. If I were to read off everybody that I have over here, like I said, it would cause absolute chaos. So let me just start bringing them over. There's wait list on about 7 of them, and I'll start showing them. But first, we're going to bring over this new crate right here and start reading through these titles, okay? While I show some of these other mini guitars. Laura's working on some more stuff. I got more new stuff here, and here we go. Do I have any Floyd Tillmans? I got Floyd Tillmans. I have them. And then there were some questions about the last records. I still am going to go back to those. So the first thing was Milt Jackson 20, Pink Floyd 25, Pink Floyd 26. Next thing is FU colored vinyl. And Oh So Adventure wanted to know what the Nationals LP was. All right, this is the Nationals. And the Nationals is called I Am Easy to Find. It's a triple LP. It's on red, yellow, and gray vinyl. I Am Easy to Find. It is $29.99. And then the artist known as Effed Up is right here. It's a 2 LP. Laura don't have any notes on color, so I'm assuming it is black vinyl. And yes, it is black vinyl. Whoops, and I just smacked F up with the camera. The album just said FU GoPro. There we go. Let's get this back straight. Hope I see what's going on. This needs to be fixed like that. Okay. Let's pull this back just a hair. Should be good to go now. Close enough, I think. Okay. Now, let's see what's going on. Milt Jackson is Milt Jackson Quartet, a 1955 USOG mono in VG condition. One bid for $20, final call. Pink Floyd, I didn't mention condition because it's near mint minus. There are no condition notes on Pink Floyd. Near mint minus, it just got a bid for $28. And then these 6 Floyd Tillman albums are at $15. One bid with Robert Warner. $15 on those 6 autographed Floyd Tillman albums. $15. Price on the CD. There's still some questions coming in from the previous crate. The CD with Carole King is $22.99. It's on gold-looking vinyl. All right, now let me go over here and grab these mini guitars. And as I'm showing new arrivals and we're auctioning stuff, guess what I'll do? I'll start trying to slip in as many mini guitars and toys as I can. Nice purple juice. Delicious. All right, what do I have over here? I have, let's grab this first box. Oh my gosh, I got so many. All right, let me grab this first. And there's a couple that's a little bit higher because they're very, there's some, well, you'll see. There's some pretty cool ones in here that I haven't had before. They've been selling so well, I went ahead and took a chance on some of them. All right, let me start trying to sort them right now. Let me try my best to get some of these organized. All right, there's that, there's that. All right. I think that's the... Yep. All right. Let's do some that I know I haven't had and I know I don't have waiting lists for. And ones that I know I've only ordered 2 of. All right, those will be the best ones to show first. That way I know I have not shown these and I know there's no waiting list. So the first thing I have here is Kenny Wayne Shepherd's custom guitar. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, this is $39.99. $39.99 for Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Let's take a look at this. I know I've never had this one before. It is $39.99. So let's take a look at it. Mini guitars. This is from a company called Axe Heaven. Very, very cool. These all will ship in with your $8 in limited shipping. And here recently we have sold a lot of these. As y'all know, I bring them out. We sell them. I order more. We take waiting list. There's Kenny Wayne Shepherd. These are very ornate, very detailed. They'll give you a good look at it. Kenny Wayne Shepherd is $39.99. So I have 2 of those Kenny Wayne Shepherd bands. Let's show him first. I'm going to put it right over here. Now, we need to sell every single one of these, okay? Now, let's go back to the top and let's see what we have. We had Pink Floyd at 28. Oso Adventure got the Nationals. Fred put Nationals. Oso wanted it. That was asked about 5 times. I was like, man, is somebody going to buy that? And Oso Adventure did get it. So this is sold to Oso. Then Fred wanted it. Then Tim Graham wanted it. Now Milt Jackson got a bid for 21. Now Pink Floyd 29. Now Pink Floyd 30. Adam, they do not make any James Hetfield guitars. There are 0 being made. And then Pink Floyd's at 30. Oso got the Nationals. And now we have Milt Jackson at 22. Milt Jackson at 23. And I was just about to sell these Floyd Tillman albums. And now at the very bottom, Kristen Driscoll has a bid in for $19. Robert Warner, you've been outbid. There is a new bid on those Floyd Tillman albums for $19. It's up to Robert if he wants to take it further. Kenny Wayne Shepherd is sold to Danny Thomason. I have 1 left there if anybody wants it. Let me go ahead and show the first few records in this crate. The Fillmore's Last Days. This is a great box set. It includes a poster. It includes a 45, a book. It's the Fillmore's Last Days box set with Santana, Grateful Dead, Hot Tuna, and this is $64.99. $64.99. Floyd Tillman's now at 20. Bruce Springsteen, live 1975-85. Bruce Springsteen is $49.99. This is a 5 LP box. Bruce Springsteen is $49.99. I also have Bee Gees Children. This is $9.99. And we have Robert Palmer Riptide. Robert Palmer is $19.99. Now, Milt Jackson. Milt Jackson is still getting bids. Linda has it for $25. And there's a question about Pink Floyd. There's a question about Floyd Tillman. There's a question about Kenny Wayne Shepherd. There's a question about Driving and Crying. But first, I'm going to update the newest high bid on Milt Jackson, which just came in. It's a 1955 USOG mono in VG condition, Prestige 7003. That has a new high bid of $25. Back here on the left is Pink Floyd More. It's a 1988 U.S. Specialty reissue, near mint minus on this Purple Capital reissue label. That high bid just came in, Pink Floyd, and that is with Blaine Zapnick. He tied Fred Carnell. Fred Carnell still has it for $30. Back in the back right is an auction lot of Floyd Tillman. Country artist Floyd Tillman. These are 6 autographed albums. Don't get Floyd mixed up with Pink Floyd. This is Floyd Tillman. 6 autographed albums. The high bid's $24 with Kristen Driscoll. Blaine, you're out on Pink Floyd. The first person to bid $30 was Fred Carnell. We sold the Nationals, and then there was 3 backup people. Danny got Kenny Wayne Shepherd, and then he asked, does Kenny Wayne Shepherd guitar case have a slipcover? I don't really know what that means. Does the guitar case have a slipcover? And then over here, we got MJ for $25. Fred Carnell got the Fillmore box. Condition on Bruce. The box is probably VG or VG Plus. A little bit of wear on the box. No condition notes on the vinyl. Chad Davis got BGs. Floyd Tillman, 24. Floyd Tillman, 25. Pink Floyd, 31. Next over here is Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii, via satellite. It's on the tan labels from 1975. $34.99 on that. $34.99 on that. And then the Beatles. This is the white album on white vinyl. $149.99 with the photos and the poster. It's a French pressing from 1978 on white vinyl. The white album, $149.99. Next guitar. I'm going to do one I know I don't have a waiting list for, and that's this one right here. And I haven't had it in a while. Gene Simmons Custom Bass. It is the Axe guitar from Gene Simmons, $39.99. 1/4 scale model. I like this one because I don't even have to open it up and you can see what it looks like. Gene Simmons, $39.99. I still got one Kenny Wayne Shepherd band if anybody wants that one. Next is Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture. That is $17.99. Pink Floyd's at $31, now $32, now $33. Now Floyd Tillman's at $26. Nobody else has bid on MJ, which is Milt Jackson, since Linda bid $25. Final call on that. Stacy wants a Gene Simmons. I have one Gene Simmons left. Those are $39.99. Also, I have the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. That is $34.99. We have Pink Floyd at $35. Pink Floyd at $35, and Nicholas wants Alan Parsons. Stevie Wonder bought had a slipcover graphics on. The Waylon I bought, same black, no box. No, not all of them have this. You're talking about like Kiss? No, not all of them have these. Some of them come with them. Now, Kenny Wayne's has like stuff on it like that. It's kind of a custom box, but no, not all of them have slipcases. It's not like they're missing, just some of them don't have them. For example, Gene does, most of them don't. I know what you're talking about now. We have Genesis selling England by the pound. That's $19.99. Floyd Tillman's at $27. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. And Neil Young's Hawks and Doves. Neil Young is $34.99. Let me go ahead and revisit my laptop over here because for two reasons. One, I've got to pull up prices on a couple, and we're about to start getting into waiting list. But this one here, this next one is probably the most expensive one I can get. But I have never ordered one because of the cost. However, I think y'all are going to like it, and I ordered two because I did think my instincts told me, yeah, we can sell these. So let me log in over here, get some stuff pulled up right quick, waiting list pulled up. So far, a great crate of new arrivals. We've got a whole batch of auctions over here to run, including miscellaneous. I'm working on getting all these open. Let me close out all these other tabs I have open. Wikipedia on Rush, Wikipedia on New Order, eBay tabs, Metallica's website, Vanguard Investing. All right, so let's go over here and figure out what's going on with Cheap Trick. that I'm about to show you. It is, this one is, let me run some math on it. This is $59.99. I'm very curious how this thing looks. $59.99 on this one. It's almost in like a baseball card box. This one's $59.99. This is the Cheap Trick Rick Nielsen, custom shaped. I think y'all have seen this before. How cool is that? Rick Nielsen, Cheap Trick. I've got 2 of them here. Let's open up the other one as well. Whoa. Let me set that there. Is this the guitar case for it? And then Floyd Tillman, Pink Floyd 37. Milt Jackson is sold to Linda Banks for $25, okay? And that, so there's that. I understand, but the slipcover of graphics is more desirable than the slipcover of a plain box. Yes, so Kenny Wayne Shepherd, they did not make a slipcase for this. There is no slipcase that comes with the Kenny Wayne Shepherd. They do not make them for this guitar. If they did, it would be on the outside. For example, Gene Simmons comes with one. Rick Nielsen doesn't even really come with a box. So it's just however it is right there. And I'm going to go ahead and make sure the other one is the right thing here. So there's this no, for example, those just didn't come with one. And there's the other one. And both of these are sold. One is sold to Brett and one is sold to Stacy Metternich. Very nice. Okay. Let me go ahead and take these around the corner. And then when I come back, Pink Floyd's at 37. Fred Cardinale, you've been outbid. And the Floyd Tillmans, I never did hear back from Kristen Driscoll. I'm about to sell those on those there. Okay, so there's those and those. Let me take these right over here. And let me do this over here. Okay, there's those and there's those. Gotcha. I understand what you're saying now. I was just making sure everybody knows that some of these aren't technically missing anything. Just FYI, okay? There's that, there's that. All right. Let's open this up. Give me 1 second, please. I got to do something before I forget. Okay. Pink Floyd. Sold. Charlie Marks, $37. The Floyd Tillmans are sold. And these are sold to Robert Warner for $27. Those are done and those are done. All right, new auctions. I love showing mini guitars, but I tell people I can only show them about once a week at a certain time because I basically have to stop the show to show them, if y'all see what I'm talking about. I know everybody wants to see them, but it's like I lost 3 people bidding there. Everybody stopped bidding. I never did hear back from anybody, probably because they were in the middle of bidding and they swapped off because I started showing guitars. So George Strait, number 7. George Strait is a 1986 U.S. Carrollton OG Club in shrink, a top copy. Excuse me. George Strait is a $35 start. OG number 7, George Strait. Also in this bin, we have Focus, Ship of Memories. Focus is $16.99. It is a gold stamp promo, Focus. And then Sinatra's Swingin' Session. Frank Sinatra is $14.99. We have the United States Air Force 14th anniversary. That's a cool record. Air Force record is $14.99. And Neil Young, Comes a Time. Very nice. Lot of love. Neil Young, $34.99. No condition notes. And The Beatles, 67 to 70 on blue vinyl. $99.99 on the Beatles, 67 to 70, a US on blue. Beautiful copy on that. Next auction is Yardbirds, and Yardbirds is a 1970 US Terre Haute original. It has a company inner sleeve. It's VG++EX. The Yardbirds is a $25 start. Linda Banks on Sinatra. That is sold to Linda Banks. Next is Kelly Vlodarchek on AF for the Air Force record. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And Genesis Seconds Out, $34.99. Victor on the Beatles. Thank you on that. And Steppenwolf is $19.99. Really cool foil cover there. Now, over here we have... I was wanting to remind everybody about the Beatles White Album on white vinyl. And that is right here. And that's a 78 French. I still have that. The Sinatra's already gone. I do have George Harrison self-titled for $24.99. And Wizard's Brew is $19.99. Our next auction I have for us is going to be this sealed Roy Orbison Record Store Day. Only the Lonely in Mono and Pretty Woman Live. Sealed Roy Orbison from Record Store Day. That is going to go up for a $7 start. Okay, what else do I have in here? I have two of these, and there's no waiting list, and it's the only two I have. These are $39.99. $39.99. This is George Harrison's Rocky Psychedelic Stratocaster. George Harrison of the Beatles. And this is $39.99. This one's $39.99. They'll get all these wrapped back up, obviously, for shipping, but I have to kind of tear into them right quick so y'all can see them. Very cool. George Harrison's known as Rocky, his Psychedelic Stratocaster. How cool is that? George is $39.99. And so the only thing we've sold out of is the Rick Nelson, gigantic Rick Nelson guitar that was $59. We still got one Kenny Wayne Shepherd band. It's $39. We still got one Gene Simmons Battle Axe. It's $39. Both George Harrison's just sold. Anything we sell out of, like Rick Nelson, I can put you on a waiting list. So both of those are sold to Brent and Stephen A. Young. How cool are those? And once again, we'll do this again tonight or another night this week whenever more comes in. Got any mini drums? Yes, I do. We got a waiting list going for Charlie Watts, and I have one Beatles Ringo drum set. These are $59.99. There's Ringo's classic Ludwig drum set, $59.99. I got a waiting list going for Charlie Marks, and I forgot what else the other ones I ordered, but I think they're on the way. But that's about it right now. I can only promise Ringo and Charlie Marks. Those are $59. Roy Orbison's at $7, now $10. Back to the crate, we got Poco Live. That's $9.99. The Yardbirds don't have a bid. Final call for $25. There was only one bid on George Strait. That's sold to Brent Robley for $35. The Yardbirds is a $25 start. And then over here is David Bowie's Ziggy Stardust. It's on the RCA Black Label. But what a nice copy for $34.99. Susie Breedlove wants the Ringo Starr drum set. This is sold to Susie Breedlove. Wizard Brew is Roy Wood from ELO. It's his first solo album, a orchestrated masterpiece. This is $19.99. That's the note from Derek Clark. Let's put Todd Doris on a waiting list for the Ringo drum set. If anybody else wants one, let me know. They're $59.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles. It's a 2010 Euro pressing. 180 gram, $25 start on that. Brent Robley also wants a Ringo Starr drum set. So that's two people on a waiting list for that. Next is Wishbone Ash, No Smoke Without Fire. Wishbone is $19.99. Jennifer Corbin on the David Bowie. Thank you, Jennifer Corbin. And Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone, $9.99 on Elvis. We have Graham Parker and the Rumor, $9.99. If anybody wants on that Charlie Marks, it's like a standard wood finish type deal. I can get one for you. Robert Warner, let me know if you want back in on Ringo. He actually already said out. Let's go ahead and sell that for $10. And that $10 bid was with Chris Collins, okay? There's that and there's that. I don't think there's any Van Halens. I don't think there's... I've had a lot of people mention artists, and I'm like, nope, none, zero. I wish there was. I wish there was some of this stuff. They had every custom artist guitar and drum set, but Fortunately, no. The Van Halen Frankensteins hadn't come in since I've been doing this. Those are way out of stock. Some of the other stuff as well. Yardbirds 25 and Black Pumas is already sold. Rage Against the Machine 28. Loverboy Get Lucky 19.99. Yardbirds a 1970 US Terre Haute VG++ EX. VG++ EX. Next thing we have is Jackson Brown's Holdout. $14.99 on Jackson Brown's Holdout. And 9 on a 10 scale, Sammy Hagar. Sammy Hagar is $24.99. And Bodine's is $19.99. Bodine's was $19.99. Okay, so what I have left over here, I think is going to require me to get the next box. I want to make sure some of these really popular ones, I want to make sure I have them all together before we start bringing them over. So I got one more full box here with the rest, and then over here I've got about a dozen more. But some of these I ordered 5 and 6 of because we had 2 or 3 people on a waiting list. So let me look through here. See through, okay. I know about that one, that one. These are upside down. Let me figure out who these are. These are who? Okay, that's a good one. I forgot about that one. Let me show these. I've only got 2 of these. All right, this one. Okay, now some of these I don't have the licensing for, but like what I told somebody is some people play a guitar and it's not really their signature edition, but when you see it, you just know it's their guitar. And I'll show you a prime example because this is just like, you can just order this guitar. Like I think if you just tell Fender you want this kind of guitar, they'll get it for you. It's not necessarily this person's signature guitar, but when you see it, you know exactly who played it. And that's how the Bruce Springsteen one. We had a Bruce Springsteen Telecaster. They call it Bruce Springsteen's Telecaster, but it just looks like a beat-up Telecaster. I don't think it's really a licensed guitar from him. Same thing for this. No, this is not the one I was thinking about. This is Eric Clapton's Blackie. Okay, never mind. This is, well, you know who played this too, but this one actually says Blackie on the side, which I think is licensed through Clapton. So yeah, that is $39.99. Not the one I was thinking about. I do have another Stratocaster coming up. But yeah, that's Eric Clapton. And it has some of the wear marks. Like they actually put the wear marks there just like his has. If you see what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's Clapton's Fender Stratocaster. It actually says Blackie on the side, which is known for being his one. So I've got 2 of those, $39.99. I've never had that one before. All right, Rage Against the Machine is at $32. $32. And now the Yardbirds is at $27. So Rage is out. That's a final call. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Stacy put SH. Let me take a sneeze right quick. Okay, so Sammy Hagar was sold to Stacy Brown. Rage is out. Rage 32. And Brent wants an Eric Clapton. I'll give you the one here on the bottom. And Andrew, I still got one. There won't be a waiting list, Andrew. I'll give you one right now. So one for Brent and one for Andrew Shaw. That says Blackie on the side for whoever's tagging. Let me show a few more records here. Elvis Gold Records Volume 4. This is a 78 Canadian edition, actually on gold vinyl. $34.99 on that. And then over here, we got BG's Mr. Natural. BG's is $19.99. And Basie plays Hefty. Basie is $14.99. Rod Stewart, A Shot of Rhythm and Blues. It has a promo sticker on the front. Rod Stewart is $14.99. And Van Halen, wow, an OG copy just randomly in the bin of 1984 with the original under sleeve, $44.99. I have people tell me all the time, Chad, I've got a copy of Van Halen's 1984 and the cover's upside down. It's inverted. It's a rare misprint. And I'm saying, no, they're all made like that. Yes, the cover is upside down on 1984, $44.99. I have never seen the gold vinyl version of that. Don Nicole says, I haven't either. I'll take it. Rage Against the Machine is sold to Josh Brown for $32. And the Yardbirds is up to James Goggin. Curtis Marachi has it right now for $27. 2 more guitars sold. Let's do another 2. if I can find two more. Sorry, I have major allergy problems tonight. Sorry for the sniffles. It's going to happen. All right, here is another psychedelic era from the Beatles, Paul McCartney's Magical Mystery Tour bass. One of the first times he switched up from playing the Hofner pretty much in public and for promotional purposes. Magical Mystery Tour, he went over here to this bass guitar, and it was painted very psychedelic as a Rickenbacker, Paul McCartney. And that one actually says Paul McCartney's Magical Mystery Tour bass, $39.99. It's a Rickenbacker bass. Very, very cool. $39.99. That's for Mr. Paul's Magical Mystery Tour era. By the way, these all come with mini guitar stands. They're excellent display pieces. They're very, very cool. You'll be very impressed with the quality. Both Paul McCartneys are sold, Stephen A. Young and Stacey Brown. And I'm going to go ahead and take these and the Claptons around the corner. If anybody else wants on either waiting list for Clapton or McCartney, just let me know. Clapton or McCartney waiting list, just let me know. I'm going to put those right over here and those right over here. Just so everybody knows, these typically sell out. We usually have, I only had one left over from last week. And now Van Halen is sold, and that is sold to Nashville Tiger. And thank you, that's sold to him. Let's read through these one more time. I think, unfortunately, I lost James Goggins, so I got to go ahead and sell this to Curtis for $27. Let's introduce some more auctions. I got the Stray Cats here, and this is an 86 US OG sealed. The Stray Cats, and this one's called Rock Therapy. It's a sealed OG, a $20 start on that. And then the next auction I have over here is what? The next thing I have over here is what? And this is what? This is the Brian Jonestown Massacre. A 2014 UK original light blue and dark blue vinyl. Light blue and dark blue mixed. $35 start on Brian Jonestown Massacre. All right. The next, I'm trying to get all the Randy Rhodes together because you want to be prepared. When I show those, there's usually a waiting list and usually a sellout. So give me 1 second while I get all those together. All right, let's go ahead and do another Beatle because I know that we didn't have a wait list for these. And I'm actually going to scroll through my laptop right quick and actually check what I do have waiting list for. This is John Lennon's. They call it the Ed Sullivan Rickenbacker. John Lennon's Ed Sullivan Rickenbacker. This one's also $39.99. John Lennon's Rickenbacker. So if you want to get some of the Beatles stuff together, we've already sold a George Harrison, and here's a classic Rickenbacker. Wow, John Lennon. Take a look at that. Very, very nice. That is $39.99. I've got two John Lennons there. Those are Rickenbackers, John Lennon, just like he would have been playing on the Ed Sullivan Show, right from that Beatlemania area. $39.99. Brian Jonestown Massacre, $35 and $45. And then over here we have Stray Cats as a $20 start. We have a question on Every Picture Tells a Story. I don't think that one's in here. I do have a shot of Rhythm and Blues, though. That's probably what you've seen. I'll show it right now. Stray Cats is a sealed original, just a $20 start. Rod Stewart is a shot of Rhythm and Blues. It has a promo sticker on the front. It's $14.99. I still got Robert Palmer Riptide for $19. The Bruce Springsteen Live Box for $49. Elvis Aloha from Hawaii. The Beatles at Hollywood Bowl. Genesis Selling England by the Pound. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. Focus, Ships of Memories. Neil Young Comes to Time. Genesis Seconds Out. Steppenwolf Slow Flux. And then the Beatles White Album. And this is on white vinyl. And this is $149.99. Are there strings? Yeah, there is strings on here. There is strings. The only thing you got to do is get you a little guitar pick and you can start playing it. They are strong and ready to go. Brian Jonestown Massacre is at $45. And yes, the Stray Cats is sealed. Okay, so the next one I have over here is... Actually, I'm going to check my waiting list, see what I have waiting list for. So let me check on this. Guitar. I got one for Black Randy Rhodes, Polka Dot, White, Jerry Garcia, and Slash. And then, Danny, I'm going to ask you about Slash in 1 second. Okay? They do make mini amps too. Yes, there are mini amps. There's mini drums. I guess the next thing we need is just mini microphones. There's mini bass guitars. And the next thing I have is, oh yeah, I want to do this one right here. Do I just have one? Maybe I just ordered one because I didn't know how many we would sell. Or is this another one? No, I did get two. Okay. Let me go ahead and do this one right here. And this one's really cool. And let me show y'all this one. This one should, I tried some ones I normally didn't have before. Let's see here. Okay, so we have, back up here, we have, okay, Brian Jonestown Massacre, 35, 45. Stray Cats was sealed, a $20 start. Brian Jonestown Massacre, 40, and then 50, and then 55. And then we have Brian Jonestown Massacre, 50. Stray Cats is at 20. Brent, the last one was John Lennon's Rickenbacker. John Lennon's Rickenbacker is $39.99. I still got both of those. And then over here was the next one, which I personally like because I've always been fascinated by this one. It is actually $69.99. I think this is the last one. This is, what was I about to say? I don't know what I was about to say. But when y'all see it, oh, I know what I was going to say. This one's officially licensed by Gibson. It seems like all the Gibson stuff cost just a little bit more because I think they have to pay for that name. Brent says he's in on John Lennon, and I think y'all are going to be in on these as soon as I can get them opened. Let me get this one opened right quick. And, wow, look at this. I call it Jimmy Page, but it is the Gibson EDS 1275. Gibson EDS 12, is that the right model? Yeah. A Gibson Cherry Red Double Neck. I think of this, I think of Led Zeppelin, Jimmy Page, The Song Remains the Same, Stairway to Heaven. Amazing. And that is $69.99. It's a Gibson Double Neck. And I've got two of those. That's, I think, the most expensive one I have tonight. Obviously, a lot more goes into that one. I have two Jimmy Page double necks, and I'm looking right now, I can get more. I'm looking right now, there's more, and we can start a waiting list. But first, let's sell Brent Robley a John Lennon Rickenbacker. That is so to Brent Robley. Thank you, Brent. And I have one John Lennon left on that. And then Jimmy Page is sold to Stephen Young and Susie. Let's put Brent on a waiting list, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. Brian Jonestown Massacre. The last thing over here was sold to Charlie Marks for $60, and Stray Cats at the last second just got a bid for $21. Now, we have George Harrison. We have Poco Live. We have Wizard's Brew. We still have that. Wishbone Ash. Elvis Presley. Graham Parker. Loverboy Get Lucky. We got Jackson Brown Hold Out. We got Bodines. We got Bee Gees, and Count Basie plays Hefty. Count Basie plays Hefty. All right. That is all available. Now, I've already blocked somebody on YouTube. If there's somebody else on Facebook, I can't see them. So that means I've already blocked them and somehow they're invisible to me. So those are sold. Let me take those around the corner, and let's put up a new crate right now. Sorry, we are, but man, yeah, if y'all can see something on YouTube, then I can't. Let me go back over here to all messages. Yeah, I've already blocked somebody, so unless they're coming in new just in the last 5 seconds, live chat all messages. Yeah, they're blocked. Blocked. Must be a kid or something that's got too much sugar in them tonight. If it's an adult, I've always said this, if there's adults doing that, then we probably need to go you know, try to help them. But if it's a kid, understandable, we'll block them. But if it's an adult doing that stuff, we probably need to go. If you're out there, we'll try to get you some help. Stray Cats is at $28. The next thing we have is, I have going up for bid right now, Dwight Yoakam. And this is Buenos Noches from a Lonely Room, a 1988 USOG, still in shrink with the original on her sleeve. This is a $15 start. Dwight Yoakam, Buenos Noches from a Lonely Room, $15 start on that. So that's now up for bid on that. Let's swap out quates. Let's swap some stock, as Elaine and Mr. Pitt had to say. Let's swap out some crates. I got another new arrivals, or I got a crate over here to do buy it now best offer. And let's start doing that right now. We're gonna go through a crate buy it now best offer. And I believe Laura is working on some other new stuff right now. So we got a lot to get to. I'm gonna try to finish the guitars up before I do anything else, and hopefully we can sell every single one of these. Dwight Yoakam has just one bid at 15. The Sealed Stray Cats is at 28. Chad's going to breathe in some oxygen, and I am almost done sorting the Randy Rhodes. That's how many different ones I have had come in, and how many I think we have on a waiting list. So this is this, and this is this. And we got one of those. Okay, there's another one of these. I think that's it for those, right? Okay, so let me go ahead and knock this. Let me do one more check. Yeah, okay, good. So this is probably one of our best sellers. This, Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is one of our best ones here. We have Randy Rhodes Harpoon Flying V. This should be the polka dot one. And the waiting list for this is the following. Tom Sullivan, Danny Thomason, and Carl Berger. Tom Sullivan, Danny Thomason, and Carl Berger. And this is the Randy Rhodes Harpoon Black and Polka Dot. Black and Polka Dot Flying V. So 3 are already sold. I think that means I have a couple extra. An iconic guitar from the legendary Randy Rhodes. And I've sold a ton of these. But there's the Polka Dot Flying V. 3 of those, in fact, are sold. That was the waiting list. I'll read it one more time so I can scratch it off over here on my spreadsheet. Tom Sullivan, Danny Thomason, and Carl Berger. And now there's 2 extras. And there's the Randy Rhodes one more time. $39.99 on those. And I'm going to set those right over here. And now where are we on our auctions? Dwight, wow, one more time. A crazy deal on Dwight Yoakam. $15. Final call. $15. Jeremy Dalton. $15 on that. And then over here is Stray Cats. And this sold to Josh Brown for $28. Let's start going through some buy it now best offer LPs. Jimmy Reed, Found Love. Jimmy Reed's $24.99. Now, I'll go ahead and say this right now. Some of these may have not even been gone through before. At this point, some of these I've lost track of. I'm just here to sell records. So you can go ahead and buy them, or you can make an offer. Jimmy Reed is $24.99. We got Chicago for $9.99. Chicago is $9.99. Don't forget, tonight about 11:30, we're going to start doing CDs at $6.99 each. It's going to be about a 2-hour blitz, and hopefully we can sell a bunch. Here is Procol Hair, My Salty Dog, a Music for Pleasure reissue for $19.99. Country Music Time Life Collection, George Jones, that is $9.99. And Ricky Skaggs, Highways and Heartaches, Ricky Skaggs is $9.99. We got Jimmy Reed sold to Brent Robley for $18, and unbelievable, the cheapest I've ever sold this copy ever. A Dwight Yoakam OG to Jeremy Dalton for $15. Wow, Buenos Noches OG and Shrinking Hype for just $15. Wow. Next auction is Patti Smith. This is a bootleg 1978 U.S. unofficial. It's a compilation of live tracks and TV performances. Precise sources listed on back cover. Thank you, Laura. VG Plus. $25 start, and that is Patty Smith. That is now up for bid. Next comment is Brent got Jerry Reed. Then we got Procol Harum for $12. And Adam Bernardi, I am going to go ahead and say sold to you. And then we got Charlie Marks on Chicago 6. And that is sold to Charlie Marks. Now, are you claiming Chicago 6 or was you offering 6? Let me know on that one before we go any further. And then JH7. And then German claimed it as sticker. So, Amanda, if you want this, it will be sticker price. Susie, Brent said he would be okay with the waiting list. So, that's between you and Brent. And I think Brent said he would. They're going to be in this week. It don't really matter. They're going to be in because I have them right here. So, if it, we'll just, Brent says he's okay with the waiting list. That was the order it was in. Brent was third. He says he wants to be on the waiting list. Now, if you're passing and you say you don't want one at all, that's a different thing. If you're saying you don't want one at all, then let me know. But if you were first, we'll keep you, and then Brent's first on the waiting list. All right, so Amanda does get the George Jones sticker. Let's go ahead and sell Charlie Chicago for 6. I am in a selling mood. We got John Mayall, the Turning Point, $26.99. We got Glenn Campbell, I'll Paint You a Song. Glenn Campbell is $9.99. And Prism, See Forever Eyes, $14.99. That will help the operations room. Anytime we don't have to change around something from the actual order, the people in the operations room are like, whew, thank goodness. Otherwise, they have to go back and they have to redo the sticky notes. They have to pause watching the sale, scratch out the notes, restart a new sticky note. They like to keep it the way it was. Joe Satriani, Silver Surfer guitar, $39.99. Joe Satriani, Silver Surfer guitar, $39.99. Joe Satch, we just sold this original album tonight. Here is the guitar. It's painted up with a Silver Surfer design. Let's see if I can pop this one open right quick. Joe Satriani here. And this is $39.99. And there it is. How cool is that with the Silver Surfer? That one is $39.99. I've got 2. Brent's already claimed 1. Now there's 1 left if anybody else wants one. There is Satch. And that's sold to Brent. Patty Smith's a final call for 26. Janet gets the other Joe Satriani. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. The next auction is going to go up right now, and it is the Octopus Project Black Moth Super Rainbow, a 2014 U.S. limited to 333 on white and blue with haze vinyl, numbered $35 start. Over here, we have Up Top, Booker T, and the MGs, a soundtrack, $34.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. I've already made some deals. Looking back, Stevie Wonder. There is cover damage. The vinyl's okay. It's a great compilation, $29.99. And $1 Million Weekend, The Ventures, $9.99. I have not seen a Joe Strummer. No, I don't think so, unless I ordered it tonight. No Joe Strummer here, it looks like. A few more records. This is all buy it now best offer. Foreigner 4 is $19.99. Christine McVie, $29.99. You may know her from Fleetwood Mac. And Loretta Lynn. Loretta is $9.99. Wow, Kentucky Derby Day. Kentucky Derby record, $19.99 with Johnny Cash, Stonewall Jackson. I think it's not Philip Morris Derby Festival show in Louisville, Kentucky, $19.99. So Patty Smith, just 1 bid. Pam Murray, $26. Seems like a great price. And then the Octopus Project is up for bid. And I think I had it as a $35 start. I do. And then Charlie Marks on the Ventures. That is the Charlie Marks. Thank you. And now Robert Barnett is already sold. Let's get to the other guitar over here. Here's the one I was talking about. It does not mention this guy's name. But no, well, I think there is a Prince guitar, Wayne, but they're out of stock. There's a lot of really good ones that's been out of stock for a long time. I'm just waiting for the right time for them to come up. Now, here's one, like I said, it does not mention his name, but when you see it, you'll see what I'm talking about. Everybody knows this guitar. It's actually one of the most valuable guitars ever sold at public auction, and it is the Black Strat. And so it doesn't have his name anywhere on the box, but I think we know who we're talking about when we see this. It's David Gilmour, the Black Strat. And this is $39.99. the black Strat with the white pickups. David Gilmour, right? I think that was one of the first guitars to sell for well over $1 million at auction. I can't believe he sold it. That has all the recordings for most of those great Pink Floyd albums. But there's David Gilmour's black Strat. Now the box just reads Fender black Strat with a black pickguard. It doesn't actually say David Gilmour, but when we see that, I think we know what we're talking about, right? So DG, David Gilmour, $39.99. Kelly Wlodarczyk first on Kentucky. Chris Frazier was second. Kelly first on the Kentucky record there. Next is Willie Nelson, What Can You Do to Me Now? Willie Nelson is $14.99. Styx Cornerstone. Styx is $19.99. The Platters, Remember When. The Platters is $9.99. The Carter Family, I Walk the Line. Carter Family is $9.99. And John Mayall and the Blues Breakers. Eric Clapton, Stones Masonry, Savoy Brown, $29.99. The Booker T soundtrack to Uptight was $34.99. And Marshall Tucker Band's Running Like the Wind, $14.99. The Octopus Project is a no bid. It's a $35 buy now if anybody wants that. Also, I have Quarter Flash, a gold stamp promo, $9.99 on Quarter Flash, and Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $9.99 on that. So I'm looking for white. Let's see if I have any more of these over here. Okay, so the three I have here are the three I have for sale, and there should be a waiting list. This is the Randy Rhoads white Flying V, the white Flying V, and the waiting list for this, the white Flying V, was Carl Berger, and I have 2 extra copies. This is the white Flying V with the gold pickup. All right, so here's this, and here's this. And this is the Randy Rhoads white Flying V. Let's take a look at this one here. I like it when they're just wrapped up like this. It's a lot easier to see. There we go. Faster to get to. It's a Jackson Flying V Harpoon, and that is $39.99 on that one. Now, one's already sold, so I'm going to go ahead and take this right over here, and we're going to start a new row of sold guitars right here. So Randy Rhoads is sold. I'm going to take these over here that have already sold around the corner and start a new stack here. And we're going to put those right here next to all these sold CDs from this past week. All right, amazing. Thanks, everybody, so far for tuning in on Monday night. Great Monday night sale so far. Randy Rhoads, that's the only ones I don't think we have sold. Jim B wants the BSMSR. That sold to Jim B for $35. Let me put away some of these that hadn't sold, like Randy Rhoads and David Gilmour. Now, like I said, his name's not actually mentioned, but it's obviously looks just like his Stratocaster. And that's sold and sold. And let's keep going through this crate. We got Rockin' in Rhythm with Duke Ellington and his orchestra. That is $14.99. The Cars Panorama. The Cars are $24.99. And Gene Autry, 50th anniversary. Gene Autry is $19.99. Gene Autry 2 LP compilation. The Carter Family, Mid the Green Fields of Virginia. The Carter Family is $9.99. Jonathan Winters and Friends, Laugh Live, $14.99. Also, Nat King Cole, Just One of Those Nights. Nat King Cole is $9.99. And George Benson, The Other Side of Abbey Road. George Benson's $29.99. Our next auction is Busta Rhymes. And this is a 1996 USOG, a white label promo, likely a radio station copy. VG, it may be censored, a $20 start. It has a WKGN Knoxville radio station stamp on the front. Busta Rhymes, The Comin'. That's a $20 start on Busta Rhymes. The next thing I have going up for auction right now is the the Less Than Zero soundtrack. The Less Than Zero soundtrack, a 1987 U.S. Carrollton OG VG Plus condition, a $15 start for Less Than Zero. This has a lot of stuff on it. Less Than Zero soundtrack, $15 start on this. Slayer's on here, Glenn Danzig. Danzig, Slayer, LL Cool J, Poison, Aerosmith, and Roy Orbison. And that's just on one side. Less than zero, a $15 start. The cars is right here. Panorama is $24.99. No condition notes. Tracy Ullman, You Broke My Heart in 17 places. That's $9.99. Jackson Brown's $14.99. Sin for Me, Julie London. Julie is $19.99. Busta Rhymes has a bid for $20. Less than zero has a bid for $15.15. Juanita wants a Fender black with the black pick guard, aka David Gilmour. So Juanita got one. Now there's one David Gilmour left if anybody wants it. The next thing that I have over here is, let me get a few together here. We have this and we have this. And Brent was on a waiting list for this one. And I have one extra. This is Keith Richards' see-through guitar. Actually, when I was Googling this to try to find images, because I was thinking about some of these that I know that's in stock, I was thinking about like posting them in the group. That way everybody could see them and maybe I could start pre-selling a bunch. And some of these I've already researched pictures of them playing it. And there's a really cool picture of Keith Richards sitting. It looks like backstage next to Jimi Hendrix. And Jimi Hendrix is holding this guitar up like looking through it. Or he's like looking at it. And this is, it's a clear, like lucite guitar that Keith Richards had made, $39.99. And Brent Robley, I had you on a waiting list, and I've got one more if anybody else wants it. And that is $39.99. There's Keith Richards, and I have one extra. So Brent, I had you on a waiting list for that one. All right, so there's one Keith Richards left if anybody wants that. Back up the top, so I did say that Less Than Zero had bids for $15.15, Busta $20, and then TU for $7. Tracy Ullman for $7. Amanda Darby was first. Nicholas offered $18 for the cars. That's so to Nicholas. Samuel Kopich got Julie London. And we have Stacy Brown wants a Keith Richards. All right, and that was the last Keith Richards. And if anybody else wants one, I'll put you on a waiting list. Greg Ken from Black Flag also played that kind of guitar. Really? I've never seen that one before, or him playing that one. But first, here is this, and this is Foreigner 4, and this is so to Juanita for $15. And Renee R., I'm going to put you on a waiting list. And that's about the only thing I can get from Keith. Of course, when I think Keith, I think of Telecaster. When I think of Keith Richards, I think Telecaster, but he did play some other stuff. I've seen him play a lot of different stuff. But when I think Keith, I do think that. But that's a cool guitar, and I really like that picture of him and Hendrix backstage, so that's done. Let me start a new pile here. Man, we've sold a lot of vinyl tonight, already about to fill up 6 crates, but we've already filled up my first full table of miscellaneous between magazines and guitars, and now we're still working on vinyl. Holy moly. So first thing we have is Renee on the waiting list for that. And then Quarter Flash, I can't do 5, but I would do 8 on Quarter Flash. Linda Ronstadt is $9.99. We have John Mayall, A Banquet in Blues, $26.99. And Rick Wakeman, Rhapsodies. Rick Wakeman is $29.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. And Julie London is $19.99. The Wonderful World of Julie London. Busta Rhymes just got one bid, and that is sold for $20 to Janet Gray. Now Less Than Zero's at $29. I knew that was going to get a lot of activity. And here's our next auction, Robin Hitchcock, and it's called I. And Robin Hitchcock is a 1990 USOG. It's a psych indie record, original on her sleeve of inserts. And Robin Hitchcock is a $25 start on that. $25 start. I'm going to see if I'm going to text April and see if that ice machine made more ice. If so, I got to go put more ice in my drink. And then over here, we got Chicago. Chicago is $19.99, and it does have the posters. It is a single LP, but it does have the posters. $19.99 on that. Busta Rhymes is already sold, Less Than Zero, $30, and Robin Hitchcock already has a bid for $25. Dan Seals, San Antone. Dan Seals is $9.99. John Mayall and the Blues Breakers, So Many Roads. John Mayall is $29.99. So Many Roads. It's on Decca. It's on a red label, $29.99. So many roads. Also, we have the best of the best, George Jones. That is $9.99. Elton John Blue Moves is $24.99. And Rockin' with Reed, the first records of Jimmy Reed and the last records of Jimmy Reed, $24.99. Black VJ label. So Robin Hitchcock's at $25, Less Than Zero, $31. And the Julie London here was called The Wonderful World of Julie London. No condition notes. Liberty label. Very nice. $19.99. $19.99. The Wonderful World of Julie London. All right, let's see what I have next on the guitars. Folks, I still got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 left in the box. However, some of them are the same one I just got duplicates of. This one's pretty popular. Talk about a novelty guitar. Excuse me. Here is probably one of the most novel guitars, other than that Rick Nielsen we sold earlier. This is Tommy Chong's Canadian Maple Leaf Tobacco. Tommy Chong. Very cool. The Canadian Maple Leaf Tobacco Cigarettes. Tommy Chong, $39.99. It's called Sweet Leaf. Ozzy Osbourne, love this. $39.99. Tommy Chong. That is the Canadian Maple Leaf guitar, $39.99. William APM wants Julie London. Stephen A. Young wants the Tommy Chong. That is sold to him. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. Okay, and there's one of those left if anybody else wants it. Robin Hitchcock just got one bid, right? $25, sold to Ivan R. Less Than Zero is still getting bids. Can I show the George Jones again? The Best of George Jones special. It's on RCA APL 1113 tan label, and that's $9.99. Stacy wants Tommy Chong. Stacy, thank you. That's sold to you. I'm going to try to go through a couple more right now before I change out crates. Next, I've only got 2. When you see this guy's guitar, this is truly a signature. When you see this, you're like, yep, that is this person's guitar. Let's start a waiting list on Tommy Chong. Tommy Chong, if anybody wants one, we're going to put Charlie on a waiting list. Those will be back in this week. And here is Brian May of Queen. Yep, when you see that guitar, you know exactly who that is. Brian May with that really just incredible tone he can create. That is $39.99 for Brian May's signature red there. That's $39.99. Charlie Marks on the Tommy Chong. Less Than Zero's at $34. If anybody else wants a price or anything in here, let me know. Do you still have the Doors analog? Now, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about self-titled, or you'll have to let me know which one. I think I still got self-titles in stock. So first thing I'm going to do is say that Less Than Zero has a new bid. I'm going to adjust my neck right quick. Whew, man, 10:30 already? Golly. Okay, so here's what's left in here. If you want a price, let me know. Just a quick read through here. I'm just going to say artist and title. If you want a price, let me know. We have Ricky Skaggs, Highways and Heartaches, John Mayall, The Turning Point, Glenn Campbell, I'll Paint You a Song, Prism, See Forever Eyes, Stevie Wonder, Looking Back, Christine McVie, Self-Titled, Loretta by Loretta Lynn, Willie Nelson, What Can You Do to Me Now, Styx Cornerstone, The Platters, Remember When, also The Carter Family, I Walk the Line, John Mayall, The Blues Breakers, we got Booker T and the MGs, Tighten Up, we have Marshall Tucker, Running Like the Wind, Quarter Flash, Self-Titled, which I've already, or actually it's called Back Into Blue. I've already told somebody to do $8 on that, a near mint gold stamp promo. Olivia's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Duke Ellington His Orchestra, Rockin' in the Rhythm, Gene Autry 50th Anniversary Edition, and that was 50 years ago, so now it's a 100th Anniversary Edition. The Carter Family, Jonathan Winters and Friends, Nat King Cole, George Benson, The Other Side of Abbey Road, Jackson Browne Holdout, Linda Ronstadt, John Mayall, A Banquet in Blues, Rick Wakeman, Rhapsodies, we got Chicago, we have Dan Seals, also John Mayall and the Blues Breakers, Elton John Blue Moves, The Best of George Jones and Jerry Reed. And now Less Than Zero's at 36. And now the next guitar I'm about to show you is going to be I've only got one extra. This was a waiting list. It's the third Randy Rhoads guitar, and I don't have this one as often. It's actually was out of stock the last time I went to order it. It was the Randy Rhoads black guitar with all the gold hardware. Boy, I like that one. Crazy. Well, that's how it goes. Crazy train. Randy Rhoads, how beautiful is that? So I've got 3 Randy Rhoads. I've got that one. I've got that same one in white, and then I've got his polka dot Flying V. Those are all $39.99 on that. And there was a waiting list. There was a waiting list on that that one, and that was with let me find it. Scott Markheim and Carl Berger. Actually, both of these are already sold. My bad. Both of these are already sold. It looks like, unless there's more. Surely I would have ordered extras. So that's a waiting list. Yeah, these two are already sold. This is Randy Rhoads, yes. And so these two are already sold. And this is Scott Markheim and Carl Berger. Scott Markheim and Carl Berger, yes. And let's start a waiting list for this one. I'm looking at them right now. It definitely looks like I can get more. All right, let me make sure I hadn't missed any waiting lists. Some of these are coming up still. Okay, let me take all this around the corner. Let me take all this around the corner right quick, and let me start a new pile, and let's start a new wait list. I'm going to answer questions. I'm going to answer opinions. I'm going to reply to opinions. I'm going to address opinions. We're going to do a lot of stuff. A lot. We're going to do a lot of different stuff here in about 30 seconds, okay? So the first thing that I have is the following. Less than zeros at $36. Romelu wants to know how much Duke Ellington was. Duke Ellington was $14.99. Romelu wanted to know how much George Benson was. George Benson was $29.99. Let me go find, or let's make a note for me to find Nashville Tigers Analog Productions doors. Less than zero, 37. Price on Best of George Jones. Todd, $9.99. Let's put Susie on the waiting list for Randy Rhoads. And then how much was Chaleco, CHLCHEO, and then the slash guard. I'm about to show that 1 second. Less than zero, 38. How much was Chicago? Chicago was $19.99. No waiting list for Brent on Randy Rhoads. This Chicago was $19.99. This Chicago's $19.99. Less than zero is at $39 with Tim Colino Jr. Okay, $39. That's still getting bids. Amanda's out, and now we have a $13 offer for what and what. First, Todd Saw said he'll take George Jones. Romelu offered 10 for Duke, that's sold, and 20 for George Benson, that's sold. Arnold Adam wants Chicago. And then we got a $13 offer on sticks. If I missed any other questions, let me know right now before I change out crates. This is sold for $13 to Josh Brown. Less than zero, hammers up, $39, final call. I still got auctions. Now, the one Janet's asking about is right here. This one's $59.99. It's Slash. And yes, Janet, it's in. Slash is right here. It is the red Les Paul. And then, Danny, I've got to send you some pictures of the Go Top Les Pauls because they get kind of confusing. And I got to make sure I'm getting the right other Slash before I order. I'll send you some pictures of the Slash. But first, let me get this one open so we can show it and see who else wants on a waiting list, okay? They'll get these re-wrapped up. There's the Slash I just sold Janet. Very nice Gibson, $59.99. That is sold to her. And if anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? That's sold to her. Less than zero is sold for $39 to Tim Colino. I only have one Slash on hand. And those are $59.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm about to swap out crates. I think I might go ahead and show one more guitar right quick. No waiting list. I have two of them. and then I'll recap everything that's left. I can't go back through all of them that sold. I'm just going to reorder them anyway. When they come back in on Wednesday, Thursday, we'll just go through them all again. This one I think is really cool. I've never had this particular design before. It is a Union Jack painted Paul McCartney Hofner base. Okay? Union Jack Paul McCartney Hofner base. $39.99. All right, let me go swap guitars. I also am going to go put more ice in my drink, and I also am going to go get more allergy medication. Before I do anything else, I need a quick 60-second timeout, or I don't know if I'm going to be able to breathe. I'm going to go amp up my allergy medication, okay? I'll be right back. So, sorry. I'm back. I'm having major allergy problems tonight all of a sudden. Must be something in this building. Oh, man. All right, so let's go back over here. Both Paul McCartneys. We're going to do CDs in 1 hour. Both Paul McCartneys are sold to Brent Robley and Romulus C. Yeah, so both are sold. Brent Robley got one. Romulus C got one. Thank y'all and thank y'all. Let's go ahead and swap out crates. Let's get started on another BINBO crate. And let's go ahead and say that these are sold and sold. And let's get some more put up right quick. Those are done and done. And there is this. Okay. Chad is breathing in. Breathe in the air. I don't know if that's helping me or hurting me right now. And there's that. And then next thing I have is a new crate coming up right now. Okay. Let's do this right now. And boom, boom. And where's the next one at? Here we go. And I had to sneeze again. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer. Ow. Now, Here we go. I've had to block 3 people on YouTube tonight. Never like doing that, but sometimes I have to. Let me go ahead and show the last 3 guitars right now. And that way we can say guitars are done, and then I'll do a recap as I'm going through this crate. So first is Jerry Garcia. And Darren Chrisman said, Chad, pick me out of Jerry Garcia, your pick. And Darren, this is the one I picked to. This is the one I picked for you. Hopefully you like it. And I've got 1 extra Jerry Garcia if anybody else wants one. Okay? I am struggling all of a sudden tonight. I'm having some major allergy attacks. I am going to go. The show will go on. You're just going to have to bear with me. I'm sneezing. I actually was coughing just a second ago. And this is the Jerry Garcia Tiger guitar. Jerry Garcia Tiger guitar, $39.99. Darren, I hope you like it. I like this one. I went to a high school. Our mascot was the Tigers. And I was like, yeah, let's go with this one. And, of course, that's usually the design. When I think of Jerry Garcia, that's the guitar I think of. So there's that and there's that. If anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list because this other one is going to go to George Burleson. So thank you, George Burleson. That's so to you. And now we're going to do one more. We got one I've never had before. I think this one's a pretty wild one here. A pretty wild design. That's why I ordered it. And we haven't had anything from this genre yet. And I figured this would be a cool one. And this one's also $39.99. We're about to go through another crate here of Buy It Now Best Offer. Some sushi. I had an apple and peanut butter before the sale. I'm actually looking forward to my 11:30 break. Because my 11:30 break, I was going to eat a sandwich and then do CDs. Look how cool this one is. Bootsy Collins, Bootsy's guitar. This is Bootsy Collins' mini guitar. I think it's a bass, right? Yeah, it's a bass. He played bass, of course. So, Bootsy Collins. I think it's got a really cool headstock. I don't really take the headstock cover off, but there's that. So, Bootsy's $39.99. I've got 2 of those. I got to put up some more auctions, but let me go ahead and show one more guitar. And that's the last new one before we do a recap. And we have sold a bucoodle of these. And the bucoodle I have sold is this. I have Stevie Ray Vaughan, number 1. And if I can get it open here. There it is. Nice. Stevie Ray Vaughan. All international shipping's done at cost. So if you're used to ordering records internationally, about what it costs, we do combined shipping, and you can order up as much as you want to, and then we can box it up and we ship it to you. Some people do 2 or 3 invoices worth. We got a couple regular UK buyers. We got a couple regular UK buyers, and what they do is they get 2 or 3 invoices together, and we box it all up. We weigh it. We send them an invoice for shipping. They pay for the shipping invoice, and then we mail it to them. And I like that concept altogether. I wish we could do that domestically too, but some people would be very unhappy with their shipping quote. It wouldn't be $8 if we charged like that US. It'd be wild. It'd be like some of y'all would have shipping bills that would be like $59, so or more. Okay, so let's clear off the table. And Susie wants a Billy Joe. Yes, I got to get Susie a Billy Joe. I've already took a Clarendon, and then I've took another Clarendon. Not helping yet. Okay, so let's go over here. Let's go over here and clear off the table. I'm going to start with the oldest one and work our way and clear off this table so we can get back to selling records for about another hour straight. If you're here for vinyl, that's all the guitars I have. There's actually one more, but it was left over from last week. I'm going to show you what didn't sell. This is the first time I've ever had leftovers, really. This is really the first time I've ever had leftovers. We're about to do buy it now, best offer. We still got auctions, including Japanese pressings. Laura's got another crate on the way. And Susie wants a Jerry Garcia and a Green Day blue, baby blue waiting list. Yes. So the very first one I showed we still have left is Kenny Wayne Shepherd. There is Kenny Wayne Shepherd, and this one's billed as Kenny Wayne Shepherd's Cross guitar. There's Kenny Wayne Shepherd, and I got Gene Simmons's Battle Axe bass guitar. Those are both $39.99. $39.99. There's Kiss and there's Kenny Wayne Shepherd. I've only got one of each, and that's it on those. I've only got one of each. That's it on those. And then over here is the Randy Rhoads Polka Dot Flying V. Randy Rhoads is $39.99. I've got two of those. I've got two Randy Rhoads Flying Vs. Those are available, $39.99. And then let's do this most recent one here, Stevie Ray Vaughan's Custom #1. It's $39.99. Beautiful, amazing, fantastic. And then let's go ahead and show Brian May's custom signature here. How cool is that? Brian May from Queen, of course. Let's get a good look at that one. Very nice. That's $39.99 for Brian May. I've got two Brian Mays. There's Mr. Brian May. As soon as this board's cleared, we're going to get back into auctioning. And George Burleson wants on a waiting list for, I'll take all the Jerry Garcias. So put down George Burleson for all the Garcias except for the Tiger, because he already got the Tiger. And he wants a Phil Lesh and a Bob Weir if they make them. Some of these I don't think I have. Some of these I don't know if I can get, but I'll try my best, okay? And Brent Robley on BM for Brian May. Thank you, Brent. I'll give you a sealed Brian May here. Or not really sealed, just one I hadn't unraveled. So that is sold to Brent. There's Brian May. And then we got a Gene Simmons that just sold to Buddy Cordova. Usually on the recap, these things get obliterated. So there's that and there's that. Allergy medication said, listen, one of my best friends is a pharmacist. I can't get him to ever help me out. He's like, I can't just get you medication. And I'm like, why not? Worst thing that happens is you go to prison. I need medication, dude. I need medication. He's like, you have to have a prescription. And I'm like, what? I was like, where's a shady pharmacist at when I need one? Where's a shady pharmacist at when I need one? Okay, and then we got the Rickenbacker guitar. That's John Lennon's Rickenbacker, $39.99. And then here is Bootsy Collins. Bootsy's one of his signature bass guitars. Bootsy's $39.99. So there's Bootsy, there's John Lennon. I said, where's a good crooked pharmacist when I need one? Okay, and then here is David Gilmour's Black Strat. It don't actually say David Gilmour, but we know it as his Black Strat. $39.99 for that. And then here is Randy Rhoads' White Flying V. I still got two of these. Randy Rhoads' White Flying V, $39.99. Randy Rhoads' White Flying V, that's $39.99. So those are all available. David Gilmour, Randy Rhoads, John Lennon, Brian May, Bootsy Collins, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Randy Rhoads, Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then over here is Kurt Hammett's Mummy guitar. And I've only got one of those, $39.99 for Kurt Hammett's Mummy guitar, $39.99. All right, our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Our next auction that's going to go up for bid right now is this. It is Mojo Bob Dylan Collector's Edition. Bob Dylan is a 2016 UK original, limited to 3,500 on yellow vinyl. It has a magazine and a poster. And then we have Blonde on Blonde Revisited. Mojo proudly presents Bob Dylan's classic 1966 album covered. 22-page book, and that is a $25 start. There it is. And Susie wants Kurt Hammett guitar, and those are all gone. And if anybody else, I figured we'd sell a lot more Kurt Hammetts. I wish they made a Ouija board, but that's sold. And let's put this over here in the operations room. Thanks, everybody. We are